I didn't wake up. I got electrocuted. A sharp, wild jolt ran through my body like someone plugged me into a socket. My body convulsed, a scream escaped on its own, and my mind went blank. I fell off the bed, not understanding what was happening. Turned out, I had a system now. Not a helper. Not salvation. Something more like a supervisor with a taser. The system was called Superfarmer, and the first thing it told me was that I had a severe case of laziness. And that laziness had to be cured. Oversleep by 1 second? Get a jolt to the spine. Want to lie down after breakfast? Brace yourself for another shock. The system gave me my first task: run 3 kilometers in 20 minutes. For someone who can barely make it up the stairs, that sounded like a bad joke. I tried to bargain. The system didn't listen. Any excuse, penalty. Any attempt to slack off, threat of electrotherapy. I had no choice but to run. After the first kilometer, my legs were giving out. After the second, I collapsed. That's when the system activated the punishment. It wasn't just pain. It felt like I was being roasted from the inside, cell by cell. But when it was over, I was able to get up. My legs obeyed. I didn't know what the system did to me, but I kept going. 600 meters more and I reached the end. Task complete. The system gave me a reward, 100 points and a chance at a spin. Not much. But that's when I realized I had a choice. Either die trying to get stronger, or die the way I was. I chose the first. After that, the system gave me a starter pack. I opened the interface and, for the first time, saw what I really was: strength 4, endurance 3, flexibility 4, speed 6, and an average adult has 10 in all parameters. I wasn't just weak, I was a wreck. The system didn't sugarcoat it. Combat ability below 5. Diagnosis: severe laziness. Recommendations: wake up early, engage in physical activity, labor therapy. Goal: turn you into a model rural worker. The starter pack included 3 items: initial gene serum, basic hunting skill pack, and health-enhancing gymnastics. But you could only learn the gymnastics with stats of 10 or more, and I couldn't take the serum until my body recovered. That left one option: hunting skills. I activated them. The information flooded my head like an electric surge. Archery, traps, animal behavior, fishing. As if I'd lived in the forest all my life. My head was spinning, but inside I finally felt like I was good at something. Then came the lottery. 6 slots, from simple bonuses to serious upgrades. I spun it. The pointers stopped on cooking skills. Seemed useless at first, but not for me. I'm just a simple village guy. And my mom works hard every day from morning till night. And if I couldn't fight yet, couldn't run without pain, couldn't lift a sack of fertilizer, then at least I could learn to cook. I learned everything. Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese, country-style dishes, all in just a couple minutes. As if I'd been a chef for 30 years. And the first thing I did was go to the garden, pick some vegetables, and cook lunch for my mom. No magic. Just pumpkin and bean soup, some stir-fried cabbage. But when she said, delicious, I realized this was the first useful thing I'd done in years. All day, I kept thinking about the gene serum. It was supposed to change everything. That night, when my mom fell asleep, I opened the system. My stats were still rock bottom. But this was my chance. I drank it. And instantly regretted it. It wasn't pain. It was hell. Felt like my bones were being crushed from the inside. Every cell was burning. I clenched my teeth. I knew the longer I held on, the stronger I'd become. I lasted 30 minutes. Then blacked out. But the system didn't stop. While I was unconscious, it rewrote my body. The same body that couldn't even handle running to the bathroom before. In the morning, I stood up. No pain. I looked in the mirror, and for the first time in my life, I saw strength in my eyes. New stats: strength 20, speed 19, endurance 17. I was no longer who I'd been yesterday. But it was only the first step. I went outside and ran along the lake. 3 kilometers, without a single ache. The system gave me another reward, 100 points. Now I had 2 spins. First prize, 50 points. Second, a solar growth stimulator. A rare substance that boosts plant growth and improves harvest quality. Perfect for a farming system. I returned home. And for the first time in my life, started cleaning not because I had to, but because I wanted to. I found a mountain of dirty laundry. Everything that had piled up for months. I washed it all by hand. Until I was exhausted. By evening, even my upgraded body was aching. But when I finally sat down and exhaled, I realized I'd done something I couldn't have yesterday. The world wouldn't notice. But for me, this was the first real step to becoming a super farmer, getting rich, and pulling my family out of poverty so my mother would never have to break her back hauling heavy sacks again. Zhangjiawan, also known as Moon Lake Village, is a small village where Zhang Feng's family lives. The village is situated by the beautiful Dabang River and is home to around 70 or 80 households. The clear waters of the Dabang River meander eastward and form a crescent-shaped lake in the lowlands before the village. This is how the village came to be named Moon Lake Village. In the early morning, the small mountain village is shrouded in the mist rising from Moon Lake. From afar, it resembles a hidden paradise nestled in the clouds, or a mirage on the sea, ethereal and mysterious, like a celestial marketplace, a secluded mountain village full of poetic beauty and infinite charm. Just as the ancient poet once said, the chirping of birds makes the mountains even more serene. The village of Moon Lake, accompanied by roosters crowing at dawn, seems even more tranquil and peaceful. A ray of light shone through the wooden window and fell upon the bedside. Whether it was the light or a new habit of early rising, Zhang Feng gradually opened his eyes and slowly woke up. Closing his eyes again, Zhang Feng took a deep breath of the village's fresh mountain air, enjoying the natural oxygen bar, and felt invigorated. Standing by the window and looking into the distance, the morning glow was radiant, golden rays spreading across the sky. The fiery red sun had just begun to rise, partially obscured by light clouds, making it appear less dazzling. After washing up, Zhang Feng went into the backyard. His backyard was quite spacious, about 200 square meters, and the vegetables for the entire family throughout the year were grown here. I wonder if the solar bloom growth agent is really that effective? Zhang Feng muttered to himself. According to the system's description, the solar bloom growth agent condensed the essence of the sun and provided tremendous benefits to both animals and plants. Although the backyard was not large, it was fully functional. All common vegetables could be found there. It had napa cabbage, bok choy, pumpkins, cowpeas, eggplants, lettuce, and romaine. In addition to these staple vegetables, there were hyacinth beans, chayotes, loofahs, as well as green onions, garlic, tomatoes, cilantro, and ginger, all lush and thriving. Whatever vegetables one desired were available in the garden, making meals incredibly convenient. The solar bloom growth agent was a concentrated extract of solar essence and needed to be diluted with water for use. A single drop could be mixed with a bucket of water. When sprayed with a sprayer, it could irrigate half an acre of crops. After preparing the solution, Zhang Feng strapped on the sprayer, entered the backyard, and began watering the vegetables. The growth agent was quickly absorbed by the plants, with their stems and leaves taking in the nutrients and accelerating growth. In about 15 minutes, the entire garden had been watered. Seeing his handiwork, Zhang Feng felt a strong sense of accomplishment. After watering, Zhang Feng began weeding the backyard. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot destroy the grass, it grows again with the spring breeze. Qingshan County is located in the southwest, near Yunnan Province, where it is spring all year round. Even in the coldest winter months, the average temperature remains above 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. As a result, weeds in the yard grew rampant. Even after clearing them out, the yard would be full of weeds again within a week. Therefore, not only did the weeds need to be pulled out by the roots, but their seeds also had to be eliminated. Ideally, they should be removed before seeding so they could not regrow or spread. Moreover, removing the weeds prevented them from competing with the vegetables for the nutrients provided by the growth agent. My body is unbelievably powerful now, Zhang Feng marveled at his strength and endurance. The primary gene serum had brought him astonishing changes. Ancient legends spoke of warriors lifting cauldrons with ease, and Zhang Feng felt that he was not far off. He reckoned he could lift the 100 to 150 kilogram millstone at home with one hand. Zhang Feng bent over and weeded for more than half an hour, finally clearing the garden of all weeds. His face showed no flush, his breath was steady, and not a drop of sweat had been shed. For him, weeding was now as easy as taking a walk, completely devoid of challenge. Just then, a commotion arose in the front yard. Listening closely, it seemed his cousin had arrived and was greeting his mother. Big brother, the reservoir is releasing water. Hurry up and catch some fish, there are a lot of people there right now. Cousin Zhangyi rushed into the backyard, shouting to Zhang Feng. What? The reservoir is releasing water again? As soon as Zhang Feng heard his cousin's voice, he dashed out of the house, asking excitedly. The Dabang River Reservoir typically released water a few times each year during the rainy season, from April to October, to reduce pressure and prevent flooding. This was often when local villagers could make some extra income, as fish from the reservoir would be flushed out with the water. At such times, almost everyone in the village, men, women, and children, would join in, wielding every kind of fishing tool imaginable. Not only villagers, but even city folks would ride motorcycles or drive their cars to come fish. The entire scene was as lively as a market, with people crowding the riverbanks. It became a true fishing carnival. Let's go! Quickly! Without delay, Zhang Feng grabbed the homemade fishing net his father once used, jumped on Zhang Yi's motorcycle, and the two brothers sped off toward the reservoir. Damn! Why are there so many people? These are not from our village, are they? Within minutes, Zhang Feng had arrived at the riverbank. The river was already packed with people, some with seine nets, some with spears, but most with hand nets, busy catching fish. Cries of excitement rang out from time to time, likely when someone caught a fish. The atmosphere was electric. Definitely not. Must be those bastards from the city. Zhang Yi scowled. In the past, only local villagers fished here. Now these outsiders were taking away everyone's catch. Forget them. Let us get to work, said Zhang Feng, picking up his gear. Zhang Yi also grabbed a net, and the two eagerly dashed into the river. They walked side by side into the water. Although it had rained recently, the Dabang River was still a small river, so the water level remained low, at most waist deep, and usually just knee-high. There was little danger. There! Big brother, there's one over there, Zhang Yi shouted excitedly, spotting a fish over a foot long swimming downstream. His outburst drew attention from nearby people who began to move in for the catch. Damn it, those assholes are shameless, Zhang Yi muttered, regretting his loud call that attracted competitors. Before anyone could react, Zhang Feng moved swiftly, wheeling his net with lightning speed toward the fish. The net splashed into the water, startling the fish. But before it could react, it was scooped up in one swift motion. Escape was impossible. It became Zhang Feng's first catch. His beginner hunting skill proved effective. Ha ha ha. Big brother, you're amazing. Let me see how big it is. Zhang Yi gleefully picked up the fish and proudly showed it off, as though he had caught it himself. You did not catch it, so what are you showing off for? The surrounding people were unimpressed with Zhang Yi's swagger. Haha, so what if I am? Zhang Yi grinned, placing the fish in their net basket by the shore and resumed the fishing spree. Zhang Feng was also delighted. The fish weighed at least 5 kilograms. There were fish buyers who had come all the way from the county, offering 7 to 8 yuan per half a kilogram. That one fish alone was worth 70 to 80 yuan. Of course, it was all thanks to the system's skills and the gene serum transformation. Without them, he would not have had such physical prowess. Catching fish had become significantly easier. Zhang Feng began to look forward to more good catches today. Seeing his cousin's serious expression, clearly spurred by Zhang Feng's catch, Zhang Feng smiled and continued searching. 2 or 3 minutes later, he spotted another target, a carp weighing around 2.5 to 3 kilograms, swimming toward him in panic. What luck, it was practically throwing itself into the net. Zhang Feng wasted no time and struck again, but unexpectedly, the carp suddenly veered off and swam toward Zhang Yi. Shaoyi, the fish is heading your way, Zhang Feng called out, not wanting the fish to be snatched by others, something that happened often and had even caused fights before. Got it, big brother. Watch me. Zhang Yi gripped his net and approached the fish carefully, then suddenly lunged with the net. Unfortunately, his aim was off. He only caught half the fish. The carp thrashed in the water, struggling to break free. But Zhang Feng would not let the opportunity slip. He leapt forward, plunged both hands into the water, and firmly pressed down on the carp, capturing it. Nice job, Shaoyi. This one looks like 2.5 to 3 kilograms, said Zhang Feng, handing over the fish in praise. Haha, Zhang Yi accepted the fish with a wide grin. It was his first catch, and he was overjoyed. A big fish is coming. Quick, catch it. Catch it. At that moment, the people closest to the reservoir spillway cried out in surprise. The entire river instantly reacted. Everyone looked upstream and saw a massive black fish, over a meter long, tumbling out of the spillway and splashing into the water with a loud thud, sending up a sizable wave. This huge fish was like water splashing into hot oil. It triggered a surge of excitement among the crowd in the river, as everyone rushed upstream, hoping to catch it. Do not let it get away. The sight of the giant fish ignited the crowd's fervor. The fishing frenzy in the river grew even more intense. This was the largest fish anyone had seen today, estimated at 25 to 30 kilograms. Moreover, black snakehead fish are highly nutritious and fetch prices 2 to 3 times higher than regular fish. Catching it would mean not just a handsome profit of 7 to 800 yuan, but also considerable prestige. Still, some kept a clear head. They knew their tools and strength were not enough to handle such a large fish. After just a glance, they resumed their own efforts. Big brother, let us go. We must hurry. Zhang Yi could no longer hold back. Who would not be excited at the sight of such a large fish? Yes, we will go. But let us make something clear first. You must follow my lead. This fish is not easy to catch. We must be careful, Zhang Feng agreed. His cousin was in his 20s and physically strong, so there should not be any issues. Still, he gave a word of caution. A fish this size had strength comparable to an adult. If its tail struck someone, it would leave a massive bruise. Do not worry, big brother. I know. I will listen to you, Zhang Yi replied immediately. They had grown up together, stealing birds from trees and melons from fields, always with Zhang Feng taking the lead. They had caught fish together many times before. The two changed into wide fishing nets they had prepared. Hand nets were fine for smaller fish, but for fish weighing 10 to 15 kilograms, they were not strong enough. Bigger fish had more power, and hand nets might break under pressure. The wide nets were better suited for team efforts in capturing big fish. God! My hand is broken. My hand is broken. A man up ahead suddenly let out a painful shriek. His companion rushed him to shore, creating chaos at the scene. Someone got hit on the arm by the big fish. Sigh, that young man clearly has no experience. Exactly. A total hothead. He rushed in without thinking. I thought he was a pro. Some of those who had not gotten the chance to act were now bloating on the sidelines. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a false alarm. The man was only scared. His arm was not broken, but it had been dislocated and left immobile, so he thought it was broken. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi exchanged glances, both showing cautious expressions. Still, the incident did not deter them. They were experienced and had seen such things before. After adjusting their emotions, the two brothers continued toward the crowd surrounding the big fish. Splash! The river churned again, water turning muddy. Someone else had made a move. Everyone knew the saying, strike first to gain the upper hand, but in this case, it did not quite apply. The fish was a wild snakehead from the reservoir. Wild snakeheads were notoriously powerful, carnivorous, extremely aggressive, and even capable of attacking. To catch such a fish, the usual strategy was to wear it down first, only making a move when it was exhausted. That approach greatly increased the chances of success. Thus, Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi did not rush in. Instead, they followed the crowd, keeping a close eye on the fish's movements, waiting for the right moment to strike. That way, they avoided danger and the risk of others stealing their chance. Patience would allow them to swoop in like a predator at the right moment and reap the rewards. Sure enough, just as Zhang Feng predicted, the black snakehead was ferocious. Several groups had already tried to catch it, all failing miserably. A couple of people were even injured. Observers became more cautious. About 15 minutes passed. Zhang Feng saw that everyone was still hesitating. He realized it was time to act. If he waited any longer and the fish grew too weak, he might lose his chance. There were plenty of people nearby more experienced than him. He had to rely on his strengths. With his enhanced body, he could take the fish down now. Once he made the decision, Zhang Feng did not hesitate. He signaled Zhang Yi to get ready and immediately made his move. Ha! With a shout, Zhang Feng jumped into the water, arms open, lunging at the snakehead. His sudden action caused an uproar. Everyone, both on shore and in the river, craned their necks to see if this young man could subdue such a fierce fish. As soon as his hand touched the snakehead, it started to thrash violently. Its tail smacked the water, sending up sprays and striking Zhang Feng's arm with searing pain. But Zhang Feng did not let go. One hand held the fish down while the other formed a fist and pounded its head hard. Thump! Thump! His iron fists struck again and again. If he had used his full strength, he could have turned the fish's head into mush with one punch. But Zhang Feng could not afford to reveal that kind of strength. He had to stay discreet. The river roiled again, murky as ever. Everyone could vaguely see the fish struggling under Zhang Feng's grip. Its strength waned, resistance fading. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief. No one could have imagined that this fierce snakehead, which had evaded several strong men, would be subdued by this fair-skinned young man. Wow! After a few seconds, the crowd erupted. He caught it. The black snakehead was caught. Who is that guy? He is incredible. Unbelievable. He knocked that monster out cold. What a beast. Isn't that the eldest son of the Zhang family, the fish master? Yes. He looks gentle, but he is surprisingly strong. Many people from Zhangjiawan and nearby villages recognized him. That is right. He is from my uncle's family. That is my cousin Zhang Feng, said Zhang Yi proudly, watching his cousin's heroic feat. Ha ha ha. Big brother, you are amazing. Zhang Yi was so thrilled he leapt forward to hug Zhang Feng. All right, do not shake me. You are going to scare the fish off, Zhang Feng laughed. He was just as pleased. This snakehead was likely the biggest one caught this year, a true king among its kind. Encounters like this were incredibly rare. Young man, not only are you quick and strong, but you also have great instincts. We yield to you. Congratulations, Brother Feng. You really inherited your father's skills. Your father's fishing prowess was legendary. Even the competitors came over to congratulate him, both locals and outsiders. Everyone was genuinely impressed. Thank you. I just got lucky. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi carried the giant fish to shore while smiling and greeting the curious and congratulatory crowd. Brother, we are here. Wow. That is a huge fish. The excited voice of his younger sister Zhang Yi rang out from the riverbank. Looking over, he saw their mother leading two sisters toward them. Their faces were filled with astonishment upon seeing the fish. Mother, why did you come? The reservoir is releasing water today. It is such a lively event. Of course we had to come see, said second sister Zhanglin, happily. It felt like a festival. Since it was Saturday, both sisters had come home. Their mother, Wang Guilan, nodded and curiously asked, did you two catch that big fish? No, it was all my brother. I do not have that kind of ability, Zhang Yi answered quickly. The two sisters immediately started chattering, bombarding Zhang Feng with questions about how he caught the fish. Young man, sell me that black fish. We can negotiate the price. You will not be shortchanged. The snakehead's allure proved irresistible. Even the scalpers waiting on shore rushed over. Selling is selling, but let me weigh it first to see how heavy it is, Zhang Feng replied happily, seeing himself surrounded by eager buyers. Zhang Yi helped put the fish in a woven sack and hung it on the scale hook. Zhang Feng lifted the scale bar and soon had the weight. How much does it weigh? Let me see, let me see. Everyone pushed closer, eager to know the weight and later brag about having witnessed it. Wow! 34 kilograms. 34, someone shouted after spotting the number, clearly shocked. The crowd gasped. Some were envious, others jealous. But most simply went back to fishing, hoping for their own big catch. Young man, I will give you 16 yuan per half a kilogram. How about it? Do not listen to him. This is a wild snakehead. 16 yuan is too low, I will pay 18. 20. I offer 20. A wave of offers followed. Such a giant fish was incredibly rare. The sellers ignored their usual restraint and started bidding higher and higher. After a heated auction, a boss from the city, who had come to fish himself, won with the highest bid 25 yuan per half a kilogram. Though the other fishmongers were unwilling, they had no choice but to concede. That price was already high, and reselling would hardly be profitable. Brother, count it. 1,700 yuan in total. Is that correct? The chubby city man handed the money to Zhang Feng with a grin. Yes, exactly 1,700. The fish is yours. Zhang Feng counted 17 red 100 yuan notes and was very pleased. Brother, if you catch more fish like this in the future, contact me. I am not a middleman. I run a restaurant. I will make sure you get a good price. The man handed Zhang Feng a business card. Sorry, I do not have a card. But if I get more good fish, I will definitely contact you, Zhang Feng replied. He liked the man's straightforwardness. The man, named Niu Zheng, aptly named, since he easily weighed 100 to 150 kilograms, left joyfully with the giant fish. Zhang Feng looked down at the business card thoughtfully. Big brother, let us get back to work. I want to catch a big black fish too. Inspired by their brother, the two sisters grabbed their nets and dashed into the river, as if they saw pocket money waving to them from the water. Ha! Watching their eagerness, Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Having grown up by the river, the girls swam well. He was not worried, and it would be nice if they could earn a bit of spending money themselves. Although fishing is not easy, it is full of joy. In the entire Moon Lake village, almost everyone, men and women, young and old, joined in. From 70 or 80-year-old elders to 5 or 6-year-old children, each held a net or simply a basin, wading into the water to catch fish. Watch out, little duck. At that moment, the youngest son of Uncle Ernio's family, nicknamed Little Duck, spotted a fish. The little guy was just about to spring into action, when he suddenly slipped and fell into the water with a splash, becoming completely soaked. Oh no! My fish got away. Although he was only 5 years old, he did not cry after the fall. He got up at once and, upon realizing his fish was gone, his little face wrinkled in frustration and disappointment. Seeing Little Duck's angry yet adorable expression made everyone burst into laughter. Little Duck, quack quack quack, tried to catch a fish, took a tumble, got up again, and the fish was gone. Ha ha ha. A few mischievous village children, seeing Little Duck soak like a drowned rat, or rather, a drenched duck, laughed gleefully, reveling in the moment. Little Duck was infuriated. He scooped up a handful of water and splashed it at his enemies, uncaring whether he hit innocent bystanders. The pranksters responded immediately, and soon a full-blown water fight broke out among them. Watching the village children splashing and playing in the river, Zhang Feng found it highly amusing. They reminded him of his own carefree childhood, joyful and worry-free. As time passed, more and more people learned about the reservoir release and came from all directions. The number of people in the Dabang River increased, and the atmosphere grew ever more festive. Whoosh! Zhang Feng, quick-eyed and fast-handed, spotted a silver carp and instantly lunged with his net. Wow, big brother, you are amazing, Zhang Lin could not help but exclaim after seeing him catch yet another fish. In just half an hour, Zhang Feng had already caught over 10 fish. At first, a few still managed to escape, but the more he practiced, the more accurate he became. This was already his 6th perfect catch in a row. Yes, big brother, did you take stimulants or something? How are you landing every single one? His younger sister was just as amazed. Zhang Feng had never been this skilled before. Not even the most experienced local fishing masters could compare. Today, it was as though he had divine assistance, 15 or 16 fish in just over an hour. Aside from the large black fish he sold, the remaining fish on the riverbank probably weighed another 60 to 65 kilograms. That alone could sell for over 1,000 yuan. His stunning performance caught a lot of attention and curiosity. Whenever Zhang Feng made a move, a crowd would gather nearby, probably hoping to learn his miraculous technique. In just over an hour, according to some estimates, Zhang Feng had already made more than 2,000 yuan, close to 3,000. If he kept going for another hour or two, he could easily earn 5 to 6,000 yuan, an amount equal to a year's worth of farming income. But Zhang Feng did not possess some secret technique, he simply had beginner hunting skills and had undergone genetic modification. His body was enhanced to extraordinary levels, his eyes sharp and reflexes fast. His precision in catching fish was unmatched, and no one could replicate it even if they tried. Big brother, look, I caught a fish too. I caught one too. Soon, younger sister Zhang Yu had her first catch. She grabbed it excitedly and ran over to share her joy with Zhang Feng. But due to a moment of carelessness, the large silver carp suddenly leaped and escaped from the net. Oh no, bring the net quickly. Luckily, Zhang Feng reacted swiftly, grabbing the fleeing fish with one hand. If he had missed, the cooked duck would have flown away, and his sister might have cried her eyes out. Ugh, this fish is evil. It actually dared to escape from me. Let us see how I deal with you, she muttered with her adorable tiger teeth showing, gripping the fish tightly. Soon after, Zhang Feng saw that his second sister, Zhang Lin, had also made a catch, a carp weighing about 1 to 1.5 kilograms. Her face finally showed a cheerful smile as she placed it in her sister's net and continued diligently searching the river for more. Time ticked by. Fewer and fewer fish were being flushed out from the reservoir. The fish were not stupid, they could sense the suction of the outflow and swam far away to avoid it. Only the unlucky ones were flushed out, so the further time went on, the fewer fish appeared. But people continued to gather. Every time a fish was spotted, a scramble would ensue. But by now, people were no longer just thinking of money, fishing had become pure fun. As all the fish were caught, the adults and elders gradually left the river. Those who remained were playful youngsters or visiting tourists from the city, still splashing and laughing in the Dabang River, keeping the energy high. On the way home, every member of the family wore a bright smile. In just half a day, Zhang Feng had caught over 100 kilograms of fish, and that did not include the largest blackfish king. In just a few hours, he had earned 3,000 yuan, an unprecedented achievement that made everyone envious. The others had good harvests too. Zhang Yi had caught 35 to 40 kilograms and made over 500 yuan. The two sisters had teamed up and earned over 100 yuan, splitting 50 to 60 each, their faces blooming with delight. Even 5-year-old little duck had managed to catch 2 grass carp, selling them for over 30 yuan. Almost everyone in Moon Lake Village had something to show for the day. Zhang Feng kept one large silver carp to bring home. The rest he sold to the fishmongers. That night's dinner was a true feast. And not just at Zhang Feng's house, the entire Moon Lake Village was filled with the aroma of fresh fish. The head and tail of the silver carp were used to make pickled fish head tofu soup, seasoned with ginger and scallions, producing a rich and savory aroma that whetted everyone's appetite. The body was made into spicy braised fish with a variety of spices, facing heaven chili peppers, ginger, garlic, cilantro, all grown in the backyard, which had flourished under the nourishment of the solar bloom growth agent. The flavor was noticeably better. Even Zhang Feng was surprised that the growth agent he had sprayed that morning had taken effect by afternoon. Since the agent had no harmful side effects, it was completely safe to eat. The vegetarian dishes included cold cucumber salad, pumpkin and cowpea soup, a serving of steamed greens, and a bowl of fiery red dipping sauce enough to make mouths water. Wow, it smells so good. We have not had meat in ages. Zheng Yu sniffed deeply and exclaimed in delight, savoring the fragrance. Life at home will only get better, Zhang Feng thought silently. Ever since their father passed away, life had been getting harder and harder. Their mother had to raise 4 children alone, and after the funeral, the eldest sister had gone to Zhejiang province to work. At home remained Zhang Feng and his 2 younger sisters. Zhang Feng was already 25. He had graduated 3 years ago but accomplished nothing, idling at home and rarely stepping outside. The 2 younger sisters were still in school. Zhang Yu, the youngest, was 16 and about to start high school. Zhang Lin, the second sister, was 18 and had just over a month left before her college entrance exams. Both were top students in the county's best high school, the pride of their mother and the Zhang family. Everyone hoped they would be admitted to university. Time to eat. At their mother's call, the little glutton Zhang Yu finally began her feast. One moment she was eating the tender fish meat, the next she was crunching on crispy braised chunks, her mouth greasy with satisfaction. Zhang Lin ate more elegantly, slowly picking out bones with care and grace. The sisters' personalities were completely different. Zhang Yu was lively and talkative, a future tomboy. Zhang Lin was gentle, introverted, and meticulous, not one to stand out in a crowd. Mother, you eat too. The fish is so delicious today. And the pumpkin and cowpeas taste better than usual. How odd, said Zhang Yu with puffed cheeks, speaking through mouthfuls. Yes, the vegetables are indeed tastier than yesterday. I thought it was just me, Zhang Lin agreed. Mother tasted them and was also surprised. Ha! Today's cowpea and pumpkin are indeed more fragrant and sweet. No one could figure out why, but since there were no ill effects, they let it go. Only Zhang Feng knew the truth, it was the solar bloom growth agent at work. Feeling slightly guilty, he chose not to explain. After all, who would understand? So he simply buried his head in his bowl and kept eating in silence. With the rapid development of the national economy in recent years, people are no longer satisfied with merely having enough to eat and wear. With more disposable income, they want to travel and explore. More and more people are going on trips, so the prospects for rural homestays are excellent. Moon Lake Village is not only rich in tourism resources but also conveniently located. A smooth asphalt road runs right past the village, and it is only 4 or 5 kilometers from the county town. So, on weekends, many people come to the village for leisure and entertainment. Therefore, Zhang Feng planned to open a rural homestay. Since the village did not yet have a developed homestay industry, visitors found it inconvenient to eat and stay. Moreover, the existing homestays were poorly managed by villagers themselves, with no professional guidance and subpar hygiene and environment, indicating huge potential for growth. Moon Lake is picturesque, with mountains and water offering stunning views. Tourists can fish in the lake, boat, swim, or sunbathe on the riverbanks, lying in recliners with milk tea beside them, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the countryside. So every weekend, a large number of tourists visit. While it may not be a sea of people, the number is still considerable. Opening a homestay has great prospects. With vegetables enhanced by the solar bloom growth agent and Zhang Feng's amazing cooking skills, the homestay was bound to be a hit. The next morning, just after dawn, Zhang Feng got up, washed up, and began practicing the 38th set of cosmic health exercises. The 38th set of cosmic health exercises was created by the Central Galactic Empire over billions of years. It was a nationwide fitness martial art, divided into 9 levels, each with 3 movements. Zhang Feng had just begun practicing the first movement of the first level. As expected, the cosmic health exercises lived up to their name. Though Zhang Feng was drenched in sweat after clumsily finishing a set, he felt stronger and more energetic. Ding dong! Side mission activated, renovate the rural courtyard. As a promising new farmer of the era, should you not have a beautiful rural courtyard? Reward, 200 points and 1 lottery draw. Just as Zhang Feng finished his exercises, the system issued a new mission. Zhang Feng was delighted, it was not a difficult task. He only needed to repair the collapsed wall, tidy up the messy yard, and plant some flowers and plants. The generous reward made him very happy. Looking at the overgrown weeds in the yard and the collapsed wall scattered with stones, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. To him, these were points just waiting to be collected. Rural courtyards are usually built casually, not carefully landscaped. The yards are disorderly and lack aesthetic or artistic sense. Zhang Feng planned to make a simple renovation of the front yard. He would rebuild the collapsed stone wall, trim the wildly growing morning glories, and train them to wind along the wall, creating a sea of beautiful flowers. Crazy brother, look what I just caught. As Zhang Feng was working on the wall, he saw Little Duck approaching mysteriously, holding a plastic bottle. What is it? Zhang Feng asked curiously, peering over. Hee hee, look. It is a crab I caught, the little one said proudly, shaking the bottle. Zhang Feng saw the tiny crab claws waving and recognized it as a common river crab found on the riverbanks, scientifically known as Ariacaire sinensis, Chinese mitten crab. River crabs are a common freshwater product with delicious taste and rich nutritional value. They have high economic worth. But in rural areas, people are not particularly fond of them because of their hard shells and minimal meat. These crabs usually live in stone crevices or under rocks. To find them, one must lift stones, hence the local term moving crabs for crab hunting. It is just a river crab. What is so special about that? Zhang Feng thought Little Duck had found something rare. But then again, for a 5-year-old, catching a crab was definitely a big deal. Hey, did you not see all the baby crabs inside? It took me so long to catch them, the child protested when he saw his efforts dismissed. Oh, there really are baby crabs. Zhang Feng took a closer look. Sure enough, there were several tiny crab hatchlings, about the size of mung beans, their gray bodies spider-like, lacking the usual crab majesty. How about you give me your crabs? I will trade you a cucumber, Zhang Feng proposed. He planned to release the crab hatchlings into the backyard stream to see if they could survive. It did not matter if they failed, it was worth trying. The child only caught the crabs for fun, and if they died, he would toss them aside. So he happily agreed to trade them for a cucumber. Wow, your cucumbers are so delicious and sweet, crazy brother, the child chomped joyfully, praising them as if he had never eaten anything tastier. Of course. My cucumbers are a premium variety, definitely better than the regular ones, Zhang Feng lied casually while continuing to rebuild the courtyard wall. The cucumbers he had watered with the growth agent the day before were a lush, vibrant green, like pieces of jade, and incredibly fragrant. The little one was so delighted he stuffed his mouth full. Hey, do not touch that, it is a broken bowl flower. If you touch it, you will break bowls at home, and your dad will beat you, Zhang Feng joked when he saw Little Duck reaching for a morning glory. But you touched it, too. Why can you touch it and I cannot? The little one retorted, not easily fooled, but still withdrew his hand. Because the broken bowl flower only causes children to break bowls. Grown-ups are safe. Why do only children break bowls if they touch it? He persisted. Hee, go home and ask your dad that, Zhang Feng replied with a chuckle. Chatting idly with Little Duck, Zhang Feng soon finished rebuilding the collapsed wall. He also trimmed the chaotic morning glories, cutting away excess vines and tying the rest to the wall with string. Morning glories, also called broken bowl flowers in the village, are common wildflowers in rural areas. In truth, morning glories and broken bowl flowers are two different plants that look very similar, so people often confuse them. Both belong to the Convolvulaceae family and are commonly referred to as trumpet flowers. However, morning glories are from the Ipomoea genus, while broken bowl flowers are from a different genus. They are thus different species within the same family. By late morning, Zhang Feng had cleaned the entire courtyard. Looking at the newly repaired wall and the neatly arranged plants, he felt refreshed. The entire front yard now exuded a peaceful and cozy charm. Not bad. Why did I never notice that our yard had such gardening potential? Zhang Feng said narcissistically. Surveying his 100 square meter yard, he noted a huge cypress tree near the gate, said to be 70 or 80 years old. The evergreen tree provided shade year-round. In summer, it was like a giant umbrella, covering half the yard. Under its cool canopy stood 2 stone tables. When his grandfather was alive, he used to drink tea there in a reclining chair. The left side of the courtyard was the wall he had just rebuilt. Morning glories climbed all over it, blooming in various colors. The pink flowers were as delicate and beautiful as fairy dresses hanging from the wall. The pure white ones resembled Snow White's gown, innocent and elegant. The enchanting sky blue flowers were like seductive blue roses, alluring and mesmerizing. Only those who had closely observed morning glories would recognize their natural beauty. Though untended and wild, they still bloomed brilliantly, full of rustic charm. On the right side of the yard was the home of the Calabash brothers, a gourd vine covered in little green gourds. Planted in the corner of the wall, the lush gourd vine bore delicate, pale white blossoms, fresh, elegant, and understated. In rural homes, gourds are typically used as water dippers. Zhang Feng's family used a gourd dipper. On a hot summer day, drinking from it brought cool and refreshing relief. Some households would hollow out the gourds to make water flasks. When going up the mountains, they were convenient for carrying water. If filled with wine, they became wine flasks. These were well-known uses. But not everyone knew that some used gourds as feng shui instruments or decorative art pieces. In some regions, gourds had even become the basis of small-scale industries. Brother, you are up so early today? Little sister opened the door, preparing to fetch water to wash up, when she was surprised to see her older brother already standing in the courtyard. Based on past experience, Zhang Feng should still be in bed at this hour. What is so surprising about that? As the saying goes, judge a man with new eyes after 3 days, Zhang Feng chuckled. Deep inside, he knew he was no longer the same person he used to be. Wow! Did you repair the courtyard wall? Suddenly, the little sister noticed the completely renewed courtyard wall, covered in beautiful morning glories, looking like a colorful painting. She asked in disbelief. Of course. Who else besides me could have done it? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, feeling that his sister lacked appreciation. He, big brother, since when did you become so diligent? Zhang Yu knew that the courtyard wall had been collapsed for over a year. Their mother had been complaining about it for just as long, yet no one had fixed it. She found it unbelievable that the laziest person in the family had actually gotten up early to repair the yard. Maybe big brother took the wrong medicine today? She shook her head, still in disbelief. What do you mean become so diligent? I have always been hardworking, just not in such an obvious way, Zhang Feng replied, full of self-pride. His little sister gave him a theatrical sigh, then went on to wash up. Having repaired the courtyard wall and removed the weeds, Zhang Feng looked over his work with satisfaction. The first stage of the renovation was complete. As for planting flowers and greenery, that was not something that could be done in a day or two. It would take effort just to find wildflowers up in the mountains. So Zhang Feng clapped his hands and called it a day for the renovation work. Since both his sisters had finally come home for the weekend, Zhang Feng decided to cook a special meal for them and give them some extra nourishment. His youngest sister was about to take her high school entrance exams, and the second sister Zhang Lin would be facing the college entrance exams next month. Zhang Feng had gone through it all himself and knew how intense their studies were. In the past, he had given up on himself, but ever since receiving the system, Zhang Feng felt hopeful about the future and looked forward to life once again. He also wanted his family to live healthy, happy lives. Next, Zhang Feng grabbed a bucket and a net and headed to the stream in the backyard. He remembered that there were quite a few yellow eels in the stream, but they were too wild and hard to catch. So Zhang Feng had never bothered with them before. But now, he held a secret weapon, diluted solar bloom growth agent. This substance had an incredible attraction for animals, more effective than any bait. Zhang Feng opened the bottle cap and poured the diluted solution into the center of the stream. Holding the net in his right hand, he got ready. Splash, splash. As expected, the water began to ripple as movement stirred below. Animals were causing ripples in the stream. The eels hiding in the bottom crevices smelled the growth agent and shot out of their dens like arrows. One after another, they darted toward the scent. In an instant, the stream became a frenzy. Usually timid eels now acted as if on steroids, racing to the surface and thrashing around, absorbing the growth agent with great enthusiasm. But they did not know that danger was near. It was all a human trap. Veteran Zhang Feng was not about to miss such a perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he struck with his net. 7 or 8 plump eels became his spoils of war. Wow! So many eels? At some point, his little sister had arrived behind him. Seeing the swarm of eels in the stream, densely packed like a flood, Zhang Yu was stunned and cried out in surprise. Shoo, keep it down, or you will scare the eels away, Zhang Feng teased her. Usually, he was the one getting pranked by this mischievous little sister. At his words, Zhang Yu quickly covered her mouth, tiptoed forward, and stretched her head to peer into the stream. Her bright little eyes were fixed on the eels, as if she wanted to dive in and catch them all. Zhang Feng smiled at her reaction but kept working quickly. His supply of growth agent was limited, so he made the most of it, swiftly scooping eels into the bucket. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the bucket was full. There were at least 7.5 to 10 kilograms of eels. Although there were still many left in the stream, Zhang Feng stopped. He would not be foolish enough to exhaust the resource in one go. He had already designated this as his treasure trove, a place to harvest eels sustainably. Come on, brother, catch more. Why are you stopping? Zhang Yu asked anxiously, staring at the swarming eels. Look, the bucket is already full. I will catch more next time, they are not going anywhere, Zhang Feng explained with a smile. Alright then, Zhang Yu nodded slowly. She agreed that it would be wasteful to catch more without a plan to use them right away. What are you going to do with all these? Why not sell them? She suddenly suggested. Good idea. In fact, let us make that your honorable duty, Zhang Feng said. He had been too busy catching eels to think about what to do with them. Originally, he planned to stir-fry a few for lunch and release the rest. But her idea sounded better. Selling them for some extra income was not a bad move. After all, their family was not wealthy. Leave it to me. Being from a poor family, Zhang Yu was used to taking initiative. Selling things was no big deal to her. It was the weekend, and many tourists were visiting Moon Lake. If she set the eels by the house entrance, curious customers would surely stop by. Where did you get so many eels? Seeing the siblings carry a large bucket full of lively eels, their mother was shocked. Zhang Lin, the second sister, also stared in disbelief. From the stream behind the house, of course. You would not believe it. Zhang Yu eagerly embellished the story to both of them, beaming with pride as if she had caught all the eels herself. Selling eels. Fresh wild eels for sale. Just caught. Wild yellow eels. Come quickly if you want some. Zhang Yu sat on a small stool by the door, holding a scale, loudly calling out to tourists by the lake. Hearing her voice, many visitors were drawn over. Even those not intending to buy came to see the commotion. Wild eels were rare these days. Wow, these eels are huge, each must weigh at least 1/4 of a kilogram, exclaimed one tourist. So many? Are they really wild? Asked another, suspicious. Pesticide use had wiped out wild eels in many rural areas. Seeing 10 kilograms of them all at once raised eyebrows. Little girl, are these really wild eels? Asked a middle-aged man directly. Of course. Caught just now from the stream. Look how wild they are. You can ask around, we do not raise eels here, Zhang Yu replied smoothly. Let me see. Let me see. An elderly man in a martial arts suit approached, picked up an eel, and examined it closely. Excellent. Definitely wild. Look how slim it is, not as fat as farmed ones. Strong and lively. The color is dark with yellow tones, just like the ones I used to catch when I was young, the old man said, delighted. Little girl, how much per half a kilogram? 50 yuan per half a kilogram, how does that sound? Zhang Yu offered boldly, though a bit nervous it might scare him off. That is not expensive. I will take 1 kilogram, no, 2.5. I want to bring more home, the man responded joyfully. Wild eels this good were rare. Give me 1 kilogram. I want 3. Hey, take it easy. Leave some for the rest of us. 50 yuan per half a kilogram for wild eels was a fair price. The crowd surged. Many visitors walked away disappointed, having arrived too late to buy. Brother, look how much money we made. Zhang Yu ran toward Zhang Feng, jumping with excitement, clutching a thick wad of bills. Haha, you are amazing, sold it all so fast. Zhang Feng took the money and counted it over 1,200 yuan. In the end, Zhang Feng gave each of his sisters 100 yuan as pocket money and handed the rest to their mother. Seeing the smiles on their faces, he felt warm and content inside. An unexpected windfall. The entire family was overjoyed, especially their mother Wang Guilan, who was so moved she nearly cried. Her son had finally begun to change. He no longer spent all day holed up in his room on the internet, nor did he sleep in until the sun was high in the sky. He had become industrious. Zhang Feng had no idea that his recent transformation had not gone unnoticed. His mother had been quietly observing, remembering everything. Soon, the family happily began preparing lunch. Zhang Lin, Zhang Yu, go to the backyard and pick some facing heaven peppers, some ginger, and wash them clean. I will make stir-fried yellow eel for you, Zhang Feng instructed his sisters while cleaning the eels. Stir-fried yellow eel required a generous amount of spices. Peppers, ginger, scallions, and garlic all helped remove the earthy taste. Add some cooking wine, and the dish would be deliciously fragrant. Just thinking about it made Zhang Feng salivate. Yay! We are having eel soon. Little sister shouted joyfully, dancing with excitement. Zhang Lin shook her head and smiled. There was no dealing with her wild little sister. So good. It tastes amazing. At the table, little sister could not wait for everyone to be seated before digging in. Mom, try some too. The eel is spicy and flavorful. Big brother's cooking is fantastic. Here, brother, have the biggest piece. You are today's hero, Zhang Yu said, while stuffing food into her mouth and adding more to Zhang Feng's bowl. You little rascal. Their mother, Wang Guilan, looked at her youngest daughter with affection and smiled warmly. Though the meal was simple, the family felt satisfied. With little sister's lively banter, they all felt that this peaceful, joyful life was a blessing even if modest. After lunch, the sisters packed up, took some homemade chili oil from their mother, and boarded the bus back to the county town. There was no drawn-out farewell or dramatic goodbye. This routine had long since become normal. In the countryside, children are rarely sentimental, they are always rushing for their own survival. Seeing them off. Once the sisters were gone, the house suddenly fell quiet. Without his chatty little sister around, Zhang Feng felt a bit unsettled. He lay leisurely in the courtyard, just a table, a chair, and a pot of tea. Suddenly, Zhang Feng realized this kind of life was beautiful in its own way, plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, at peace with the southern mountains. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. During the busy seasons, he could tend the fields. In his free time, he could lounge in a chair, sipping bitter village tea and enjoying the countryside's tranquility. He could take in the scenic beauty of Moon Lake, breathe the fresh air, and at night, gaze at the vast, star-filled sky. Ding dong! System side mission activated, inspect the roof tiles. As a progressive new farmer of this era, the host ought to have a watertight house of blue bricks and black tiles. Mission duration, 3 days. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Zhang Feng's relaxed expression immediately froze. Fuck you, system. I finally get a chance to rest, and you throw another task at me? Are you trying to kill me with work? This is already the second mission today. Fucking hell, Zhang Feng muttered bitterly as he began reviewing the system's new task. Reluctantly, Zhang Feng got up and looked at the rooftop overgrown with weeds, utterly helpless. He had never fixed a roof before. Fortunately, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. That made him think of a joke. One day, after finishing lunch, Tang Sanzang said to Beiji, "Beiji, go run a lap for me." Beiji patted his belly, wondering if his master was trying to get him to lose weight. Though reluctant, he figured his master meant well, so he began jogging. Curious, Yukong asked, "Master, why are you making Beiji run laps today?" Tang Sanzang sighed and said, "Alas, I grew up in a monastery. I have never eaten pork, nor even seen a pig run." Upon hearing this, Beiji fainted on the spot. The ever-slow Sha monk rushed over to help him, only to realize what was said and burst into laughter. Beiji vomited blood and fainted again. With a master like that, how could anyone survive? Back to the roof, Zhang Feng was also a complete novice. In the past, his father had always done such repairs. But Zhang Feng had at least watched many times. Though inexperienced, he was not clueless. He carried out the long ladder and propped it against the eaves, then slowly climbed up. Working at height required caution. Every step had to be solidly placed on a beam to avoid slipping or misstepping, which could be dangerous. Standing carefully at the roof's edge, Zhang Feng first pulled out the weeds growing between the tiles, then cleaned off the dirt before resetting the tiles. Fixing roof tiles also had its rules. You had to pay attention to the gaps, maintain the right slope, and place intact tiles as the base layer. The tiles above could be slightly damaged. As long as they were arranged properly, the roof would not leak. "Be careful, Xiaofeng," his mother called out from the courtyard, looking up with concern. "Do not worry, Mom. I will be careful," Zhang Feng replied, waving to her with a smile. He, too, valued his safety. At first, Zhang Feng was clumsy. But as he got into a rhythm, pulling weeds, clearing dirt, inspecting and replacing tiles, his movements grew smoother and faster. "Ha! Xiaofeng is fixing the roof?" At that moment, Uncle Ernie passed by and called out. "Yes, Uncle Ernie. Off to enjoy some leisure?" Uncle Ernie was only 3 or 4 years older than Zhang Feng, yet his child was already old enough to run errands. Zhang Feng's future wife was still being raised in some mother-in-law's home. He joked to himself. "Leisure, my ass. That brat of mine still has not come home for lunch. I am out looking for him," Uncle Ernie said, clearly annoyed. His son was a handful, always climbing trees or catching fish in the river. At 5 years old, he was already a major headache. "Little duck? I saw him earlier. Probably catching crabs at the riverbank. Go check there," Zhang Feng said. He had even traded some crablings with him earlier that day. The boy was so playful. It was past 1 o'clock and still no sign of him at home. "Really? I will check. That little rascal, this time I am tanning his hide," Uncle Ernie muttered as he rushed off. Zhang Feng chuckled and got back to work. In the countryside, kids like that were everywhere, roaming wild. A child who stayed home reading would be considered strange. Soon, he heard loud wailing from afar. Turning around, Zhang Feng saw Little Duck running toward him, clutching his rear and bawling. Clearly, he had been punished. "You little bastard. Missed lunch again? Next time I will beat you to death," Uncle Ernie shouted behind him. "Old habits die hard." Zhang Feng shook his head. Country kids grew up under strict discipline. Even after a spanking, they would be back to their antics the next day. Mischief was in their nature. Smiling, Zhang Feng returned to his work. Thanks to the genetic serum, his strength, speed, and reflexes had all been greatly enhanced. His actions became faster and smoother. He was as efficient as any professional roofer. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for completing the roof repair task. You have earned 1 lottery draw. Would you like to use it now? 2 hours later, Zhang Feng stretched his back, having completed the entire roof inspection. Looking at the freshly arranged, even roof tiles, he was filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Feng smiled slightly. "Not yet. Save it for now." He climbed down from the roof and looked around at the blue brick, black tile courtyard, neat and orderly. Though simple, it had a unique rustic charm. If he planted some wildflowers, it would be even more beautiful. Time flies. Early the next morning, after finishing his body-strengthening exercises, Zhang Feng followed his mother to the fields to weed. In the fresh morning light of Zhangjiawan, the sun shone brightly, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. The air was incredibly fresh, and a deep breath of it felt rejuvenating. Dewdrops along the mountain path glistened like crystals on the grass and soon soaked Zheng Feng's clothes. Just like the ancient poet Tao Yuanming once wrote, "The path is narrow and overgrown, evening dew soaks my clothes. But what do wet clothes matter, so long as I stay true to my heart's desire?" Zheng Feng no longer wanted to live as a lowly freeloader. He no longer wished to escape life or waste his days. Though the road underfoot was muddy, he pressed forward undeterred. Even living in the countryside, he was determined to live a life of purpose and brilliance. Arriving at the familiar yet strangely distant field, he saw lush green corn seedlings growing vigorously. Dewdrops shimmered in rainbow hues as they caught the light, and a gentle breeze stirred up waves of emerald green, a sight so soothing it lifted the spirit. Following behind his mother, Zhang Feng energetically pulled weeds from the field. The fourth lunar month marked the beginning of the rainy season, so the soil was well moistened. Crops flourished, but so did the weeds. Beneath the corn plants, they grew densely. The most common were green bristlegrass and wild peanuts, both resilient and tough to eradicate. Cutting only the visible parts was merely a temporary fix. Their roots would quickly sprout again. As the saying goes, if you do not remove the roots, spring winds will bring them back to life. Zhang Feng had done weeding before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. He quickly got into the groove, and thanks to his enhanced physique, he worked at lightning speed. With one sweep, he cleared wide patches, moving fast as if never tiring. Watching her son work, Wang Guilan was filled with comfort and pride. She smiled and nodded, seeing that her son had truly matured and stepped out of his once shut-off world. Very soon, 2 hours flew by. After their hard work, the field was finally cleared of weeds. Straightening up and looking over the clean, orderly cornfield, Zhang Feng felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Physical labor truly brought peace and joy. Now the sun stood high overhead. Weeding complete, Zhang Feng's mood relaxed. The soft spring breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and earth, easing his fatigue and filling him with a cool freshness. What is that smell? Zhang Feng twitched his nose. He had caught a strong fragrance. His face lit up, and he followed the scent, sensing something valuable. Ah! Mushrooms, lots of them. About 10 meters away, he saw a large patch of Jizone mushrooms and exclaimed in delight. "Mushrooms?" his mother called out as she approached. "Mom, bring the basket, there are so many." Zhang Feng could hardly believe his luck. "Wonderful. Seems today's fortune is good." Wang Guilan walked over with a basket on her back. Seeing the mushrooms her son had found, she beamed with joy. The Jizone mushroom, also known as the king of wild delicacies, is not only delicious but highly nutritious. It can sell for over 100 yuan per half a kilogram and is very rare and sought after. These mushrooms typically grow on termite nests. Both mother and son worked carefully, afraid of damaging the termite mounds or mycelium, otherwise, no mushrooms would grow there next year. 1, 2. Soon they had picked them all. They filled a large basket and estimated 10 to 15 kilograms, a significant haul. Ha ha! Looks like my son's luck really has turned. The day before yesterday, he had earned over 3,000 yuan from fishing, equivalent to a month's wages for a migrant worker. Yesterday, he made over 1,000 selling eels. And now this full basket of mushrooms would fetch at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Wang Guilan quickly calculated in her mind nearly 6,000 to 7,000 yuan in just 3 days. The thought brought a broad smile to her face. Returning home, Zhang Feng immediately looked for a buyer. "Hello, Boss Neo? This is the guy who sold you the black fish the other day. My name is Zhang Feng." Yes, that's right. No, that fish was just luck. But today I found 10 to 15 kilograms of Jizone mushrooms. Do you buy those? That many? Of course I buy. Please save them for me, do not sell them to anyone else. I will be there right away. Boss Neo hurriedly hung up and rushed towards Zhangjiawan. Is that really necessary? Zhang Feng muttered, puzzled. Brother, where are the mushrooms? Quick, let me see. In less than half an hour, Boss Neo arrived from town. As soon as he saw Zhang Feng, he could not wait to ask. No rush, Boss Neo. I will bring them out now. Zhang Feng poured him tea. Seeing the urgency in Neo's expression, Zhang Feng knew he might get a good price. Boss Neo gulped down the tea and waited anxiously. Zhang Feng soon brought out the basket and placed it before him. Wonderful. I am in for a real treat. Neo picked up a mushroom and swallowed hard, looking as though he wanted to eat it raw, clearly a true foodie. Forgive me, brother. I cannot help myself. Just look at my figure and you will understand, he explained, rubbing his belly. No worries at all. Zhang Feng held back a laugh. Loving good food is only natural. I enjoy it too. Is that so? then I will not let you lose out. These are top quality. I will give you 150 yuan per half a kilogram. How does that sound? Much appreciated, Boss Nyo. Though Jizong mushrooms were rare, they usually sold for around 120 to 130 yuan per half a kilogram, sometimes even as low as 100. Zhang Feng had not expected such a generous offer. Call me Brother Nyo, no need for formality. And if you find more treasures, be sure to let me know. Of course. Next time I will save them just for you, Zhang Feng promised. They settled the bill. 14 kilograms of mushrooms came to a total of 4,200 yuan. Brother, do not forget to call me next time. Brother Nyo, do not rush off. If you are not in a hurry, why not stay for a simple meal? I caught 1 kilogram of yellow eel yesterday. Let us enjoy a drink together. Wild caught? As expected of a foodie, the moment he heard food, his departing steps froze. Of course, caught from the stream. No way they were farmed, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Well, I will not say no then. Boss Nyo rubbed his hands together, a bit embarrassed. Make yourself comfortable, Brother Nyo. I will go clean the eels. No need, I will come along to watch. Oh wow, these are some fine eels. Today I am truly in for a feast. Seeing the lively yellow eels swimming in the basin, Boss Nyo's eyes sparkled, and he swallowed hard. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Zhang Feng moved even faster than the day before. Soon the ingredients were prepared, the stove was lit by his mother, and all was ready. He began cooking. Since they had a guest, Zhang Feng prepared more than just stir-fried eel. He also made stir-fried red mushrooms with green peppers, cured pork with fish mint, and a simple stir-fried cabbage dish. Before long, the kitchen was filled with rich aromas. Boss Nyo stared hungrily into the kitchen like a greedy child, with none of the usual airs of a restaurant owner. This made him feel more genuine, sincere, and easy to get along with. Delicious, absolutely delicious. In front of the food, Boss Nyo devoured the meal without the slightest concern for appearances. Brother, your cooking skills are truly unmatched, the rotund Boss Nyo praised while chewing. I have eaten at many 5-star restaurants, but none compare to your food. To be honest, with your skills, you could easily land a head chef job at a top hotel with 1 million yuan annual salary. What do you think? Want me to make some introductions? Boss Nyo could not stop praising Zhang Feng's culinary mastery. Thank you, Brother Nyo. I am not an ambitious man. I am used to a relaxed life and afraid I could not handle that kind of pressure, Zhang Feng replied with a smile, politely declining. Ah, that is fine. This kind of life is great too, it means I can come around more often for food and drinks. Cheers, brother. Boss Nyo, though slightly disappointed, consoled himself at the thought of having regular access to Zhang Feng's cooking. You are always welcome here, Brother Nyo. Cheers. With that, Zhang Feng downed a glass of beer in one go. Ah, that hit the spot burp. Boss Nyo let out a satisfied belch after enjoying the yellow eel and flavorful red mushrooms. Ah, excuse me, auntie, he quickly apologized to Zhang Feng's mother. No worries. Being able to eat well is a blessing, Wang Guolan replied cheerfully, clearly happy to have such a hearty guest. She preferred guests like him. Some people nitpicked everything, and those were difficult to host. After the meal, the two sat in the courtyard sipping tea leisurely. That meal was phenomenal. I have not eaten so well in ages, said Boss Nyo, rubbing his round belly, utterly content. As long as you enjoyed it, Brother Nyo, Zhang Feng said modestly. By the way, does your restaurant buy other kinds of mushrooms? We have a good amount of red mushrooms and porcini around here. Of course. I have been wanting to develop new mushroom dishes for a while, but I could not find a stable supplier. Brother, you are my lucky star. Whatever you can find, I will buy, Boss Nyo replied excitedly. Their interests aligned perfectly. After some discussion, they agreed that Zhang Feng would collect wild mushrooms in the village, do some basic cleaning, and then sell them to Boss Nyo. The prices were 30 yuan per half a kilogram for red mushrooms, 20 yuan per half a kilogram for porcini, and similar prices for other varieties. With the agreement settled, Boss Nyo prepared to leave. Zhang Feng gave him 1 kilogram of yellow eel from the backyard stream and some dried mushrooms from last year. Boss Nyo gratefully accepted and left happily, carrying the goods. Xiaofeng, who was that just now? Second uncle asked curiously when they met at the gate. Just a restaurant owner from the county, the same one who bought the black fish the other day, Zhang Feng replied honestly. Oh, that guy. What did he come for today? Nothing much. I just sold him over 10 kilograms of G-zone mushrooms. Zhang Feng smiled and explained everything that had happened. Wow. You made over 4,000 yuan just this morning, his cousin, who had quietly walked up, exclaimed in disbelief. 4,000 yuan? Uncle Ernio came over with a cow, likely after grazing it, just in time to hear the news. It is true, the cousin went on excitedly, explaining how Zhang Feng had made over 4,000 yuan in just a few hours. The news shocked Uncle Ernie. He stood there wide-eyed, his face filled with envy. He pinched Zhang Feng's arm and demanded a treat. Zhang Feng promised to buy him drinks that evening, which finally appeased him. "Oh right, second uncle, Uncle Ernie of Bosnia also asked me to help him collect mushrooms. He will pay 120 yuan per half a kilogram for G-zone, 15 yuan for red mushrooms, and 12 yuan for porcini." Zhang Feng then shared his plan and asked them to spread the word. Seriously? The two were stunned. Everyone knew that G-zone mushrooms were expensive, but who would have thought that red mushrooms and porcini, which grew everywhere in the mountains, could also fetch such a good price? Of course. Why would I lie about this? Cash on delivery, no delays or excuses, Zhang Feng assured them firmly. Great, great. Looks like our village is about to gain a new source of income. Uncle Ernio's eyes lit up at the thought of all the mushrooms in the hills, and he was eager to set off immediately. Well done, Xiaofeng. You have truly grown up. Second uncle was relieved and proud to see his nephew stepping up and supporting the family instead of hiding away with a computer. Thanks to their efforts, the entire village soon learned that Zhang Feng was buying mushrooms at high prices. One by one, people came to his house to confirm. Xiaofeng, I heard you are buying mushrooms? Third aunt was the quickest to arrive and immediately asked. Yes, starting tomorrow, Zhang Feng once again explained the types of mushrooms and their prices. Xiaofeng, I heard you were buying mushrooms. As soon as he sent third aunt off, second grandpa came in, out of breath, eagerly asking. Yes, second grandpa, please sit and rest. Do not worry yourself out. Seeing the 70-year-old man gasping for air, Zhang Feng genuinely worried for his health. More and more villagers came to inquire, and Zhang Feng realized answering them one by one would not do. So he posted a notice at the front gate listing the mushroom types and prices. Once the notice was up, the questions finally stopped. Everyone crowded around to read it, and soon his yard was filled with villagers. Who would have thought the mushrooms we always ignored could be worth so much? Right? They cost more than vegetables these days. More than vegetables? They are worth more than meat. Come on, mushrooms are even more expensive outside. Dried red mushrooms can go for hundreds or even thousands per half a kilogram. Then why do you not go sell them? Exactly. You need reputation and the right channels. Illiterate farmers like us should not dream too big. Ha! Be content, earning over 10 yuan per half a kilogram is already great. If I can find 5 kilograms a day, it beats doing hard labor any day. The villagers buzzed with excitement at the gate. Everyone was happy about Zhang Feng's mushroom buying project. They used to ignore the mushrooms covering the hills, but now they could sell them for money. They were grateful to Zhang Feng and full of praise. As the excited crowd gradually dispersed, Zhang Feng and his mother began preparing for the next day, cleaning up, washing large basins and bamboo trays. Finally, mother and son agreed to hire 2 helpers the next day. If the whole village went mushroom hunting, they could easily collect hundreds of kilograms per day. Weighing, accounting, and cleaning, all that would be too much for just the 2 of them. Help was essential. Xingshan County. Located in the great southwest of the country, Xingshan County is under the constant influence of the southwestern monsoon. As a result, the climate is mild and humid, with spring-like conditions year-round. Being situated on a plateau, the region experiences neither harsh winters nor scorching summers. Its climate is exceptionally pleasant. During the rainy season, rainfall increases significantly, with heavy showers every few days. This ideal climate provides excellent conditions for the growth of wild mushrooms. Whenever it rains, mushrooms burst through the soil and grow abundantly throughout the mountains. It just so happened that there was a timely rain the night before. The entire village was overjoyed and thankful, believing it was a blessing from heaven. Everyone anticipated a bountiful harvest the next day, since mushrooms only grow after rain, and only then is it worth going into the mountains. Before dawn the next day, Zhangjiawen was already alive with activity. Men, women, the elderly, and even the very young joined in. Except for schoolchildren, nearly everyone headed into the mountains to gather mushrooms. It is not a difficult task, even toddlers as young as 2 or 3 can manage it. As long as they are careful on the slippery mountain paths and look out for one another, there is nothing to worry about. Zhang Feng also got up especially early. After finishing his body-strengthening exercises, he breathed in the crisp morning air, feeling fully invigorated. Outside the window was a blanket of white, thick mist covered the entire world. Zhangjiawen looked like a celestial paradise, veiled in dreamlike fog. It had a kind of mystical beauty. Xiaofeng, you are up so early and look so sharp, off to meet a potential bride? Uncle Ernio suddenly appeared in the courtyard, teasing Zhang Feng as he exercised. Meet a bride? My future wife is probably still growing up in some mother-in-law's house, Zhang Feng quipped, poking fun at himself. Through the mist, Zhang Feng saw that Uncle Ernie had a small shadow trailing behind him, little duck, still half asleep, carrying a bamboo basket, clearly dressed for a mountain trip. Uncle Ernie, you're bringing that rascal into the mountains too? Ha, this little brat talks back now. After getting a spanking yesterday, he said he doesn't need me anymore, he wants to earn money and find a wife on his own, Uncle Ernie said, amused. Ha! Little duck, how old are you? Already thinking about finding a wife? Zhang Feng pinched the boy's cheeks and could not help but burst out laughing. He had not even found a girlfriend yet, and this little guy was already dreaming about marriage. How adorable. Come on, that's not what I meant. I meant earning money to find a wife, not that I already have one. Little duck, flustered, tried to explain. But he was too young to know that wife and bride are the same thing. Ha ha ha. Isn't a wife the same thing as a bride? Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard, I'm tearing up. Xiaofeng, looks like you'd better hurry up. Even little duck is looking for a wife. That's right, Xiaofeng, want me to set you up with someone? Before he knew it, the conversation veered off topic, and Zhang Feng found himself the target of good-natured teasing. He could only smile helplessly, like the saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer too. After the laughter, everyone hurried into the mountains. Though the forest was vast, competition was fierce. Those who got ahead would find the most. No one wanted to follow behind and pick over leftovers. Xiaofeng, we're heading out first. See you later. Uncle Ernie, tugging little duck by the hand, quickly caught up with the group. Uncle Ernie, why not leave little duck at my place? No way. I'm not staying behind. I want to gather mushrooms and make money for candy. Little duck protested loudly. Children from mountain villages grow up independent, learning to earn pocket money from a young age. Zhangjiawen faces south, with the beautiful Moon Lake to the south and vast mountains to the north. The village is surrounded by lush greenery and flowing water, with trees lining the edges and hills stretching into the distance. The natural landscape is picturesque and serene. Beyond the village lies a vast and rugged mountain range covered in dense, ancient forest spanning dozens of kilometers. It is the most pristine and well-preserved primeval forest in the entire Qian province. On the outskirts of these mountains are groves of oak trees, the ideal environment for red mushrooms. Deeper within are wild pine forests, where porcini thrive. Red mushrooms are particularly valued for their flavor and nutritional value. In other regions, they are in high demand and sell for a high price. Dried red mushrooms can fetch hundreds, even thousands of yuan per half a kilogram. For example, the renowned Zhang red mushroom from Fujian is nationally famous. Because of its strong brand, a single half a kilogram of dried mushroom can cost over 1,000 yuan and still be hard to find. Other regions' mushrooms are less expensive, generally selling for a few hundred yuan per half a kilogram. Porcini are also a treasured variety of wild mushroom. Their rich aroma and flavor have earned them popularity among food lovers both in China and abroad. Despite Qingshan County's abundance of mushrooms, there is no real consumer market. Without proper development, these delicious mushrooms have remained hidden in the mountains for years. As the saying goes, live off the mountain if you're near it, live off the water if you're by it. Zhang Feng hoped that his partnership with Bosnio could bring these mushrooms to market, unlocking a treasure trove in Qingshan and helping the villagers earn new income and build a better future. In the mountains, the mist comes fast and leaves just as quickly. When the sun rose, a gentle breeze scattered the thick fog until it vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. Not even half an hour had passed when an unexpected figure appeared in Zhang Feng's courtyard. It was Second Grandpa, slowly making his way with a basket on his back and a cane in his right hand. Grandpa, you're back already? Zhang Feng rushed over and took the basket. It was surprisingly heavy and already filled with fresh mushrooms. Ha, with these old bones of mine, do you think I could keep up with the others? I wouldn't get anything. Second Grandpa's tired face lit up with a sly smile as he shook the flashlight in his hand. Zhang Feng suddenly understood, he must have gone into the mountains before dawn. Truly, the older, the wiser. Though he was 72 years old, his experience outmatched all the younger folks. You could say, using internet slang, he was an old driver. No one would have expected the first one back would be the elderly grandpa. It was astonishing, admirable, and a little worrisome. It was inspiring that the old man returned first with a full basket, but Zhang Feng was concerned. The forest is dark before dawn, the paths wet and slippery. What if he had fallen? I'm fine, Xiaofeng. No need to worry. We farmers work as long as we live. If I sit idle for a day, I feel uncomfortable, the old man said, waving away Zhang Feng's concern. Just be careful, okay? Zhang Feng said no more. Rural elders often do not treat their own lives as particularly precious. Grandpa, take a seat. I will weigh your basket. Zheng Feng had him sit, then began weighing the mushrooms. Wow, 17.5 kilograms. That's a good haul, Zheng Feng said with a smile. Exactly what I expected. Second grandpa laughed happily. At 15 yuan per half a kilogram, that's 525 yuan. Here, please count. Perfect, that's the right amount. I'm off again, the old man said, licking his fingers to count the bills before heading back into the mountains. Little Duck is back already? Zhang Feng was surprised again. The second person to return was the mischievous little duck, the kid from Uncle Ernie's house who wanted to earn money to get a wife. Ugh, it's all my dad's fault. He gave me such a tiny basket, it filled up too fast. It doesn't even hold as much as Big Mao's backpack, the boy complained with a pout. Huh, your dad was just being kind, he was worried you couldn't carry too much. Zhang Feng laughed as he began weighing and calculating for Little Duck. So, what are you going to use your money for? Buying a wife? Ha! This rascal wants a bride before he even grows chest hair. That's not true. I never said that. Auntie and fourth granny, who were washing mushrooms in the courtyard, could not help but tease him. Embarrassed, the little guy finally understood what getting a wife really meant and denied it with a shy laugh. 2.5 kilograms in total, 75 yuan, that was Little Duck's harvest this time. Little Duck, I will keep this money for you for now. I will give it to your dad when he comes. Why? This is my money, alright? You are all just bullying me. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Little Duck pouted and looked so aggrieved that he was on the verge of tears. Oh come on, don't cry. How about I give you 5 yuan now, and the rest later? Yes, we will help you hold on to it. When you come back, we promise to return it. What if you lose it in the mountains? Everyone chimed in to console him. Really? You must return it to me when I come back. Little Duck took the 5 yuan, still somewhat skeptical. Of course. How could we lie to you? Then Little Duck picked up his bamboo basket and, though a bit unwilling, walked out the door only to dash off excitedly toward the small village shop. What a little glutton, as soon as he got money, he ran off to buy snacks. Wang Guilin laughed and shook her head as she watched Little Duck bouncing down the path. Beep, beep. While everyone was busy washing mushrooms in the courtyard, the sound of a car horn rang out at the gate. Zhang Feng turned his head, it was Fatty Niu. Ha ha ha, you've collected this much so early already? Seeing the big basin full of freshly washed mushrooms, Niu Chong was all smiles, visibly pleased. Yo, brother Niu, this is nothing, this is just from one person. Zhang Feng quickly brought out a stool for him to sit. Oh, so there are lots of mushrooms in the mountains, huh? Niu Chong was surprised. That's right. If we go all in today, we could get over 500 kilograms. Zhang Feng was a bit worried whether Niu Chang's restaurant could handle that much. Ha, no problem. I will take as much as you can gather. Whatever I do not use right away, I will dry into preserved mushrooms. They can be used later. Niu Chong chuckled, seeing Zhang Feng's concern. Truthfully, he hoped for as many as possible. Good mushrooms were always welcome. Xiao Wang, bring out all the crates from the back of the truck. Then he said, Brother, I brought some plastic crates. You can put the washed mushrooms in those, and I'll come pick them up. Good thing Niu Chong had thought ahead, otherwise Zhang Feng would not have had enough bamboo baskets. He let out a sigh of relief. Being new to business, it was natural to overlook a few things. Before even sitting for 3 minutes, impatient Fatty Niu had his driver load 15 kilograms of red mushrooms and hurried off to test the market. Before leaving, Niu Chong gave Zhang Feng a 10,000 yuan deposit for mushroom purchases, truly a timely rescue. Although Zhang Feng had made some money in recent days, it was only about 8,000 yuan in total, enough to buy 250 to 300 kilograms of mushrooms. Without that money, he might have had to borrow from his mother. About an hour later, the villagers who had gone into the mountains began returning one after another. The courtyard was packed with people jostling to weigh and settle accounts. It was lively and bustling. Hey, do not rush, do not push. Line up properly. If the mushrooms get crushed, I will not buy them. Zhang Feng shouted as he sweated profusely, seeing the chaos around him. After hearing his words, everyone calmed down. If the mushrooms got squashed, then the whole morning's work would be wasted. What a shame that would be. Uncle Dashin, 10 kilograms of red mushrooms, 7.5 kilograms of porcini, 480 yuan, correct? Correct. Here is your money. Third great uncle, 7.5 kilograms of red mushrooms, 225 yuan. Please take it. Sister Suilian, 12.5 kilograms of red mushrooms, 5 kilograms of porcini, 495 yuan. Please count it. Auntie Hohot, 350 yuan. Third uncle 510 yuan. Uncle Ernio 550 yuan. Little duck 30 yuan. Plus 70 yuan from last time, 650 yuan in total. Uncle Ernio, please take it. Ah, crazy brother, why did you give my money to my dad? I was going to buy a transformer. Little duck grabbed Zhang Feng's sleeve, protesting in frustration. Buy what? I'll get you some buns next time at the market, said Uncle Ernio as he took the money and dragged the little rascal home. Poor little duck, who had gotten up before the chickens and worked all morning, saw his 100 yuan earnings vanish into his father's pocket. After sending off the last villager, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But when he turned around and saw the mountain of mushrooms piled in the courtyard, he collapsed mentally. Over 500 kilograms, and only 4 people to wash them. Who knew how long it would take? Mom, there's no way we can wash all these mushrooms alone. Please go get a few more people from the village to help. Wang Guilan then called Sister Ringzi, Sister Suilian, second aunt, and 5 or 6 others. Plus second uncle's family of 3, there were about 10 people in total. The speed improved dramatically. With everyone's help, and after a short period of adjustment, the pace picked up. Seeing the progress, Zhang Feng rushed back inside to prepare food. Luckily, he had cooked 2 pieces of preserved pork the night before. He planned to make steamed preserved pork, fish mince stir-fried with preserved pork, spicy yellow eel, green pepper stir-fried with red mushrooms, and finally, a soup dish, pumpkin and cowpea soup, a rural favorite. Zhang Feng had completely absorbed the basic cooking skill module. Preparing home-style stir-fried dishes like these was a breeze. In less than an hour, he had finished a large table of fragrant, mouth-watering dishes. Brother, this yellow eel is delicious. Cousin Zhang Yi had been lured in by the smell. While Zhang Feng was not looking, he stole a bite and could not stop praising it. You rascal, already grown and still stealing food. If second uncle sees you, you are in for a scolding. Zhang Feng was happy to see his cousin enjoy the food. Ha, then I just will not let him see. Zhang Yi grinned and popped another piece of eel into his mouth. Thank you, everyone. Let's eat first and wash the rest later. Yes, come eat, everything is ready. We will finish up afterward. Wang Guilan called everyone over. You all worked hard today. Please eat, do not be shy. As everyone sat down, she greeted them with a warm smile. Ha, we are all family, what is there to be shy about? Exactly. If we were not family, we would not be under the same roof. Everyone was a fellow villager, many were even related, so no one stood on ceremony. Facing Zhang Feng's delicious dishes, they all ate heartily and praised his cooking non-stop. After a morning of picking, the nearby mountains had been cleaned out. There was barely anything left to find, so fewer villagers went back in the afternoon, and the harvest could not compare to the morning. Just as Zhang Feng had expected, by evening they had only gathered a bit over 50 kilograms, just 1/10 of the morning's haul. The setting sun dipped below the horizon. Brilliant red clouds lit up the entire sky like a blazing oil painting. The afterglow of the sunset pierced through the clouds like golden flying swords, slicing through the heavens and earth, casting a sacred golden glow over the entire moonlight lake. When Boss Neo took away the final basket of mushrooms, the helpers gradually dispersed. After a whole day of hard work, Zhang Feng and his mother finally sat down on chairs, able to rest at last. Meanwhile, cooking smoke rose from every household in the village, carrying the aromas of various delicious dishes. The playful children ran about in the courtyards and drying yards, snacking, chasing and playing, no shortage of cheer and laughter. The adults too sat in their courtyards, chatting and relaxing with smiles on their faces, talking about the events of the day and making plans for tomorrow, hoping every day could bring such good harvests. Just in this one day of stir-frying and selling mushrooms, the household with the biggest haul made over 1,000 yuan, comparable to half a month's regular income. And as long as they entered the mountains, even the lowest earners made at least over 100 yuan. Take Little Duck, who was only 5 years old, he too earned over 100 yuan. Thus, for the villagers, mushroom picking became an extraordinary source of income, a veritable mountain of gold, far better than farming or working out of town. After resting a bit, and taking a sip of water, Zhang Feng impatiently took out the money made from selling mushrooms. Looking at the thick stack of bright red bills, he was visibly moved, a faint smile spreading across his face. Just a few days ago, he had still been a pathetic recluse, nicknamed Lazy Scholar, well known near and far. Whenever he went out, people would point and whisper. He had no dignity whatsoever. But now, Zhang Feng felt a deep sense of achievement. In just a single day, he had made over 10,000 yuan, almost equivalent to the family's entire yearly income from farming. It was his first time making so much money, and the thought alone filled him with excitement and confidence about the future. Xiaofeng, hurry and count how much we earned today, his mother said with excitement as she watched him. She knew they had definitely earned quite a bit. Alright, Mom, let's count it together, Zhang Feng replied joyfully, handing half the money to his mother. He too was eager. Together, their speed would be much faster. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Feng counted it 3 times. It came to 18,000 yuan. Mom, I have 18,000 here, he said, seeing that she had finished counting as well. I have 15,000, she said with a smile, handing the money to Zhang Feng. 18 plus 15, that's 33,000, Zhang Feng exclaimed, surprised. That much? Ha! Silly child, did you forget to subtract your costs? His mother reminded him, smiling happily at his delight. Ah, that's right, we invested over 8,000. Her words snapped him back to reality. He had indeed put in everything he earned over the last few days. After calculating again, 33,000 minus just over 8,000 left a net profit of around 24,000 yuan. 24,000 in just one day. That was many times more than what they earned from farming in a year. If every day were like this, wealth would be just around the corner. But Zhang Feng quickly reminded himself that he was only dreaming. Mushrooms only grew for 1 to 2 months out of the year. Even excluding sunny days when they did not grow, if they could collect freely for about 20 days in that window, they could still make 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. As the saying goes, happiness comes from contentment. Earning even that much in a year was more than enough. Zhang Feng did not dare to be greedy. Mom, you go rest. I will cook. Once he calmed down, his stomach began rumbling, and night began to fall. Moonlight Lake Village lit up with scattered lights, as if a swarm of fireflies flickered from afar, tiny, twinkling, and stunningly beautiful. After dinner and a bath, Zhang Feng returned to his room and began practicing his health cultivation technique. The 38th cosmic health technique truly lived up to its extraterrestrial origins. Even after days of practice, Zhang Feng had barely mastered the first movement. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden system mission, first pot of gold. You have been awarded 100 points. Please check your account. Ding dong! The system shop is now officially open. Please check the new items available. Just as he finished a round of practice, the system brought him a delightful surprise. He never expected that making money from mushrooms would count as a hidden mission. Even more surprising, the system's long-awaited shop had finally opened. Ha, what a pleasant surprise, Zhang Feng thought happily, and then opened his personal stat panel. Host, Zhang Feng. Strength, 20, plus 16. Speed, 19, plus 13. Reflexes, 18, plus 10. Endurance, 17, plus 14. Flexibility, 14, plus 10. Spirit, 18, plus 11. Note, the average adult score is 10. Skills. Basic hunting skill. Basic cooking skill. Points, 150. Note, points can be used in the system shop to buy various items. 100 points equals 1 lottery draw. Lottery chances, 1. Main quest, Phase 1, cure laziness syndrome within 1 month and change others' perceptions of the host. Reward, 10,000 points plus 3 lottery draws. Progress, 80/100. System assessment, host's combat strength is low. Laziness syndrome has been partially cured, further observation in progress. System recommends early sleep, morning exercise, and persistent practice of the health technique. Goal, become a strong, diligent, forward-thinking modern farmer. Zhang Feng opened the system shop. Not many items were listed, just a handful. Aromatic rice seeds, 10 points/kg. Fragrance booster agent, 10 points/bottle. Solar growth formula, 50 points. Lunar growth formula, 100 points. 38th cosmic health technique, 100 points. Basic gene solution, 500 points. Basic calligraphy and painting skill, 500 points. Foreign language mastery, 800 points. Basic hunting skill, 800 points. Basic cooking skill, 800 points. Note, 100 yuan equals 1 point. What the fuck, bloody extortionists? 100 yuan for just 1 fucking point? Seeing this, Zhang Feng cursed out loud at the Huanyu Technology Corporation. No wonder the system shop only opened once he had made some money. Zhang Feng checked his total, only 150 points, 50 from the last lottery, 100 just now from the hidden task. Not enough to buy much. He was instantly deflated. Even earning over 20,000 today only equaled 200 points. He shook his head, it was all just out of reach for now. I did not expect the main mission, curing laziness, to be 80% complete. What a nice surprise. Zhang Feng reviewed his stats again, this time spotting the change. Ha, seems like my efforts these past days were not in vain. This is true mutual benefit. Yesterday, the system had not changed at all. Clearly, it was the villagers making money from selling mushrooms today that shifted their opinions of him. An unexpectedly great start. The next day, due to unfavorable weather and a lack of rainfall, there were not many mushrooms in the forest, so work ended early today. After dinner, Zhang Feng decided to take a walk up the mountain. A gentle breeze blew. The evening glow lit up the entire sky. Birds and insects chirped across the hills, and the wild animals returned to their nests. At this moment, Zhang Feng strolled along the mountain path, looking at the clouds in the western sky, enjoying the refreshing and beautiful scenery of the village in the evening. Ever since acquiring the Super Farmer system, taking the basic gene serum, and undergoing modifications from the body strengthening exercise, Zhang Feng's physical abilities had improved rapidly. With each step he covered several meters. His movements were light, and even on rugged mountain paths, he walked as if on flat ground. Climbing hills and wading through water felt like practicing lightness skill. It took no effort at all. This used to be the mountain god temple. Zhang Feng looked at the ruins of the shrine. The rooftop was missing tiles, and the beams had long been taken by villagers. The once revered statue of the mountain god had broken into pieces and lay abandoned among the weeds. A trace of sorrow stirred in Zhang Feng's heart. This was the once famous mountain god temple of Qinglong Mountain. According to legend, the incense offerings here were once so prosperous that even people 100 li away came to pray for blessings. Sadly, the green mountain remained, but the god had vanished. What was once a magnificent shrine had become ruins. The former glory had become fleeting dust, long gone. Walking around the ruins, he could still see traces of childhood play, graffiti on the walls, marks carved into the trees in front of the courtyard. Every brick and tile had borne the footsteps of childhood friends. Hide and seek, pretend games. He and Zhang Yi used to wrestle here while herding cattle. Those childhood memories were so wonderful and joyful. Those events seemed like they had happened just yesterday, yet looking back, more than a decade had passed. Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Time flies like water, flowing day and night. In the blink of an eye, he was already 25 or 26, but those childhood scenes were still clearly etched in his mind. Time had passed so quickly, it had already been more than 10 years. Very soon, the sun had vanished beyond the distant horizon. The light dimmed, and night slowly descended. It is time to head back, Zhang Feng thought to himself. If he stayed out any longer, his mother would surely worry. There is a saying, it's easy to climb a mountain, hard to descend. But that did not apply to Zhang Feng at all. With his extraordinary physical strength, going downhill was as easy as drinking water or eating. There's such a large patch of wildflowers here? Zhang Feng, walking downhill while enjoying the scenery, came across a vibrant sea of flowers halfway down. It is truly as the saying goes, one searches high and low only to find it effortlessly. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. His courtyard lacked flowers and plants, and he had not expected to encounter such beautiful wildflowers just by taking a walk on the mountain. What a delightful surprise! This field of flowers stretched hundreds of meters in all directions. Blossoms of every color bloomed in profusion. The beautiful purple alfalfa resembled a natural colorful carpet spread across the flower field. The lush green leaves and purple flowers connected leaf to leaf, forming a stunning painting. The sea of flowers was sprinkled with yellow wild chrysanthemums, red spider lilies, gorgeous hyacinths, and even elegant white wild lilies. There were many wildflowers Zhang Feng could not even name. Everything imaginable was here, nearly all commonly seen wildflowers. Looking at the beautiful flowers, Zhang Feng immediately started collecting a few of each kind, especially the wild lilies and golden yellow chrysanthemums, which he liked. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt like a monkey descending from the mountain, seeing a watermelon and wanting to toss away the corn. So many brightly colored blossoms dazzled him. Unconsciously, he had already gathered a large pile of various flowers in front of him. If he planted these in his courtyard, it would become more beautiful and carry a rustic charm. Xiaofeng, where did you go? When Zhang Feng returned home, it was already pitch dark. His mother was still sitting at the door waiting for him. I went for a walk behind the mountain and picked some wildflowers to plant in the yard, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Yes, planting wildflowers in the yard will make it look nicer. His mother nodded in agreement. Afterward, Zhang Feng buried the roots of the wildflowers in the flower bed to keep them fresh and hydrated so they would not wither the next day. In the following days, Zhang Feng secretly watered the flowers with diluted formula. Thanks to the modification from the Rihua growth serum, the flowers in the bed grew thick and lush, and even their quality improved. All kinds of wildflowers became even more vibrant and beautiful. But the biggest transformation came from the wild chrysanthemums. Once the size of a coin, their blossoms had now grown to the size of a fist. Someone unaware might even mistake them for a new variety. Luckily, this was the countryside, and no one would investigate such things, so it did not seem odd. Time flew by. Soon, a week had passed. It was Friday again, the day his two younger sisters returned home. "Wow, brother, where did you get all these flowers?" As soon as the second and youngest sister stepped into the yard, they saw it filled with wildflowers of every color. Their jaws dropped in surprise. "Hee hee, pretty, right? I brought these back from Feng Mountain," Zhang Feng said, full of pride at their delighted reactions. "Wow, these are wild chrysanthemums, right? But their flowers are usually not this big." The youngest sister stared in awe at the enormous chrysanthemums, while the second sister smiled quietly, admiring the blossoms. "Brother, what kind of flower is this? Its blossoms are small, but somehow they are incredibly pleasing to look at." Zhang Lin looked at the plant with green leaves and purple flowers and asked her brother. "This is alfalfa. Its compound leaves usually consist of 3 leaflets, so it is also called 3-leaf clover. It is said that if you find one with 4 leaves, it brings good luck, so it is also known as the lucky 4-leaf clover." Zhang Feng carefully explained the legend of the lucky clover to his sister. Alfalfa has bright green leaves, reproduces quickly, and is great for greening land. It is both cost-effective and beautiful, so Zhang Feng planted it all over the empty spaces in the yard. "This one is wild coxcomb, that one is wild orchid, and those red ones are spider lilies. What about this one? That is a daisy, and over there is a white crystal chrysanthemum." The most abundant flower in Zhang Feng's courtyard was the wild chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemums come in many varieties and were deeply loved by poets and scholars in ancient times, like Tao Yuanming with his famous line, "Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence," and Huang Chao with "When my flowers bloom, all others wilt." It is said that a scholar in ancient times named Wang Shangjin even wrote a book called The Compendium of Flowers, classifying chrysanthemums. According to that book, there were 92 varieties of yellow chrysanthemums, 73 white, 32 purple, 35 red, 22 pink, and 17 rare types, 6 categories and 271 varieties, with at least 16 flower shapes. In modern times, through generations of cultivation, many new varieties have emerged, making chrysanthemums even more diverse than in ancient times. Looking at the 10+ types of wildflowers blooming in his courtyard, Zhang Feng took a deep breath. The air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. Seeing his handiwork, he felt deeply satisfied. "Mom, we are back." After admiring the wildflowers in the courtyard, the little girl happily ran into the house. "Ah, Xiaolin, Xiaoye, you are back?" Upon hearing her daughter's voices, Wang Guilan immediately came out to greet them, her face filled with joy. She had missed them dearly over the past week. "Mom, has everything been all right at home lately?" Xiaolin asked thoughtfully. "Hee, everything is fine. Your brother recently." Their mother then began telling them everything that had happened at home over the past few days. Hearing that their elder brother Zhang Feng had earned over 30,000 yuan in just a few days, Zhang Yu and Zhang Lin were utterly stunned. They were speechless, unable to believe that their previously lazy brother had changed so drastically. In just a matter of days, he seemed like a completely different person. Truly, as the saying goes, judge a man anew after 3 days apart. They were genuinely happy about their brother's transformation. This way, their mother would have less to worry about and not bear such heavy burdens alone. "Xiaoye, what would you like to eat today?" "I will cook for you," Zhang Feng said as he entered the house after weeding the flower bed. Since both sisters studied in the county and only came home once a week, Zhang Feng planned to show off his skills and make something delicious to nourish them. "Brother, I want to eat eel, I want to eat eel." Zhang Yu eagerly raised her hand and shouted. All right. I will go catch some from the backyard later and make it for you." Seeing his little sister excitedly tugging on his arm, Zhang Feng smiled helplessly and affectionately patted her head. "Zhang Lin, what about you?" Zhang Feng turned to his quiet sister and asked. "We have mushrooms at home. Just stir-fry some mushrooms later," Zhang Lin replied with a gentle smile. Her temperament had always been gentle and calm, unlike her lively and talkative younger sister. "All right, you two wash the mushrooms. I will go catch the eel in the backyard." "Brother, I want to go too." Zhang Yu could never sit still for long. Carrying a small bucket, she followed closely behind Zhang Feng to the water ditch in the backyard to catch eel. Seeing Zhang Feng sprinkle something into the ditch, Zhang Yu curiously asked, "Brother, what are you putting in there?" "Just some bait." This time, Zhang Feng did not use the Rihua solution directly. Instead, he mixed the diluted solution with fish bait to make a new kind of bait. Very soon, the eels in the ditch caught the scent of the Rihua growth serum and swarmed out of their holes. In the blink of an eye, the whole ditch became lively, with countless eels writhing toward the bait, unaware of the impending danger. "Wow! So many eels!" Zhang Yu was stunned by the sight. Other than the last time, she had never seen such a huge swarm of eels. This time, there were even more than before. The Rihua growth serum not only enhanced growth but also promoted reproduction. Zhang Yu was not mistaken, there were nearly twice as many eels as the previous week. Some of them had likely been drawn from other areas, as the water ditch extended from the backyard of the Zheng home all the way to Moonlight Lake. Zhang Feng said nothing. Seizing the moment, he struck decisively, sweeping his net through the water and catching a full load in one go. Catching eels had never been so easy. Xiaoya, pick out the smaller eels and release them back into the water. As the old saying goes, surround on 3 sides, leave one side open. Since the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, people had understood that hunting and fishing must not be done to extinction. Only by preserving the ecosystem can survival be sustained. Okay, brother. Though mischievous, Zhang Yu understood that one must not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. In the countryside, children grow up knowing that everything must be done in moderation. Going to extremes invites retribution. Alright, that's enough. Let's go. Soon, the siblings finished catching the eels. Zhang Feng weighed the catch over half a kilogram. Hee hee, alright. Zhang Yu happily carried the bucket and followed Zhang Feng home. About half an hour later, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. At this moment, Zhang Yu was like a greedy little kitten, eyes fixed on the pot, not blinking. Ah! Let me have a taste. Unable to resist, she tried to sneak a bite but was caught red-handed by Zhang Feng. You greedy girl, it is not even cooked yet. Zhang Feng swatted her hand away with a laugh. Really? Zhang Yu pouted. Zhang Yu, come wash the dishes, their mother called from inside the house. Okay. Coming. Soon, Zhang Feng had prepared all the dishes: spicy stir-fried eel, green pepper mushrooms, stir-fried wood ear with pork slices, preserved meat with fish mint, oil-splashed eggplant, and tomato egg soup. Ah! Smells so good. Zhang Yu sniffed eagerly, her anticipation clear. You little rascal, go get the rice. Wang Guilan smiled and shook her head, thinking to herself, when will this little girl truly grow up? The dinner, though simple, was filled with warmth and the cozy feeling of home. With no more pressure from daily survival, the family could sit together, chat, and enjoy a meal with laughter and ease. That, too, was a kind of happiness, a kind of joy. After dinner, the 2 sisters got to work on their homework. Zhang Yu was preparing for the upcoming secondary school entrance exams, and Zhang Lin was about to take the highly competitive National College entrance examination. Both of them were racing against time, diligently reviewing. Zhang Feng, meanwhile, climbed upstairs, lay on the bed with his eyes closed, and began checking his system attributes. Character status: Zhang Feng. Strength: 20, with a bonus of 16. Speed: 19, with a bonus of 13. Reaction: 18, with a bonus of 10. Endurance: 17, with a bonus of 14. Flexibility: 15, with a bonus of 11. Mental focus: 18, with a bonus of 11. Note: the average adult level is 10. Skills acquired: basic hunting techniques, basic culinary skills. Points available: 150. Points can be used in the system store to purchase various items. Every 100 points allows for 1 lottery draw. Available lottery draws: 1. Main quest, Phase 1. Overcome lazy disease within 1 month and change others' perception of the host. Reward upon completion: 10,000 points and 3 lottery draws. Current progress: 95 out of 100. System evaluation: compatibility remains low. Laziness has been largely cured, but the host is still under observation. The system advises early rising, consistent training, and diligent practice of physical exercises. The goal is to become a strong, hardworking, and positive modern farmer. Zhang Feng noticed a surprising change in his flexibility stat. It had increased by 1 point. It must have been the result of consistent training with the body strengthening routine. He also saw that his main quest progress had increased by 15%. The mission was nearly complete. The thought of soon receiving a reward of 10,000 points and 3 lottery draws made his heart race with excitement. Just then, the task from a few days ago was finally completed. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, Renovate the Countryside Courtyard. Reward: 200 points and 1 lottery draw. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He had been waiting so long that he nearly forgot about it. Just as he was becoming numb from the wait, a surprise dropped in his lap, completely unexpected. Although this task took a long time to complete, the reward was substantial. Zhang Feng did the math. He now had a total of 350 points and 2 lottery draws available. He planned to use both chances and see what valuable items he might win. Zhang Feng clicked on the lottery button. The prize will appear just like before, divided into 6 sections, each with a different item. 50 points. 100 points. 300 points. 1 bottle of Moonlight Growth Solution, 100 milliliters. Basic driving skill. Basic calligraphy and painting skill. Start the draw. At Zhang Feng's command, the pointer on the prize wheel spun rapidly. It was impossible to tell where it might stop, it all depended on luck. Stop. As soon as he said it, the pointer gradually slowed and finally came to rest on basic calligraphy and painting skill. Basic calligraphy and painting skill? That feels kind of useless. Zhang Feng muttered. He always thought of himself as a cultured man but had no idea how this skill would help him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic calligraphy and painting skill. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. Even if it was somewhat trivial, Zhang Feng figured it could still help him cultivate some artistic taste, at least superficially. Would the host like to continue the draw? Continue. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of guagua fragrance agent. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. Soon, Zhang Feng held the bottle in his hand, wondering, what exactly is guagua fragrance? According to the system's explanation, this agent was used during the fruit-bearing stage of trees. It helped fruits grow larger, taste better, become more fragrant, and have better overall quality. In essence, it was like the ripening agents and fruit enhancers commonly used by farmers, but because this was a product of the system, it was in an entirely different league. The guagua fragrance agent was an all-natural formula, completely harmless to humans and even beneficial to the body. It could even be consumed directly without any negative effects. The system also explained that this was a concentrated agent. Although only 100 milliliters, it was enough for a fruit grove of 10 mu. Naturally, its price was also high, 10 points, equivalent to 1,000 yuan. After storing the guagua fragrance agent in the system, Zhang Feng began learning the basic calligraphy and painting skill. System, begin learning. As soon as he gave the command, countless images and techniques related to calligraphy and traditional painting flooded Zhang Feng's mind. Character strokes move like dragons and snakes, sometimes flowing like clouds, sometimes sharp as blades etched into wood. There were vivid ink wash paintings, some lifelike, some mysterious and difficult to interpret. Zhang Feng felt as if he were being enlightened, becoming one with the figures in his mind, wielding brush and ink effortlessly. It was as if he had practiced calligraphy for decades, the knowledge flowing naturally within him, completely integrated into his experience. By the time Zhang Feng woke up, the night was quiet and deep. His mother had gone to bed. The lights were still on in his sister's rooms. 10 years of hard study, all for a shot at success. This was a knowledge-based society. If one could not get into a university, they would be eliminated by the system, especially for ordinary people who were not born into wealth or privilege. Only by entering university could one change their destiny, avoid losing from the very start, find a ladder to climb out of poverty, and work their way to the middle or upper class. A man must rise from the mountains and not return without success. Zhang Feng had once been full of ambition, eager to leave the mountains and explore the world beyond. He was accepted into a top university, achieving what he had dreamed of, but success slipped away at the final step. Once at university, he became lax, turning into a student even he despised. Though he graduated, barely, he lost all his previous confidence. After changing jobs 5 or 6 times, he eventually slunk back to his hometown an insignificant, idle man. But all of that was now in the past. With the super farmer system, even life in the countryside could become fulfilling. He could make his family happy and live with dignity. Thinking of all this, Zhang Feng slowly drifted off to sleep. In the early morning, birds were already fluttering among the trees, chirping joyfully to greet a new day. The sky outside was perfectly clear, another sunny day. Bright sunlight shone on Zhang Feng's face, and he stirred, gradually waking up. Ah, another great day. He took a deep breath, immediately turned over, got out of bed, and began practicing his physical routine in the courtyard. Zhang Lin, you are up? Would you prefer noodles or porridge for breakfast? Having just finished his training, he saw his sister had also gotten up. As for the younger sister, she was probably still in bed. Noodles, Zhang Lin replied. She usually got up early to make breakfast for everyone. But today her brother had risen earlier and was already cooking. She felt warm inside, happy that someone cared for her. Zhang Lin, go wake up that lazy pig. Your brother's noodles are nearly done. Their mother, freshly washed and dressed, gave the order. All right, Mom. Zhang Lin went into the room. Little lazy pig, time to get up and eat breakfast. Just let me sleep a little longer. Still sleeping? If you keep this up, you will turn into a real pig. After much teasing from her sister, Zhang Yu finally dragged herself out of bed, grumbling all the while. The sky was bright and clear. It seemed there would be no mushroom harvesting today. After breakfast, Zhang Feng informed his mother and rode his family's tricycle into town. Their house had been standing for over 10 years, and the walls were chipped and peeling. Zhang Feng decided to buy some supplies and repaint the walls. Although he had never done such work before, his late father had been a professional painter, so Zhang Feng had some familiarity with it. He figured he could figure it out. Soon, Zhang Feng arrived at the building supply market, bought a few bags of materials, loaded them onto the vehicle, and drove back home. "Big brother, what did you get from town?" he was asked by his cousin Zhang Yi as he re-entered the village. "Some materials. I am going to repaint our house. By the way, if you are free, come help out." Zhang Feng spoke casually. They had grown up together, stealing melons and catching shrimp, closer than brothers. "Sure thing. I will be there right away." Zhang Yi had the day off. Normally, he and his father made a living through market trading, buying low, selling high, doing whatever turned a profit. Back at home, their mother and sisters had already cleaned the house. Furniture was moved away from the walls, an old line was scraped off, an essential prep step before painting. They mixed the plaster, dampened the walls, and got to work. Being complete novices, they made plenty of blunders at first. The walls ended up lumpy and uneven, and they both burst out laughing at each other's clumsy results. But with practice, their skills quickly improved. The surfaces became smooth and clean. The progress they made was remarkable. After a whole day of labor, they finally finished repainting all the interior walls. Looking at the freshly white, smooth surfaces, they were filled with a sense of accomplishment. Neither had expected to do such a professional-looking job. "Hee, Mom, look, does it not look like a brand new house?" The younger sister looked around the sparkling clean room. The walls looked new and glossy. If not for the old roof beams and tiles, no one would guess the house was over a decade old. Yes, repainting really makes a big difference. Their mother smiled, pleased with both the new look of the house and her hard-working son. The next day, Zhang Feng's mother stayed home to collect mushrooms, and his two younger sisters were at home reviewing their lessons. Zhang Feng, carrying a bamboo basket on his back and a large pair of shears over his shoulder, headed to the orchard. On the way, he ran into Uncle Ernio, who joked, "Hey, Zhang Feng, walking around with those big shears, why do you look like Yu Lao-san?" Zhang Feng quickly replied, "Have you ever seen a Yu Lao-san as handsome as me? Heh, you narcissist. So, you are off to prune the branches?" Uncle Ernio asked with a smile. "Yes, the branches have grown too densely. I am going to trim them a bit." Some people might wonder, what is wrong with having thick, lush branches on fruit trees? Of course, it is a problem. When the branches and leaves grow too thick, they compete with the fruit for nutrients and block sunlight. This affects photosynthesis and the accumulation of sugars in the fruit. In simpler terms, without enough sunlight, the fruit will not grow properly and will taste bland, which makes it hard to sell at a good price. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Uncle Ernio continued on to release his cattle into the sinkhole, while Zhang Feng continued up the mountain. Zhangjiawan is located in the southeastern part of the Dianshan Plateau, with rolling hills and interlocking peaks, ravines and caves scattered throughout, a classic karst landscape. As the saying goes, peach trees bear in year 3, plums in year 4, and walnuts in year 11. It had been several years since farmland was retired for reforestation. The oil peaches and April plums planted on Zhang Feng's land began bearing fruit on a large scale 2 years ago. The improved varieties mature faster and produce higher quality fruit. Their orchard, though not huge, covers about 10 mu. Besides peaches and plums, it includes small plantings of pears, mandarins, walnuts, and loquats, quite a variety. Since it began producing, the orchard has brought in several thousand yuan each year, becoming an important part of the family's income. Today, Zhang Feng's task was to prune branches and thin the fruit. In the past, villagers believed the more fruit on a tree, the better. Why pick some off and waste it? So they ignored expert advice. But once harvest time came, the difference became clear. Pruning and thinning may seem like wasting fruit, and many people feel reluctant to do it, but it is actually a vital step. A fruit tree has limited nutrients. If it bears too many fruits, each one receives less nutrition and ends up small, dry, and poor in flavor. Such fruit cannot fetch a good price if it sells at all. It is like a household earning 5,000 yuan a month. Raising 4 or 5 children becomes a struggle, but with only 1 or 2, the children can be well fed and better educated. Thus, pruning and thinning is like reducing the burden on a tree. By keeping only a suitable number of fruits, each one gets enough nutrients and can grow large and tasty, fetching a better market price. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit makes you wiser. Since then, everyone remembered the importance of pruning and thinning. Snap. At the orchard, Zheng Feng raised his large shears, cutting skillfully through the branches. For each main branch, he left only the 2 or 3 strongest offshoots, the rest were removed. His strong physique made the work smooth and efficient. Though a little awkward at first, his speed increased quickly, astonishingly so. Anyone watching would have been shocked. Each tree took less than 2 minutes to prune, a speed no human farmer could match, not even the most seasoned veteran. Flap! As Zhang Feng was hard at work, a wild pheasant suddenly burst from the bushes, catching him off guard. It was too late to catch it, it had already flown off. The environment really is improving, he muttered. In the past, this area was heavily affected by rocky desertification. Wild pheasants had no habitat. But since the reforestation project, pheasants and rabbits were returning in growing numbers. In the last year or two, they were even becoming overabundant. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. Ha! Zheng Feng tilted his head. That was definitely the sound of a pheasant, and it was very close. He had eaten wild pheasant before, and the taste was unforgettable. Picking up a few clumps of dirt, he decided to try his luck. Cluck cluck. Ha! So it's right here, he whispered. Thanks to his enhanced senses from training, Zheng Feng quickly pinpointed the bird's location. He picked up a dirt clump and crept closer. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3. The pheasant finally noticed the intruder and tried to take flight. But in that split second, Zheng Feng hurled the dirt, striking the bird's wing with pinpoint accuracy. The pheasant flapped frantically and dropped a short distance away. Ha! I can't believe that worked. Zheng Feng was thrilled. He had only intended to test his aim and reflexes but succeeded on the first try. Even the best hunters would find this difficult. Clearly, his physical condition, eyesight, and reflexes had reached an extraordinary level. Otherwise, catching a pheasant like this would be impossible. Nice, it is quite fat. Probably weighs around 1.5 kilograms. He lifted the colorful bird and weighed it in his hand, satisfied. Wild pheasants are usually small, so 1.5 kilograms was impressive. Looks like we have a fine dish for today. Perhaps due to the impact, the pheasant had died after struggling for a while, perfect for a mushroom and pheasant stew. A few more pheasants appeared after that. However, Zheng Feng did not always have a chance to act. Wild pheasants are fast, they can disappear 8 or 9 meters in the blink of an eye. Plus, he had not come specifically to hunt. Still, he made 2 more attempts. Though one failed, a 66% success rate was already excellent. With more practice, it would surely improve. A pheasant in the left hand. A pheasant in the right hand. Brother is so damn happy today. Zheng Feng sang cheerfully as he worked, delighted by the unexpected haul of 2 pheasants. His tuneless, wailing singing voice, fortunately unheard by others, might otherwise have scared someone to death. From around 6 o'clock in the morning until noon, he worked tirelessly, over 5 hours total. At last, all the trees in the Tenmu orchard were pruned, and many fruits had been thinned. Ah! Finally done! Stretching and sighing in relief, Zheng Feng surveyed the freshly trimmed orchard. Though the work had been tiring, his heart was filled with satisfaction. It had been a rewarding and meaningful day. Hey! Xiaofeng, where did you catch those 2 pheasants? Uncle Dashan asked in surprise when he saw Zheng Feng on the road. In my orchard. Uncle Dashan, you're not off work yet? Zheng Feng replied. Just about done. You lucky rascal. Uncle Dashan looked at the 2 pheasants in Zheng Feng's hand, full of envy as he packed up his things. Luck? Dashan, try your own luck and see. At that moment, Uncle Ernio, herding his cattle, appeared behind them and chimed in. Wild pheasants show up all the time, but catching one is a whole other story. That's right, pheasants are way too skittish. A slight rustle and they fly off immediately, Uncle Dashan agreed, nodding. Hee, I was just lucky today. Threw a clump of dirt and hit 2 at once, Zheng Feng said cheerfully, unable to hide his excitement. Kid, you're such a damn show-off, I'll give you a full score for that act, Uncle Ernie said bitterly, consumed with envy. This brat hit the jackpot, managing to take down 2 birds with 1 throw. Your luck today is really something. Even Uncle Dashan was left speechless. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the village, the pheasants in Zhang Feng's hand catching everyone's attention. People were full of admiration and envy for his incredible luck. Young man, are you selling those pheasants? I'll give you 300 yuan each, a tourist called out as they neared the village and the crowd thickened. His eyes lit up at the sight and he rushed over. 300 yuan? Both Uncle Dashan and Uncle Ernie were tempted. They considered advising Zheng Feng to sell. After all, wild pheasants have more bone than meat. 300 yuan could buy over 5 kilograms of pork. Sorry, not for sale. I'm keeping them, Zheng Feng shook his head. While 300 yuan was not a small amount, he was not short of money anymore. Why not enjoy the meat himself? Just thinking about a mushroom and pheasant stew made his mouth water. But you've got two. Keep one and sell me the other. I'll give you 350, no, 300. The man was clearly a gourmet with a soft spot for rare mountain delicacies. He looked at Zhang Feng with hopeful eyes. Truly sorry. I am keeping them both. But if I catch another next time, I'll save one for you. Seeing Zhang Feng's firm refusal, the tourist had no choice but to give him his business card. He looked disappointed but not angry. All right then, brother. Please let me know next time you catch one. Absolutely, I'll let you know, Zhang Feng replied. Taking a glance at the card, he realized the seemingly ordinary tourist was actually the boss of a real estate company and a member of the Provincial Photography Association. People really can be full of surprises. Xiaofeng, why didn't you sell them? 300 yuan each. Your fifth grandpa sold one at the street market last time for only 180, said Uncle Ernie after the man left. Exactly, the pheasant may taste good, but there's not much meat on it, added Uncle Dashin. It's fine. Zhang Lin and Zhang Yu are about to take their college and high school entrance exams. I brought them back to give the girls some nourishment, Zhang Feng replied with a warm smile, knowing the two elders meant well. After all, earning money in the countryside is no easy task. Hearing this, both men fell silent. Everyone in the village knew Zhang Feng's sisters were excellent students, both in the top class of the county's best school. They even earned scholarships every year. If nothing went wrong, they were guaranteed to get into prestigious universities. In the countryside, they were stars of academic success. And now Zhang Feng, once a model of laziness, had turned over a new leaf. In just a few days, he had made tens of thousands of yuan, a dramatic transformation no one expected. As the three parted ways in the village, Uncle Dashin sighed and said, "Looks like Xiaofeng really struck gold with those mushrooms." "I would take out the looks like." "He definitely did," replied Uncle Ernie. They both shook their heads in amazement. The formerly notorious lazy scholar had reformed himself and was now earning a living like a pro. Brother's back. Mom, second sister. Look what big brother brought back. Little Zhang Yu ran out at the sight of the pheasants, thrilled, shouting all the way. Wang Guilan and Zhang Lin came out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing her younger sister hugging a pheasant excitedly, they both smiled with delight. Hee hee, brother, how about pheasant and mushroom stew this afternoon? The little foodie Zhang Yu asked, drooling at the sight. Eat? That thing's worth over 100 yuan, their mother scolded lightly. Little Yu puffed up her cheeks in protest. It was an adorable sight. Mom, it is fine. It is not worth that much. Let's treat ourselves to some pheasant and mushrooms, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Thinking it over, Wang Guilan gave in. The family had made 30 or 40,000 yuan recently. A little treat seemed reasonable. After lunch, Zhang Feng slaughtered one pheasant and began cleaning it in the yard. His sisters helped wash fresh red mushrooms. Red mushrooms are highly nutritious, rich in rare amino acids, known for beautifying the skin, replenishing iron and blood, relieving back and leg pain, and even rumored to have anti-cancer properties. According to online sources, they are the ultimate miracle food. Although the health claims might be exaggerated, their flavor was indisputable. Zhang Feng found red mushrooms even tastier than meat, delicate, sweet, and never greasy. Few meats could compare. Just as the famous gourmet Su Dompa once said, eat 300 lychees a day, and I would gladly live in Lingnan forever. Zhang Feng's love for red mushrooms was no less than Su Dompa's love for lychees. He chopped the pheasant and boiled it in clean water over high heat, no seasoning needed. A rich aroma quickly filled the air. Once the chicken softened, he added the mushrooms. Since they were fresh, their flavor released quickly. Dried mushrooms would need to be added earlier. 2 hours later, the pheasant and mushroom stew was done. Zhang Yu could hardly contain her excitement, practically drooling. Brother, let me try it first to see if it is good, the little girl said cheekily, grabbing a bowl and spoon and filling them up. You little rascal, only thinking of yourself, Wang Guilan said with a laugh, patting her youngest on the head. Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin were used to her mischief and loved their spirited sister dearly. Hee hee, the little one grinned and served everyone. This pheasant tastes amazing. Way better than the chicken at school, she said while eating. Well, of course. The stuff at school is all 40-day-old factory chickens, Zhang Feng laughed. Everyone eat. These mushrooms are just as good, he added. The rich flavor of the pheasant was extraordinary, but the mushrooms were even more fragrant. Soon, the whole pot was gone. Not a drop of soup remained. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a meal. After dinner, the girls resumed their studies. Zhang Yu was preparing for her high school entrance exam, and Zhang Lin for the national college entrance exam, both in intense review mode. Zhang Feng tidied up the courtyard, pruning flowers, watering, and weeding. Thanks to his care over the past few days, Their courtyard had become the most beautiful one in the village. April's weather changes in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago the sky was clear and cloudless. And in the next instant, dark clouds gathered, fierce winds arose, and the entire world seemed to plunge into darkness. Soon, raindrops the size of beans began pounding the ground with a crackling sound. Countless dense drops fell like a barrage of arrows from the heavens, leaving no room to dodge. As the heavy rain poured down, the entire village of Moon Lake burst into action. Those working in the fields rushed home in a panic, and those at home hurried to bring in their laundry. Though many were caught off guard and ended up drenched to the bone, their hearts were filled with joy. A downpour like this would make mushrooms in the mountains grow quickly. If it rained enough, everyone could go into the mountains the next day to pick mushrooms and make money. So, people were actually hoping for even more rain. Perhaps the heavens heard the villagers' prayers. A torrential downpour in the evening continued well into the night. The mountains and lands, parched for a week, were finally nourished with ample rain. The flowers, grass, and trees seemed reinvigorated, bursting with vitality. That night, Zhang Feng practiced his fitness routine, closed the window, and went to bed early to rest and recharge, ready to pick mushrooms the next day. Ah, that was a great sleep. The morning air in Zhangjiawan was especially fresh. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and instantly felt refreshed and clear-headed. He opened the window and looked out over the small village, now shrouded in mist. It felt like being in a fairyland, mysterious and ethereal. Though the sky was still dim, lights were already flickering throughout the village. He could faintly make out people on the road. Upon closer look, he saw that some had already strapped on baskets and were preparing to head into the mountains. Zhang Feng quickly went downstairs. After washing up, he began making breakfast. He ate with his mother, and by the time they finished, daylight had fully broken. Those who had left for the mountains early were probably on their way back. Sure enough, about 15 minutes later, villagers began to return one after another, baskets full. Third great uncle, you are back so early, did you go into the mountains in the middle of the night? Zhang Feng asked in surprise, seeing the first person return. It seemed the elders of Zhangjiawan were truly diligent. Of course not, I just left earlier than the others, the old man replied, waving his hand with a smile. Here, take a look, 15 kilograms in total, 450 yuan. Third great uncle checked the scale, nodded, accepted the money, then quickly hoisted his basket and rushed back into the mountains. Aunt Osmanthus, 10 kilograms of red mushrooms and 2.5 kilograms of boletus, 360 yuan in total. Sister Suilian, 12.5 kilograms of red mushrooms and 5 kilograms of boletus, 495 yuan altogether. You too, double-check the amounts. They're right, both women replied with smiling faces, accepting the money. Earning 300 to 400 yuan in just one morning made them very happy. It was much more profitable than farm work, and not nearly as tiring. By the way, Aunt Guilan, sister-in-law, are you still hiring people to wash mushrooms today? It seemed the two women were not planning to head back into the mountains, so they asked Zhang Feng's mother. Of course. How could just the two of us wash so many mushrooms? Wang Guilan replied with a laugh. Then she asked, so, you two are not going back in? No. Too many people in the mountains, every corner has already been combed through. There is probably nothing left to pick, they explained, shaking their heads. With their help, Wang Guilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, almost everyone in the village, young and old, was up in the mountains. It was hard to find anyone to hire. A few more helpers came later, and the cleaning process finally sped up. Second uncle, second aunt, you are back too. Before long, Zhang Feng's second uncle and his family returned from the mountains, each of the three carrying a mushroom-filled basket. We are back. There seems to be less this time, our baskets are not even full, second uncle said with a shake of his head, clearly dissatisfied. It is still a decent haul, especially considering there were more people in the mountains today. Last time, everyone had made good money, so people had been eagerly waiting for this day. Many would rather skip work or farm duties just to go mushroom hunting, it was far more lucrative. When they tallied it up, the second uncle's family had earned 680 yuan, a decent middle to upper range income. After all, nearly 3 times as many people went into the mountains this time compared to before. With the number of mushrooms in the mountains fixed, more people naturally meant smaller earnings per person. By noon, most mushroom pickers had returned. Thanks to help from the second uncle's family and Aunt Osmanthus and others, the group finally managed to finish washing over 500 kilograms of mushrooms. Mr. Nyo's workers soon came to transport them. Mushrooms from Zhangjiawan had recently taken the market by storm, demand far outstripped supply, with daily sales reaching 100 to 150 kilograms. As the mushrooms from Zhangjiawan became more famous, Many food lovers even came directly to the village to purchase them. Since supply could not meet demand, Mr. Nyo's restaurant had to implement a limited supply policy. Customers who could not get the tasty mushrooms at the restaurant came to the village instead. This not only increased villagers' incomes but also boosted tourism to the Moon Lake scenic area. Though the mother and son were exhausted and sore from the day's work, they were overjoyed by the income. Today alone, they had earned over 25,000 yuan. Including earnings from previous days, they had already made more than 80,000 yuan from selling mushrooms in just 1 week, an enormous sum for a rural household. It would take 7 or 8 years of farming to make that kind of money. Under the dim yellow light, Zhang Feng and his mother were eating dinner. "Mom, big sister does not make much working in Zhejiang. Why not ask her to come back and help?" Earlier, his mother had mentioned her back was hurting. Zhang Feng knew she must be overly tired. Squatting to wash mushrooms all morning must have triggered her old condition again. He could not bear to see his mother so worn out. His sister also worked long hours away from home, earning only 3 to 5,000 yuan a month. After rent and living expenses, there was barely anything left. So, Zhang Feng thought it was time to ask her to return and lighten their mother's load. "Sigh, your big sister has worked hard these past 2 years for the family. And we really do need more hands. I will call her later," his mother said, pausing with her chopsticks and sighing. She had always felt guilty about her eldest daughter. This time, besides needing help, she also hoped to help her settle down. At 27, the daughter was already at marriageable age. In the past, she had been held back by the family's situation. Now that things had improved, Zhang Feng's mother hoped she could finally find a good partner. The hearts of parents always hoping their children will lead better lives. Rain continued over the next 2 days. With moisture from the rain, mushrooms quickly reappeared. Every morning before dawn, villagers rustled into the mountains. Though earnings were no longer as high as the first day, they still brought in 200 to 300 yuan daily. By the end of the rainy season, each household could earn 10 to 20,000 yuan. The nearby forests had essentially become a treasure trove for the village, a veritable gold mine and a new path to prosperity. Zhang Feng, by collecting mushrooms, had earned his first 100,000 yuan. He successfully changed how others viewed him. Once known far and wide as the lazy scholar, he had now become a hardworking, down-to-earth new farmer. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, earning the first 100,000 yuan. You have received 300 points and 1 lucky draw chance. Please check your rewards. Ding dong! The system has issued a new task, become a millionaire within 1 year. Completing the task will reward 500 points and 1 lucky draw chance. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of 1,000 points. God damn it! You lose points if you fail a task? With no way to alter the task once it was issued, Zhang Feng could only accept it. With the system's help, he believed completing it would not be too difficult. Zhang Feng then opened his attribute panel. Host, Zhang Feng. Strength, 21. Speed, 19. Reflexes, 18. Endurance, 18. Flexibility, 15. Spirit, 18. Note, the average adult level is 10. Skills, basic hunting, basic cooking. Points, 650. Note, points can be used in the system shop to purchase various items. 100 points allow for 1 lucky draw. Lucky draws remaining, 1. Main task, Phase 1, cure chronic laziness within 1 month and change public perception of the host. Reward for completion, 10,000 points and 3 lucky draws. Task progress, 99 out of 100. Side task, become a millionaire within 1 year. Reward for completion, 500 points and 1 lucky draw. Penalty for failure, deduction of 1,000 points. System evaluation, host's combat strength is weak. Chronic laziness has been preliminarily cured, still under observation. The system recommends going to bed early, rising early, exercising regularly, and diligently practicing bodybuilding routine number 38. It hopes the host will soon become a strong, hard-working, and positively motivated new era farmer. Zhang Feng noticed a pleasant surprise. His strength and endurance had both increased by 1 point. It seemed his persistent practice of the bodybuilding routine over the past few days had paid off. Zhang Feng then opened the system shop to check for updates and available items. Super fertilizer, 5 points per bag, 50 kilograms. Super pesticide, 5 points per bottle, 100 milliliters. Fragrant rice seeds, 10 points per kilogram. Fruity aroma agent, 10 points per bottle. Super weed clearing goat, 50 points each. Solar growth hormone, 50 points. Lunar growth hormone, 100 points. Bodybuilding routine no, 38, 100 points. Basic genetic serum, 500 points. Basic driving skill, 500 points. Basic calligraphy and painting skill, 500 points. Foreign language mastery skill, 800 points. Basic hunting skill, 800 points. Basic cooking skill, 800 points. Basic carving skill, 800 points. Note, 100 yuan equals 1 point. Ha ha. The system shop has finally been updated. Zhang Feng noticed 5 new items in the store: super fertilizer, super pesticide, super weed clearing goat, basic driving skill, and basic carving skill. Among them, super fertilizer was a highly concentrated natural organic fertilizer, 10 times more effective than regular fertilizer. Super pesticide could eliminate all pests. It was a non-toxic pesticide, and 100 milliliters could eradicate pests on 100 mu of land. Its effect was powerful. Super weed clearing goat? What the hell is that? Do goats weed now? Zhang Feng exclaimed, bewildered by such an odd item. According to the system, the super weed clearing goat really could assist humans with weeding. They would eat all edible weeds in the field, and for inedible ones, they would either pull them up by the roots or trample them. Moreover, they were extremely efficient, capable of clearing half a mu of land per day. Most importantly, they did not harm crops. This made them highly popular throughout the galaxy, especially in mountainous agricultural regions. Additionally, the meat of the super weed clearing goat was delicious, and they grew quickly, making them a favorite among gourmet enthusiasts. The other 2 new skills were fairly basic: driving standard vehicles and carving, which included wood carving and stone carving. For Zhang Feng, the driving skill might be useful, but the carving skill was of little value to him at the moment. Besides, he did not have enough points even if he wanted it. System, exchange 2 super weed clearing goats for me. 1,000 years ago, a great poet wrote, "Hoeing crops at noon, sweat drips onto the soil, showing just how grueling weeding is." So Zhang Feng felt that spending 100 points for 2 goats was well worth it. After the exchange, he had 550 points remaining. Understood, host. Please wait. Suddenly, 2 adorable little goats appeared in the courtyard. Upon seeing them, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. The goats were extremely cute, with short, chubby legs, resembling boar goats, except their fur was pure white. As they stepped into the unfamiliar yard, they seemed a bit timid, but the moment they saw Zhang Feng, they adorably ran over to him. So cute! Seeing the 2 little goats rub their heads affectionately against his legs, Zhang Feng joyfully stroked their heads in soft, smooth fur. Perhaps it was the system's influence, but the goats were extremely close to him. One was male, the other female. Zhang Feng named the male Big White, and the smaller female naturally became Little White. "Alright, from now on you are Big White, and you are Little White, understand?" Zhang Feng said as he rubbed their heads. "Bah, bah." The goats seemed to understand and happily responded, rubbing their heads against him again. "Hee hee, Big White, Little White, sit." Wow, so obedient and clever. When he saw the goats really sit down, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. Truly system-made, no ordinary goats could be this intelligent. Big White, stand. Little White, lie down. Through repeated testing, Zhang Feng discovered that Big White and Little White could actually understand some simple commands. Of course, they needed accompanying gestures. If he only spoke, they would just look at him adorably, without understanding. While Zhang Feng was amusing himself with the 2 silly goats, the phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Is this Zhang Feng?" "Yes. I am Zhang Feng. Who is this?" Zhang Feng saw that it was an unfamiliar number. "I am from XXX Express Delivery. I have arrived at the village entrance." "Where exactly is your house near Moon Lake?" Zhang Feng immediately realized that the home appliances he ordered online had arrived. "There is a large cypress tree in my yard. You can see it from the village entrance." "Oh, I see it, I see it. I will be right there." The delivery man must have been in a rush. He hung up right after Zhang Feng finished speaking. "Over here. This way." 2 minutes later, the small delivery truck arrived at Zhang Feng's gate. Zhang Feng stood outside waving. "Ah, finally. Your place is really hard to find," the delivery man exclaimed. "Thanks for the trouble, brother. Here, have a cigarette and take a break. I will call 2 people to help unload." Zhang Feng handed the delivery man a cigarette. Meanwhile, some villagers resting at the village entrance followed the truck, curious to see who had ordered so many appliances. The truck was full. There was a television, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and a water dispenser. "Oh, Xiaofeng, it is your house that bought all this? Are you getting married?" Aunt Third teased upon seeing the goods. "We were wondering who got rich and bought so many appliances at once. This must have cost at least 10,000 yuan. If not 10,000, then at least 7 or 8,000, the villagers chattered. "Xiaofeng, how much did all this cost?" Uncle Ernio asked curiously. Not much, really. There was a big discount on May 15th. It was pretty cheap, only about 3 or 4,000, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Well, that is not expensive at all. Indeed, a television that size costs 3,888 in town. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's answer, everyone agreed it was a good deal. Wow, brother, you bought all this? Hearing the commotion, Zhang Yi and Zhang Feng's second uncle and aunt came out too. Seeing the appliances, Zhang Yi was thrilled, as if his own family had bought them. Second uncle, Zhang Yi, and Uncle Ernio, could I trouble you to help move these? He, it is no trouble at all. A few other villagers joined in as well. Soon, they had moved all the appliances into the house. They even helped install and set them up. After about half an hour of busy work, everything was done. And so, the Zhang family finally said farewell to the primitive era and stepped into the new age of household electrification. Everyone finished their cigarettes and watched TV for a while before heading off, leaving only Zhang Yi, Zhang Feng's younger cousin, still hanging around. Ah, watching a brand new 55-inch TV really is satisfying, Zhang Yi said excitedly, eyes glued to the screen. Big brother, you have no idea how ancient our old TV is. It feels like it's been in use for 2 centuries. Every time we turn it on, it makes this loud static noise. I'm always afraid it might explode. Zhang Yi got more and more animated as he spoke. 2 centuries? Then it must be an antique by now, Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. That's right. We bought it in 1999. What else would you call 2 centuries? Zhang Yi replied, clearly annoyed by the old TV. Zhang Feng suddenly understood and asked, don't you have a computer? Why do you still watch TV? The computer screen is too small. Watching shows on it just is not the same. Heh, if you think it's too small, why not buy one yourself? TVs are not that expensive nowadays. I only paid 1,888 yuan for this one, not even 2,000, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Forget it. If I had to buy it myself, I would rather stick to watching shows on the computer. Zhang Yi immediately shook his head in dismay. He had worked tirelessly with his father at markets for 3 years, saving just over 10,000 yuan. There was no way he was spending 2,000 of it on a TV. Zhang Feng smiled quietly. He had already figured the boy would think that way. After watching for a while longer, Zhang Yi was called home by his mother. Zhang Feng turned off the TV and lay back in his recliner. He felt a little bored. As his gaze landed on the bare walls of the house, a thought suddenly struck him. He quickly jumped up and rushed into his room. Soon, he came out holding several sheets of rice paper along with an old brush and ink stone set. These had belonged to his grandfather, who had attended private school for 2 years before the liberation and had beautiful calligraphy skills. These items had been stored in an old box for years, until Zhang Feng began learning calligraphy in middle school, and his father brought them out again. Later, his 2 younger sisters also used them for practicing calligraphy. These tools had become a sort of heirloom, used by 3 generations of the Zhang family. Looking at the empty walls, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered his basic painting and calligraphy skill and thought, why not paint something to decorate the house? So he prepared the ink, spread out a sheet of rice paper, and got ready to paint. What should I paint? He murmured, then suddenly his eyes lit up with inspiration. With confident strokes, he used his brush to outline the body and tail of a yellow ox. Clearly having a solid image in mind, his brushwork was precise. Within 15 minutes, the main figure was completed. In no more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the painting was finished. The artwork depicted a child wearing a bamboo hat, riding on a yellow ox, singing joyfully. Hearing the chirping of a cicada, the child turned his head toward the sound, spotting a black cicada perched on a willow tree. Looking at his first creation, Zhang Feng smiled with satisfaction. It seems this basic painting skill is actually quite good. Zhang Feng could not help but marvel at how incredible the system was. He had never learned painting before and had no natural talent, yet after gaining the basic skill, he could create elegant ink paintings. He added a poem by Qing dynasty poet Yuan Mei to the painting. A herd boy rides a yellow ox, his song echoing through the woods. He wants to catch the singing cicada, but suddenly falls silent and stands still. Hanging such a painting at home gave off not only a rustic charm but also a delightful countryside atmosphere. Inspired, Zhang Feng created several more paintings. Most were based on the works of renowned masters. One piece was a playful imitation of the modern ink painter Huangzhou's 7 donkeys, which Zhang Feng humorously titled The Donkey of Qian. He then painted several rural-themed works, a flock of chickens, an imitation of Zhang Daqian's lotus, a kite painting inspired by the ancient poem Village Dwelling by Gao Ding, and finally, a landscape titled Boating on Moon Lake. Since these were only trial pieces, they were not particularly intricate. The 5 paintings took him just over 2 hours in total, about 30 minutes each. Even though they were not his best works, The overall quality was quite high, certainly better than what many so-called experts could produce. Wow, crazy brother, are you painting? Is this homework from your teacher? At some point, the little boy nicknamed Duckling had wandered in. Seeing the paintings on the table, he asked in amazement. No, Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head. He had already graduated years ago. Homework? Hey, crazy brother, why does this kid look a bit like me? Duckling asked, puzzled and surprised as he looked at the herd boy in the painting. Really? Maybe you just have one of those common faces. In fact, Zhang Feng had drawn the boy based on Duckling, but he teased him instead. What does common face mean? It means your face is plain and easily recognizable. Oh, crazy brother, do you still have cucumbers at your house? The boy's thoughts jumped rapidly. Within seconds, the painting was forgotten, and his mouth watered at the thought of Zhang Feng's cucumbers. As long as there was food, nothing else mattered. They are in the backyard. Go pick them yourself. Yay, crazy brother, I am going. Hey, do not break the vines, Zhang Feng reminded him as he watched the little one dash off. Got it. The boy soon disappeared into the house. Zhang Feng used paperweights to hold down the 5 paintings on the table, then went online to search for shops selling framing supplies. Sure enough, the internet had everything. Soon, he found a highly rated store and placed an order. The items should arrive within 2 or 3 days. Since Qingshan County was too small to have a dedicated framing shop, he would have had to go to the city. But Zhang Feng was not impressed by the quality there. Besides, his basic painting skill included framing techniques, so he figured he would try it himself. Since these were just practice pieces, even if he messed up, he could simply paint more. Crazy brother, why are your cucumbers so delicious? Duckling came out carrying several large cucumbers, munching on one as he walked. Do you not know? Other people's things are always the best, Zhang Feng replied with a laugh. It really seems that way. One time Demao and I snuck up to the top of East Mountain and stole cucumbers. They tasted amazing. You little rascal, that land on East Mountain belongs to old lady San. You even dared steal her cucumbers? If she caught you, she would tell your father, and you would get a proper beating. Oh no, crazy brother, please do not tell her. Duckling was clearly familiar with old lady San's reputation and immediately panicked. She was known as the fiercest woman in the village, extremely petty. If any child stole from her, she would come knocking on their door. Because of this, she was not well liked. Zhang Feng had also been mischievous as a child and knew how mean she was. He and Zhang Yi used to steal corn from her fields when they were herding cattle, then secretly roast it on the mountain. At first, they were lucky and never got caught. But, as the saying goes, if you walk by the river long enough, your shoes will get wet. One foggy day, they slipped into her cornfield and had just picked one ear of corn when Zhang Yi was caught by old lady San. She dragged them straight to their homes. Their father and second uncle had to apologize profusely and even paid 10 yuan in compensation before the old woman would let it go. In the end, both Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi were given a severe beating, and from that day on, they never dared steal from her again. Little duck, where the hell did you run off to? Oh no, my dad is calling me. As soon as the little guy heard his father's voice, he immediately ran out. Dad, I am here. You little bastard, where is the ox you were tending? Go find it, now. The moment Uncle Ernie saw Little Duck, he flew into a rage. This mischievous brat never paid attention while herding cattle. He had no idea where the ox had gone. Oh no, where is my ox? Wasn't it just on the riverbank? The little one looked around and found the ox had indeed vanished. You monkey, are you not going to look for it right now? Uncle Ernie angrily yanked on his ear. Ah, Dad, stop pulling, I will go right now. The child pulled free from his father's grip and immediately ran toward the riverbank. Hee, Uncle Ernie was scolding Little Duck again? Zhang Feng walked out, finding the pair rather amusing. This brat runs off while herding cattle. If I do not give him a good scolding, he will never remember anything, Uncle Ernie said with a helpless smile. Hee, did you not used to be like this when you were little, too? Zhang Feng grinned, remembering how back in the day, he, Uncle Ernie, and Zhang Yi would always leave the cattle on the mountain and run off to play climbing trees to find bird nests or peeing on dung beetles. They would only start looking for the oxen at dusk. And you are calling me out? You were the wildest one of all. Uncle Ernie glared at him. Even though their family ranks were different, they were close in age and had grown up playing together. They knew everything about each other. Uncle Ernie had just married early, tying the knot at 20. Now Little Duck was old enough to tend cattle. Zhang Feng laughed awkwardly, then asked, by the way, if the ox is missing, why are you not looking for it? What for? It has already come back on its own. Uncle Ernie took a drag from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly. Watching little duck anxiously search for the ox, drenched in sweat, Zhang Feng almost wanted to ask, "Are you serious? Is this really your biological son? What kind of father does that?" Seeing Zhang Feng's odd expression, Uncle Ernie smiled knowingly and said, "This monkey forgets everything. If he does not suffer a little, how will he learn?" Zhang Feng could only smile and shake his head. Rural children were too wild. Their parents were always busy making ends meet and had little education, so parenting was simple and rough. If a child misbehaved, they would get beaten. People believed in the saying, "Spare the rod, spoil the child," and strict teachers produce outstanding students. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was dusk, and Zhang Feng's mother had returned from the market. "Ha? Xiao Feng, did you buy all this?" As soon as Wang Guilan stepped into the house and saw the brand new television and refrigerator, she was so surprised she thought she had entered the wrong home. "Yes, there were discounts online a few days ago. I saw the prices were good, so I bought them." "Good prices? How much did you spend?" Wang Guilan put her things down and asked immediately, concerned. "This TV cost 1,888 yuan, the refrigerator 1,200, the washing machine 600, and the water dispenser 150. Altogether, I spent less than 4,000 yuan, Zhang Feng explained quickly, knowing his mother would worry he had spent too much. "That really is a good deal." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's mother was relieved. She had not expected the prices to be better than those in the county, and they were all brand-name products with reliable quality. "Oh, right, Xiaofeng. Your eldest sister called earlier. She said she would arrive at the bus station around 8. Go pick her up." Wang Guilan remembered her eldest daughter and reminded Zhang Feng. "All right. I will go soon." Zhang Feng had not seen his sister in 3 years. Hearing she would arrive tonight, he was overjoyed. Since it was Friday, and knowing their big sister was coming home, his 2 younger sisters were also preparing to come back to see her. Overjoyed by the news, Zhang Feng decided to cook a hearty meal for everyone. He grabbed a bucket and headed to the backyard to catch some swamp eels. After sprinkling some bait, he stood by the ditch with a net, ready for action. Why are there so many fish? Soon, Zhang Feng noticed a large number of small fish in the water. He quickly realized that the ditch connected to Moon Lake, and these fish had probably swum in from there. He had no time to think about it. Spotting a few large swamp eels, he made a decisive move. With one sweep of the net, he caught 5 or 6. Attracted by the solar growth hormone, the swamp eels, fish, and shrimp came rushing toward the bait like moths to a flame, throwing themselves into danger for food. Just like the saying, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. These mindless creatures could not escape the fate of hunger, like all animals. After catching over half a kilogram of swamp eels, Zhang Feng stopped. He noticed a carp in the ditch and thought it would be good for braised fish that evening. He scooped up a few more with the net. The fish were not large, the biggest about half a kilogram, the rest only about the size of 2 fingers. He planned to cook the large carp as braised fish. The smaller fish and shrimp would be deep-fried into a crispy snack. His younger sister Zhang Yu, a little foodie, would surely love it. Having prepared the meat dishes, Zhang Feng went to the garden in the backyard and picked several vegetables, along with green onions and garlic. Because too much meat could be overwhelming, he decided to prepare a few vegetarian dishes, a cucumber salad, stir-fried bok choy, and lettuce with sauce. Thanks to his recent care, the vegetables were not only vibrant and lush but also incredibly flavorful. After tasting them, his younger sisters often asked him to send vegetables, which their dorm mates would devour immediately. Zhang Feng's homegrown vegetables had already become famous in their school circle. Time flew, and before long it was 6:30. Zhang Feng rode his tricycle at top speed toward the county. He arrived early at the bus station and waited over an hour before the long-distance bus from the provincial capital finally pulled in. "Big sister, I am over here." As soon as his sister got off the bus, Zhang Feng ran over, shouting excitedly, "Xiao Feng, big sister, let us go. Mom and the others are waiting at home." Zhang Feng carried her luggage and joyfully led her to the tricycle. Zhang Xin was so excited that she wished she could grow wings and fly home immediately. She had not returned in 3 years. As the saying goes, the closer to home, the more anxious one becomes. She was eager to see her mother and sisters. "Xiao Feng, how is Mom? Is everyone all right?" she asked on the way home, full of concern. "Mom is in great health, apart from a little rheumatism. She has not even had a cold." As for Zhang Lin and Zhang Yu, they are both fine and currently busy preparing for the college and high school entrance exams, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. As they chatted, in less than 15 minutes, the two of them arrived at the home Zhang Xin had dreamed of for over 1,000 days and nights. Hearing the sound of the vehicle, their mother and sisters came running out. "Mom, I am home. My dear girl, you are finally back." You are back. At the sight of her mother, Zhang Qin ran forward and embraced her. The longing of over 3 years burst forth at once. The two of them held each other tightly. The two younger sisters also rushed over, and soon the mother and daughters were all shedding tears of joy. Zhang Feng's eyes turned red as well. At that moment, he became even more determined to give his family a better, happier life. In the early morning, Zhangjiawan was shrouded in mist and drizzle. Thick fog enveloped the entire world, and Moon Lake lay covered in a milky white haze. Streams and wisps of mist rose from the surface of the lake like elegant white-clad fairies, dancing gracefully in the wind. Their movements were so light, so ethereal, they took one's breath away. Zhang Chen opened the window and gazed out at this fairy tale world. The swirling mist made it feel like he was in a celestial realm, an illusion of floating upward, as if riding the wind and ascending to the immortal world. Such beauty felt like a dream, a surreal movie scene, yet it was real, vividly present, and profoundly intoxicating. The eastern sky grew brighter by the minute. Even the thickest fog could not withstand the power of sunlight. A red sun slowly emerged from behind the mountain ridge, half hidden, like a shy beauty behind a peeped, delicate, radiant, and captivating. The red sun rose in the east, casting its mighty brilliance across the land. No matter how dense the fog, it could not resist the power of nature. A strong wind blew through, scattering the mist that cloaked the mountains. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, it was gone, carried away on the wind, as if returning to the heavens. The blazing morning sun began to shine freely upon the earth. The still waters of Moon Lake were instantly dyed red, like a brilliant ruby embedded in the earth, emitting a dazzling glow. Even the reeds along the lakeshore turned golden in its light. Ah, how beautiful! Upon opening the door and seeing the gorgeous morning glow in the east, even Zhang Lin, who was usually calm and composed, could not help but cry out in awe. Nature's beauty was truly breathtaking. Brother, look at the morning clouds in the sky, they are so beautiful. Her finger pointed upward at the clouds, which had formed the shape of a soaring phoenix with outstretched wings. The graceful body, the majestic wings, and the elegant, flowing tail were lifelike, so real it seemed the phoenix might truly be there. It was a miracle of nature, perhaps a divine painting by heaven itself, drawn with wind as a brush and sunlight as paint, a magnificent masterpiece, a sublime spectacle carved by the heavens. Click, 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 click. Seeing such a beautiful phoenix in the sky, how could Zhang Feng stay still? He grabbed his phone and began snapping pictures rapidly, as if trying to capture the phoenix and lock it inside his photo album. Ah, I want to take pictures too. Zhang Lin, who had been too focused on admiring the sky, suddenly realized she had not captured it. She rushed inside, grabbed her phone, and began photographing the sky non-stop. Zhang Feng did not know that this breathtaking phenomenon had already stunned the entire village. Many visitors from the city, out for their morning exercise, raised their phones and cameras to capture the scene. A few professional photographers even managed to catch the phoenix in their lenses. People rushed to post their images of the phoenix-shaped morning clouds on social media. Within moments, the dazzling beauty of this scene had gone viral, causing a stir among followers. The images were shared rapidly, spreading across the internet. Several major news portals reposted them, igniting widespread attention. Unfortunately, beauty is fleeting. Within a minute or two, the blazing phoenix dispersed with the wind, as if it had taken flight and vanished into the sky. Sigh, what a pity, Zhang Lin sighed with regret. Second sister, what are you doing? Their younger sister mumbled, groggily rising from bed. Seeing both her brother and sister holding phones, she asked in confusion. Hee, the morning sky was stunning. Look, this is what I just took. Ah, let me see, wow. It is so beautiful. Is that really a phoenix? The youngest sister was completely stunned by the image, unable to distinguish whether the phoenix was real or not. It was simply too vivid and lifelike. Could it be a special effect from some television drama? Zhang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin both laughed. Second sister, why did you not wake me up? I missed such a beautiful scene. I am going to repost this. I will say I took it myself. The youngest sister first grumbled, then grabbed Zhang Lin's phone and ran toward the computer. Wait for me, Zhang Lin followed closely behind. This little rascal. Having such a mischievous younger sister made Zhang Feng feel quite amused. Watching his sisters leave, Zhang Feng began washing up. Afterward, he started his daily exercise routine. The universal bodybuilding technique truly lived up to its extraterrestrial origins. After just 10 days of practice, Zhang Feng could already feel changes in his body. Not only had his strength and speed improved, but his vitality seemed to have increased as well. It was indeed a miraculous cultivation method. Once he finished exercising, Zhang Feng watered the flower beds in the courtyard. Nourished by the solar growth hormone, the once plain wildflowers had transformed into stunning swans. They bloomed vividly, full of life and color, exuding a rich fragrance. As the breeze blew gently, the entire courtyard was immersed in the scent of flowers. Xiaofeng, did you plant all these flowers? At some point, his eldest sister had come outside and stood behind him. Yes, I picked them from Feng Mountain. Zhang Feng smiled. Every time he looked at the garden in full bloom, his heart filled with pride. They are really beautiful. Zhong Qin inhaled deeply, savoring the faint floral aroma, her face glowing with enjoyment. After watering the flowers, Zhang Feng eagerly began photographing them. He captured blooming golden chrysanthemums, elegant wild lilies, fiery coxcombs, and even unremarkable clovers, all added to his photo collection. When he finished, he immediately uploaded the photos to his social media and chat groups. The stunning images caused a stir among the silent observers. Everyone was awestruck. Damn, is that really a phoenix? It is unbelievably beautiful. No way, is that phoenix real? Please, it is obviously fake, probably photoshopped. Agreed. Looks like a special effect from some drama. Are you blind? Check the timestamp. These were taken today. Yes, these photos look completely natural, no sign of editing. If this is real, I will eat shit live on stream. Yes. If that is real, I will chop off my balls. Hee hee, what is the point of arguing? Let Crazy explain. He took the photos. Exactly. Crazy, come out and explain, is that phoenix real? Crazy, the party is calling you. Crazy, the organization needs you. Crazy, the motherland needs you. Everyone began tagging Zhang Feng. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Who would have thought I would one day be summoned by the party, by the organization, by the motherland? Zhang Feng finally emerged after being relentlessly called upon. I swear to the heavens, the photos are real. They were taken just this morning. A lot of people saw it and took pictures too. Just search online, you will find it quickly. Really? Let us search right now. Within moments, the chat group went silent. Everyone had gone to search. Soon after, similar photos began to surface, shocking everyone. No one had expected to witness such a fantastical sight. They could only marvel at Zhang Feng's dumb luck to encounter such a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. Very soon, everyone found the photos of the phoenix spreading its wings. They were awe-inspiring. Nature's craftsmanship had created a masterpiece of such beauty that people were overwhelmed, exclaiming in wonder at the marvel of the world. The phoenix was so beautiful that words could not describe it. Only those who had witnessed it could truly understand its grandeur, its unparalleled elegance. Ah, I feel like I have gone back to kindergarten. I cannot even describe its beauty. Did I get a fake degree in Chinese language and literature? One university classmate joked in the group chat. Sigh, same here. I suddenly realized how poor my vocabulary is. What now? Should I go do a postdoc? Another friend pursuing a doctorate commented helplessly. Ha ha. While everyone is still admiring the phoenix miracle, is it just me or does the garden in Crazy's yard look pretty amazing too? Yes, Crazy's garden is really stunning. My favorite is the golden chrysanthemum. Come on, man, that's some heavy taste. I am a gentleman, I prefer the noble orchids. Too lewd up there. I think the prettiest are the wild lilies. Get out of here. How am I lewd? And someone who likes lilies dares to call me that? Heh, maybe you are right. I am indeed the legendary king of lewd. Damn it, stop derailing the topic. Are we not supposed to be discussing Crazy's photos? Crazy, is that really your yard in the pictures? It is unbelievably beautiful. Yes, living in such a picturesque countryside home is truly enviable. Black tiles, green bricks, the scent of wildflowers in the air, shaded by lush trees and surrounded by clear mountains and water, absolutely stunning. Though the dazzling lights of the city had their appeal, they also came with enormous pressure. Seeing Zhang Feng's leisurely countryside life made everyone long for that peace. They could not help but envy it. Crazy, how about we come visit your place this weekend? Old friends from high school, Monkey, Chubby, and a few others, could not help but privately message Zhang Feng. They were deeply attracted by the beauty of the place. If it were not for work, they would have already set off on a spontaneous trip. No problem. Just count how many of you are coming and let me know. I will get the place and meals ready. Zhang Feng was also happy to have guests. Ah, great. I will let you know once we finalize the count. See you this weekend. See you on the weekend. At the same time, Zhang Feng also uploaded food photos he had taken over the past few days: stir-fried swamp eel, braised carp, wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, and a rich red mushroom soup. The dishes, with their vibrant color, enticing aroma, and mouth-watering presentation, made everyone drool and attracted countless food lovers. Crazy, how are we supposed to keep living our lives? Exactly, crazy. Posting beautiful scenery and delicious food, are you trying to drive us to commit crimes? Damn you, crazy. What if I do not want to work anymore? Screw it. Let us all go to his house this weekend and eat him out of house and home. Let us see how smug he is then. Great idea up there. Whoever wants to go, register with me. Do not disturb if you are not serious. I will count the number for crazy so he can prepare. Monkey, count me in. Senior brother, add me too. I am free this weekend. Sigh, I am in S City. Will you reimburse the plane ticket? Crazy, I am in New York. Can you reimburse mine? Crazy, I am in London. Can you reimburse mine? Damn it, you people are too close. I am on Mars. Can you reimburse my spaceship ticket? I have prepared super teleportation talismans. Whoever wants to come, just teleport here yourselves. Seeing these jokers, Zhang Feng laughed and replied. The high school class chat group grew livelier by the minute. Although everyone wanted to come, many were working in other provinces, making a weekend trip unrealistic. In the end, only 5 or 6 classmates working nearby finalized their plans to visit Zhangjiawan and enjoy a feast. After chatting for a while, Zhang Feng went offline to start preparing lunch. Since his elder sister had just returned, and his 2 younger sisters were also at home, Zhang Feng decided to slaughter a wild chicken to make wild chicken stewed with mushrooms for lunch. Brother, are you home? I am. What is up? You are not doing business today? Zhang Feng was in the middle of slaughtering the chicken when he turned and asked. It is the off-season. There is not much business, so I did not go. Zhang Yi shook his head. What is that you are holding? Zhang Feng asked curiously when he saw the basin in Zhang Yi's hands. Oh, these are snails I caught a few days ago. Since Big Sister is back, I brought them over for her to try. Zhang Yi smiled. You have cleaned them properly, right? Zhang Feng took the half basin of snails and asked. They have been soaked in salt and vegetable oil for 2 days. Field snails are a common rural delicacy. They usually live in ditches and reservoirs. Summer and autumn are the best seasons for catching them, this is when they are the tastiest. What did Xiaoyi bring over? Zhang Feng's mother came out just then. Nothing much, just some snails. Xiaoyi is all grown up now. Come in and let your big sister take a look at you. His eldest sister, Zhang Qin, waved happily upon seeing her cousin Zhang Yi. Hey, sister, Zhang Yi replied with a big grin. I have not even had time to visit second uncle and second aunt yet. Are they doing well? They are great, healthy and hearty, Zhang Yi answered playfully. You little rascal. Go home and tell your mother not to cook. Come eat here later, got it? Wang Guilan smiled as she gave instructions. Got it, aunt. About 15 minutes later, second uncle, second aunt, and Zhang Yi came over. Their homes were only 50 to 60 meters apart, making visits convenient. Seeing their niece for the first time in 3 years, second uncle and aunt were delighted. Zhang Qin personally handed out gifts she had brought, a sweater for second uncle, a down jacket for second aunt, and one for Zhang Yi as well. They were thrilled to receive the gifts. The house was full of laughter as they chatted about life. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, as the head chef, retreated into the kitchen to start cooking. The main dishes for lunch were wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy beef, dry-fried swamp eel, stir-fried snails, and green pepper with ham. Zhang Feng also made a few side dishes, stir-fried bok choy, vinegar eggplant, smashed cucumber salad, and, finally, a delicious red mushroom soup. The beef and ham had just been brought over by second uncle and aunt. With so much good food planned for lunch, Zhang Feng could not help but swallow in anticipation. He was fully energized for cooking. Hearing the sound of sizzling from the kitchen and smelling the rich aromas, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi, those 2 little gluttons, could not help but rush in. You 2 showed up at the perfect time. Xiaoyi, start the fire. Xiaoye, help me chop the ginger and scallions. As soon as they entered, Zhang Feng put them to work. Ah, brother, we come in and immediately become your assistants? What are you complaining about? Am I not cooking this for you to eat? Well, that is true. The girl pouted, then reluctantly started chopping vegetables. You are chopping too slowly. Move aside, let me do it. Seeing his sister's lazy pace, Zhang Feng pushed her aside. Instantly, his knife flew like a phantom. Within seconds, the ingredients were ready. Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi were dumbfounded, stunned by Zhang Feng's knife skills. They had never seen such expert chopping, better than most professional chefs. Then they watched in awe as Zhang Feng effortlessly stir-fried dish after dish. They were completely floored by his cooking skills. Brother, from now on, I bow to no one but you. Hee hee, you silly girl. The 3 of them bantered and laughed as they cooked, making time fly. After about an hour and a half, Zhang Feng finally finished preparing all the dishes. Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu carried them out to the table. Looking at the spread of rich, delicious food, the two gluttons had already sneaked several bites. Knock. Just as everyone was preparing to eat lunch, a series of knocks came at the door. Is my brother home? Zhang Feng immediately recognized the voice. It sounded like Niu Pangzi. He hurried outside. Ah, brother Niu, you are here, Zhang Feng said as he stepped outside and saw Niu Pangzi standing with a beautiful woman, about 27 or 28 years old. The two were holding hands. Brother Niu, is this your wife? Hee, little brother, this is your sister-in-law, Li Qingqing. Niu Pangzi introduced her with a grin. Nice to meet you, sister-in-law. Welcome to our home. You must be Xiaofang? Sorry to bother you. I saw the Phoenix phenomenon online today and could not resist coming to see it in person, Li Qingqing said with a gentle smile. You are not bothering us at all. We are honored to have you. Brother Niu, sister-in-law, please come in. Zhang Feng led them into the courtyard. Oh, it is brother Niu. Come on in and have a seat. The rest of the family came out as well, warmly welcoming them. Hello auntie, hello uncle, hello everyone. This is my wife, Li Qingqing. After the introductions, the two guests were invited to join the family for lunch. Knowing Niu Pangzi enjoyed drinking, Zhang Feng called Uncle Ernie to come over. Uncle Ernie, come drink with us. And do not forget to bring 1 kilogram of glutinous rice wine. Uncle Ernie laughed and scolded him, you little rascal, asking someone to drink and making them bring their own liquor? Hee, it is just that your rice wine tastes the best, Zhang Feng said shamelessly with a smile. Soon, Uncle Ernie arrived with 2 jars of glutinous rice wine. Come on, Uncle Ernie, pour us some. Brother Niu is visiting today. Let us drink properly. Soon, the men were drinking freely while the women chatted over their meal, discussing the incredible phoenix clouds that had appeared that morning. Everyone was amazed by the spectacular sight. Those who missed it felt deep regret. Especially Li Qingqing, she had been drawn here by the phoenix phenomenon. When she learned that Zhang Yu and Zhang Lin had taken photos of it, she was full of envy. If it were not during the meal, she would have immediately asked them to show her the pictures. Li Qingqing loved traveling in beautiful scenery, and this rare natural wonder had captivated her even more. In traditional Chinese culture, the phoenix often appears as a sacred and beautiful creature. Whether in the poetic elegance of the phoenix flies together from the classic of poetry or the passionate love expressed in Phoenix Seeks a Mate, the phoenix symbolizes beauty, nobility, and unattainable grace. That is why the appearance of the phoenix-shaped clouds had caused such a stir, going viral online and drawing many tourists to visit Moon Lake. Little brother, your cooking has improved again. These dishes taste even better than last time, Niu Pangzi praised as he ate. Hee, glad you like them, brother Niu. Zhang Feng was clearly pleased to see someone enjoying his food. But little brother, the ingredients you used must be quite special, right? Niu Pangzi had traveled far and wide and tasted countless delicacies. He could practically write a complete guide to Chinese ingredients from memory. Ha! Brother Niu, you can tell? Zhang Feng was surprised. He knew exactly why his vegetables tasted different. They had been watered with a diluted solution of solar growth hormone, which greatly improved both flavor and quality. Hee, your brother here is a true gourmet, Niu Pangzi said proudly, winking. Take this cucumber, for instance, its surface is crystal clear, like a piece of green jade. The taste is crisp and fragrant, with not a hint of bitterness. This is the best cucumber I have ever eaten. Those who know cucumbers well understand that they often have a slight bitterness, especially near the stem. Some are so bitter they are inedible. And this cabbage, crisp, translucent, like a work of art. Its taste is sweet and delicious, not bland like the usual store-bought ones that need heavy seasoning to taste good. Hey, that is true. Niu really knows his stuff. Uncle Ernie tasted some and immediately agreed it was different from the vegetables grown at home. Hee, it is nothing. I work in the food industry after all, Niu Pangzi said modestly, though his smile nearly reached his ears. Come on, uncle, brother Ernie, Xiaofeng, let us toast, said Niu Chong, lifting his cup with enthusiasm. To us. Meanwhile, the women had finished eating. Mother and auntie were chatting under the eaves, while Li Qingqing and the 3 Zhang sisters were chattering about the photos taken that morning. Each photo of the phoenix clouds drew gasps of wonder, true masterpieces of nature, awe-inspiring and magical. They could not help but imagine, perhaps this was a divine phoenix robe, specially woven by the Jade Emperor for the Queen Mother of the West. Only the heavenly artisans, with scissors made of wind and threads of cloud, could craft such a magnificent celestial garment. Ah, I feel so tired. About half an hour later, the youngest sister flopped into a lounge chair, sprawled out, and muttered in exhaustion. Yes, let us rest for a bit. Maybe everyone got a bit too excited earlier. The others soon followed, stretching and breathing deeply as they sat down. Ha! After resting a bit, Li Qingqing looked around the courtyard and her eyes lit up. Oh, I did not notice before, there are so many beautiful wildflowers here. She inhaled the faint fragrance in the air, her face full of contentment. Are those wild chrysanthemums? And that, is it coxcomb? Wow! Are those wild lilies over there? So pure and elegant. Who planted all these flowers? They are really stunning. Li Qingqing was full of admiration and could not help but wish she had a beautiful countryside garden like this. Hee, beautiful, right? My brother picked all those flowers from Feng Mountain. Zhang Yu said proudly. Li Qingqing completely fell in love with the wildflowers and the charming rural courtyard of the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Niu Pangzi had his eye on something else in Zhang Feng's home, the vegetables. As a restaurant owner, he was especially sensitive to high-quality ingredients. Discovering such produce, he was not about to let it go. Xiaofeng, how about selling your vegetables to me? Niu Pangzi asked, looking at him with anticipation. Sell them? If you like them, just pick as much as you want, Zhang Feng replied casually. He thought it was no big deal, his family could not finish them all anyway. No, you misunderstood. I mean supplying vegetables for my restaurant. Niu Pangzi smiled. Supplying your restaurant? Zhang Feng thought for a moment. But my backyard garden probably is not enough. He had been to Niu Pangzi's restaurant. It was always packed. How could his small plot of vegetables possibly meet the demand? That is true, but I am planning to open a few high-end private dining rooms. With your vegetables, it will definitely be a hit. Niu Pangzi was always quick to spot business opportunities. The moment he tasted Zhang Feng's vegetables, he knew they were a potential goldmine. I see. In that case, no problem. After hearing his plan, Zhang Feng agreed. The two reached a verbal agreement. From now on, Zhang Feng would supply Niu Chang's restaurant with 10 to 15 kilograms of vegetables per day. Cabbage would be 10 yuan per half a kilogram, cucumbers, eggplants, and lettuce 15 yuan, green onions, garlic, ginger, and cilantro 30 yuan per half a kilogram. Zhang Feng was delighted with the generous price his vegetables would fetch. Niu Pangzi was even more thrilled. These ingredients could bring in high-end clientele, boost profits, and, most importantly, expand his network of valuable connections. Zhangjiawan is nestled along the shores of Moon Lake. As Moon Lake has become a tourist attraction, another name for Zhangjiawan, Moon Lake Village, has gained broader recognition, and its original name has slowly been forgotten. After finishing the wine and lunch, the young people went to enjoy the scenery around Moon Lake. Walking under the viewing trees by the lake, a gentle breeze blew, willows swayed, and the shimmering water reflected the surrounding mountains, a truly beautiful landscape. There was once an ancient poet who wrote a verse like this. The shimmering water is best on sunny days, the misty mountains most enchanting in rain. To compare West Lake to Shizi, she is always charming, whether lightly or richly adorned. The beauty of West Lake is beyond question, but in Zhang Feng's eyes, Moon Lake was no less splendid. West Lake has its boundless lotus leaves stretching to the horizon, while Moon Lake has its moonlight reflections, where people see themselves and lose awareness of who they are. If West Lake is like a dazzling celebrity, then Moon Lake is like an elegant and demure beauty awaiting discovery, each with their own charm, each uniquely captivating. Ah! Beautiful Moon Lake! Beautiful mountains, beautiful waters, beautiful wind, beautiful rain. I truly love you, love your natural freshness. Ha ha! What do you think, dear wife? Seeing such beautiful scenery, your husband suddenly became inspired and composed a poem. Please, everyone, critique it, Niu Pangzi, slightly drunk, said with a laugh. Ugh, you idiot. Always making a fool of yourself, Li Qingqing glared at Niu Zhong, then looked around at everyone, clearly embarrassed by her husband's antics. He. Brother Niu's poem is hilarious, the youngest girl could not help laughing out loud. I never expected Brother Niu to be so poetic. Honestly, it is better than those so-called modern poems by the Provincial Literary Federation president, Zhang Feng joked. You all have good taste, Niu Pangzi replied, winking mischievously. His words made everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Feng remembered that once viral president of the Literary Federation, whose works were known for being shockingly bad. One of his poems went like this. Praise for the International Health Consumption Guide. There is guidance for global spending, clearly written in a tiny pamphlet. Health-related consumption is obvious. I write poetry to praise it. All technicians offer fine service. All customers leave with joy. Today I wash my feet happily. Tomorrow I hike up a mountain. Zhang Feng thought it was not even worth commenting on such poetry. He could not understand how anyone had the nerve to publish it online. Yet, as the poet hoped, it went viral across the internet. Indeed, people were stunned by the greatness of this so-called modern poet. He became known as the most dazzling, unique flower of the poetry world. Borrowing from classical language, his work could be described as the final masterpiece of the school of shit, a rhythm-free version of the Li Saw. Everyone criticized him. Who would have thought such absurd poetry could exist? A child of 7 or 8 could have done better. Even the street vendors yelling in front of discount stores had better rhythm. After hearing that masterpiece, Nyo Pingzi laughed heartily. He finally felt some psychological balance, at least someone out there was worse than him. That kind of poem could not even be called doggerel. Joking and laughing, the group strolled along the scenic path, enjoying the view of the lake and mountains. In truth, beauty is never far from us. We simply rush through life too quickly to stop and appreciate it. As one great philosopher said, life is not lacking in beauty, only in the eyes to discover it. So, amid your busy life, do not forget to pause and admire the beauty around you. It will not only relieve stress, but also add joy to your days. Walking along Moon Lake's edge, the gentle breeze caressed their faces. It was incredibly refreshing. The lake's beauty attracted many visitors daily. Since it was only 4 or 5 kilometers from the county town, many elderly folks came here to relax, sitting by the water or fishing. Thus, along the lakeshore, one could see old men and women sitting on mats or stools, fishing. There were also young couples chatting and enjoying time together. Ah! Someone caught a big fish, the younger sister suddenly shouted, wide-eyed. Following her finger, they saw an elderly man, about 70 years old, gripping a fishing rod tightly. A large fish was thrashing violently in the water, bending the rod nearly into a right angle. This is bad. Seeing the size of the fish, almost a meter long, Zheng Feng had a bad feeling. The old man might not be able to hold on. He quickly walked over to help. Sure enough, with a sudden dive, the fish yanked hard. The old man stumbled and was about to fall into the water. In that split second, Zheng Feng reacted swiftly and grabbed the old man. In the blink of an eye, the rod was pulled from the man's hands and dragged into the lake. It was a close call. Without Zheng Feng's quick reflexes, the result could have been disastrous. My fishing rod! My fish! The old man cried out, struggling to rush forward and grab it. Zheng Feng was shocked. He had never seen someone so obsessed with fishing that they would risk their life. Oh no, the fish got away. Old man, are you crazy? You were about to dive in after a fish, the younger sister scolded with a frown. Her words brought the old man back to his senses. He bowed repeatedly to Zheng Feng and everyone else. Ah, I am terribly sorry. Thank you, young man. I made a fool of myself. It was my first time hooking such a big fish, and I got carried away. I apologize for the trouble. It is nothing, sir, but fishing must be done with safety in mind. Next time, if the fish is too big, ask someone to help, and if needed, just cut the line, Zheng Feng replied with a smile. Yes, Grandpa, safety first. You can always catch another fish. Yes, be careful next time. The earlier scene had shocked everyone. The onlookers now gave the old man earnest advice. No fish is worth a human life. When you hook a big one, stay calm and collected. Otherwise, it might not be you catching the fish, but the fish catching you. Damn it, you old fool. Are you trying to die? Diving into the lake for a fish? If you want to die, just jump in already. No one noticed when the old man's wife ran over, anxiously pulling him aside and scolding him thoroughly. Once they saw that the man had been properly scolded and realized the danger, Zheng Feng and his group slipped out of the crowd and continued on. Honey, how about we take a boat ride? As they reached a small dock and saw several rowboats moored there, Li Qingqing grew excited and made her suggestion. Sure. Let us take a ride. Sir, how much for a boat trip? Niu Zhong also showed interest. Uncle 7, how is business? Uncle 7. The boatman was a relative from the village, Zheng Feng's cousin uncle. Zheng Feng and his siblings quickly greeted him. Oh, Xiaoqin, Xiaofeng, you want a ride? No need to pay. Hop on. His boat was small, only fitting 7 or 8 passengers. Zheng Feng's group did not stand on ceremony. They boarded the boat and put on life jackets, required by law, or else you would be fined. Uncle 7 untied the anchor and started the engine. The boat slowly drifted out into the lake. A gentle breeze blew across the water. Every trip on Moon Lake felt different. Sitting at the bow, with the wind brushing their faces and clothes fluttering, was invigorating. It reminded Zheng Feng of Su Donpa's famous ancient line, vast and free, as if riding the wind through the void, unaware of where it ends. Light and unworldly, as if transcending the mortal realm and soaring into immortality. Zheng Feng shamelessly sighed, realizing that great minds think alike. Who would have thought that even a poet praised for 1,000 years once felt the same as he did? Mist enveloped Zhangjiawen in the early morning. Just as the sky began to brighten, Zheng Feng, his mother, and elder sister were already busy in the backyard, harvesting various vegetables to sell to Niu Pangzi's restaurant. Because Zhang Feng had secretly used solar growth hormone, the vegetables matured more than 10 days earlier than usual. They looked fresh and tender, and their flavor was far superior to ordinary vegetables, carrying a subtle, indescribable fragrance. Looking at the jade-green cabbages, the ruby-red, glossy tomatoes, and the brightly colored peppers that resembled handicrafts, Zhang Feng felt deeply satisfied. He had not expected the vegetables from his own yard to look this good. He was certain they would be well received on the market. He never imagined the effects of the solar growth hormone would be so drastic. These ordinary vegetables had been completely transformed, not only beautiful in appearance but also uniquely delicious. Very soon, in less than half an hour, the three of them had harvested all the vegetables for the day. After a quick cleaning of the soil, they packed them into plastic crates, waiting for Niu Zhong to pick them up. "Brother Niu was here, come in and have some water." "Oh, you have already harvested everything?" Niu Pingzi entered with his purchaser, Xiao Wang, and smiled broadly when he saw 2 crates of exceptionally good-looking vegetables in the courtyard. "You came just in time, Brother Niu. We just finished harvesting. And here you are, ha," Zhang Feng said with a grin. "Ha ha, as the saying goes, better to be lucky than early, right?" Niu Pingzi laughed heartily. Vegetables this good, he had never seen anything like them. Their quality far surpassed even those so-called organic and pesticide-free vegetables. With these vegetables, his restaurant would surely break through its current bottleneck and achieve even better performance. He was confident his restaurant would outpace all competitors in Qingshan County, standing out from the crowd with no rivals in sight. "Xiao Wang, hurry and weigh these vegetables and load them up." Niu Zhong was so eager that he looked as if the vegetables might fly away if he did not get them onto the truck. "On it, boss." Purchaser Xiao Wang came here daily to collect mushrooms, so he was very familiar with the process. He immediately began moving the crates to the scale. Cabbage, 15 kilograms. Cucumbers, lettuce, etc., 7.5 kilograms. Ginger, scallions, coriander, 2.5 kilograms. According to the prices agreed on yesterday, cabbage was 10 yuan per half a kilogram, cucumbers and lettuce were 15 yuan per half a kilogram, and herbs like scallions and coriander fetched as much as 30 yuan per half a kilogram. These prices were 3 to 5 times the market rate. With such high prices for his vegetables, Zhang Feng was understandably pleased. Both parties were happy, a true win-win. After calculations, just 25 kilograms of vegetables sold for 675 yuan. Zhang Feng was very satisfied and wore a bright smile on his face. "Brother, that's 675 yuan. Is that correct?" Niu Pingzi immediately took out several large bills and handed them to Zhang Feng. "Yes, that is right." Zhang Feng took the money and counted it right away. As the saying goes, even among brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. Counting on the spot avoids problems and preserves personal relationships. "Alright then, brother, I will head out now." Now that the vegetables were in hand, Niu Pingzi could not wait to get back and test the market response. This was crucial for the future of his restaurant, and he dared not take it lightly. "Go ahead, and drop by whenever you have time." Seeing how anxious he was to leave, Zhang Feng did not insist he stay. After Niu Pingzi left, his mother and sister immediately walked over to ask, "Xiaofeng, how much did the vegetables sell for today?" "Over 600 yuan, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. "That much?" Both of them were in disbelief. Just a few dozen kilograms of vegetables had sold for that much? It seemed too good to be true. Unless the vegetables were made of gold, how could they sell for such a price? And this was just one day's income. If it continued like this, they could make 10 to 20,000 yuan a month. No wonder they were shocked. He, it is not really that much. Our vegetables taste a lot better than regular ones, so naturally they fetch a higher price, Zhang Feng explained, seeing their astonished faces. "How much are our vegetables priced at?" they both asked in unison. When they heard from Zhang Feng that cabbage was 10 yuan per half a kilogram, other vegetables 15, and even scallions sold for 30, their jaws dropped in disbelief. They were completely stunned. They were not inexperienced youths. Both had been farmers for many years and knew exactly what vegetables cost in the market. Even during peak prices, cabbage would only sell for 2 to 3 yuan per half a kilogram. The most expensive herb, coriander, had never exceeded 15. What Zhang Feng had sold today was indeed a sky-high price. "Sis, you know how expensive green vegetables are in supermarkets. Our vegetables are even better, so why shouldn't they be worth more?" Zhang Feng gently explained. "That is true. Our vegetables are definitely more delicious," his sister slowly nodded, finally coming to terms with it. His mother also quickly accepted it, recalling the high price of their mushrooms. "Mom, take this money to help cover household expenses." "I do not want it. Save it for yourself, you will need it when you start a family," his mother firmly refused, waving her hand. Mom, you grew these vegetables. If not you, then who else should get the money? Besides, I have already earned a lot from buying mushrooms, so just use this to help with household costs. After much persuasion, Wang Guilan finally accepted the money. Thinking about how much her son had earned recently, over 150,000 in just half a month, this few hundred yuan was really nothing. Baba, just then, Dabai and Xiaobai, two little goats grazing in the backyard, suddenly bleated and ran over. Oh, Dabai and Xiaobai are here. You two are the true heroes today. Those weeds in the vegetable patch were all eaten by you. Later, big sister will give you some cucumbers. Seeing the two adorable goats, his sister squatted down and gently stroked their heads. Yes, our Dabai and Xiaobai are so obedient, they deserve a good reward. Their mother picked two fresh, green cucumbers to feed them. Thanks to their recent outstanding behavior, the two goats had gradually been accepted and loved by the family. Because of their cuteness and intelligence, they had become the household pets, favorites of everyone. Xiaofeng, I saw that the orchard has overgrown with weeds again. Later, take Dabai and Xiaobai over there to help clear them out. And be careful, do not lose them. His mother especially reminded him, showing how much the family valued these two adorably dumb creatures. Do not worry, Mom. I will watch them carefully, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Baba, hearing their names, the two stubby-legged goats looked adorably at everyone, as if to say, we are eating something tasty, what do you want from us, human? Hee, what cute little guys. Seeing their innocent expressions, Zhang Feng could not help but rub their fluffy heads. After breakfast, Zhang Feng took the two adorable goats, Dabai and Xiaobai, and headed to the orchard behind the hill. Oh, Xiaofeng is walking his goats? Uncle Ernio, who was herding cattle in the mountains, immediately teased when he saw the two little white goats following Zhang Feng. Yes, just letting them roam around the orchard a bit, Zhang Feng responded casually, then fired back. What about you, Uncle Ernio? Taking your cows for a stroll? Stroll, my ass. Do you think I have the time to take a damn cow for a walk at the crack of dawn? Uncle Ernio rolled his eyes and replied, clearly speechless. What's so strange? Some people walk frogs, even cabbages, Zhang Feng chuckled, recalling some bizarre stories he had seen online. Then why don't you walk one for me to see? Uncle Ernio retorted with a laugh. Thinking of those absurd stories, Zhang Feng could only sigh at how city folks really knew how to amuse themselves. By the way, where's your little duck? Zhang Feng asked with a grin. Him? He was still snoring when I left. He probably hasn't gotten out of bed yet. Uncle Ernio shook his head, clearly exasperated with the little rascal at home. If you ask me, you should just send him to kindergarten already. Otherwise, your wife has to work, you have to farm, who has time to watch over him? Zhang Feng knew exactly how difficult Little Duck was to manage and gave his suggestion. Kindergarten costs over 3,000 yuan per term. My wife and I plan to enroll him in a preschool next term instead, it's only a few hundred yuan. Uncle Ernio lamented how expensive kindergarten had become, rural families simply could not afford it. After discussing Little Duck's education for a while, Zhang Feng continued toward the orchard with his two super weed-clearing goats. The Zhang family's orchard covers about 10 mu. Most of the trees are peach and plum, with some scattered citrus, pears, and loquats, common fruits in the southwestern region. Soon, Zhang Feng and the two adorable goats reached their destination. Dabai, Xiaobai, do not run off. You can only graze around here, understand? Zhang Feng instructed while gesturing with his hands. Ba, Dabai and Xiaobai tilted their little heads, watching their master gesture for a while. They finally understood his meaning and responded with a bleat before burying their heads in the grass. With the goats settled, Zhang Feng started wandering around the orchard, carefully observing the area, as if searching for something. This is the spot. Zhang Feng noticed signs that wild pheasants frequently pass through here. He took out a makeshift trap he had brought from home, essentially a chicken coop made of bamboo strips. After a few modifications, it became a pheasant trap. He placed the trap in the area where pheasants were most active, then scattered some corn kernels soaked in solar growth hormone inside his bait. All set, just waiting for the wind to blow now. Zhang Feng clapped his hands with pride, feeling accomplished at crafting his first hunting trap. After setting the trap, he glanced at the goats again and saw them still contentedly munching away on the grass. So, he left them alone and began spraying the orchard trees with a special fruit growth enhancer. The fruit trees had already borne thumb-sized fruits, the ideal stage to apply the fruit fragrance solution. With this treatment, the fruits would grow larger and better, fetching a higher price. Zhang Feng filled his sprayer with water from the pond, added a few drops of the solution, and began treating the peach trees. The orchard had about 3 mu of peach trees, roughly 1 or 200 trees. Zhang Feng hoisted the sprayer and got to work quickly. Each tank of solution weighed 15 to 20 kilograms, not exactly light. Carrying that much weight while working for long hours was no easy task and required serious endurance. If it had been the old Zhang Feng, he would have struggled to lift the tank, let alone hike around the orchard and spray trees for hours. But ever since the system-enhanced transformation, Zhang Feng's physical strength had become almost inhuman. Even Uncle Ernio, known in the village for his brawn, likely could not compare now. Just a few days ago, Zhang Feng had tested himself and found that he could lift the granite millstone at home with one hand. That millstone weighed at least 100 to 150 kilograms, unthinkable. He had never truly understood expressions like the strength of 10 men before, always wondering if such heroes had taken some kind of strength potion. Now, with that power himself, farm work had become effortless. In just over an hour, Zhang Feng had sprayed 4 full tanks, covering all 3 mu of peach trees. Ah, finally done. Zhang Feng set down the sprayer and stretched, rubbing his slightly sore shoulders. Dabai, Xiaobai, where are you? With the tall grass and dense vegetation, the 2 short-legged fluffballs were hard to spot. Ba ba. Baba, the goats lifted their heads and called out in response when they heard Zhang Feng's voice. Oh, there you are. Carry on, Zhang Feng said, waving to them and letting them continue grazing. Afterward, he returned to check the trap. No pheasants yet, but Zhang Feng was not disappointed. Wild pheasants, while common in the mountains, were not everywhere. And since this was his first time trapping them, coming up empty was not surprising. Zhang Feng left the area to avoid alarming the birds. He found a shady spot and lay down on a smooth rock. Looking up at the blue sky and drifting clouds, he took a deep breath and felt refreshed. The peaceful country life was truly intoxicating. Coo, coo. Half asleep, Zhang Feng was suddenly startled awake by a sound. He sat up and listened closely. Coo, coo. The sound was coming from the direction of his trap. A pheasant really came. Zhang Feng's heart leapt with joy, and he smiled knowingly. He did not rush over immediately but remained patient, an essential trait for any seasoned hunter. Although this was his first practical attempt, the basic hunting skills he had learned included patience and discipline. Sure enough, the pheasant could not resist the bait, especially corn soaked in solar growth hormone, which was even more delicious and tempting. Step by step, it walked into the trap Zhang Feng had carefully prepared. Birds die for food, true enough. The fat pheasant became Zhang Feng's prey. He soon heard the flapping of wings from the trap and quickly dashed over. If the pheasant escaped now, it would be a waste. Ha ha. I cannot believe my trap actually worked. Zhang Feng rushed over, grabbed the coop, and tied the pheasant's legs and wings with a grass rope. There was no way it could escape now. When the sun stood high in the sky, the weather was gradually growing hotter. Even though Zhang Feng hid in the shade of a tree, he still could not escape the surging waves of heat. So he packed up his belongings and picked up his spoils of the day, a plump wild pheasant, then looked around to see if he had missed anything. Oh no! There's still the Bai and Xiao Bai. If I forget those 2 silly fluffballs, Mother will definitely scold me when I get home. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead, finally remembering the 2 adorable pets who were probably still grazing somewhere. Dabai, Xiao Bai, time to go home. Dabai, Xiao Bai. Zhang Feng shouted loudly. Ba ba. Ba ba. The 2 lambs, who were buried in the grass, raised their little heads upon hearing their owner's voice. With their cute and innocent faces, they looked around as if trying to locate him. Hurry up, we're going home. Finally spotting the 2 in the tall grass, Zhang Feng waved at them. The lambs noticed him too and bounded over on their short little legs, hopping happily toward him. Let's go, heading home now. Zhang Feng led the way, carrying his things, while the 2 silly little lambs followed behind. The strange trio made their way home. Xiaofeng, back from the fields? At that moment, Zhang Feng ran into someone familiar, a figure deeply etched in his childhood memories, the notorious gate blocker, 3rd great aunt. Yes, 3rd great aunt, where are you off to? Zhang Feng asked politely, smiling, since she was an elder after all. I'm heading up to East Hill to pick some vegetables. Oh, and Xiaofeng, the cucumbers on the East Hill in my garden are big and sweet. Whenever you feel like eating some, just go pick them yourself. She added hospitably before leaving. Sure, sure. Zhang Feng felt a chill and shivered all over, thinking, who'd dare pick anything from your place again? The trauma from the gate-blocking incident in his childhood still lingered. Thinking of 3rd great aunt brought a wave of emotion. Their families had barely interacted for years, practically strangers. Even if they met on the road, they would pass by without a word. He never expected her to take the initiative to greet him. He figured it probably had something to do with him recently collecting mushrooms and getting a hold of local sales channels. She must have wanted to improve relations. After all, no one says no to money. Shaking his head, Zhang Feng slowly made his way home with his two adorable lambs in tow. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage main quest. Cure your laziness within 1 month and change how others view you. Reward, 10,000 points, 3 lucky draw chances. Quest completion, 100 out of 100. Haha, finally completed the first stage main quest? Zhang Feng felt delighted, though not surprised. Just a few days ago, he had already completed 99% of the quest. With only 1% left, he knew it was about to end. What he did not expect was that meeting third great aunt today would bring such a surprise. She had unknowingly provided the final push that completed the quest. With the first stage quest done, Zhang Feng felt as if a great burden had been lifted. He had finally shed the label of lazy scholar, and from now on, he felt more confident and optimistic. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on receiving 10,000 points and 3 lucky draw chances. Would you like to claim them now? The system's prompt interrupted his thoughts. Claim. Now that the quest was done, Zhang Feng was energized. He had overcome his previous obstacles, and from this moment, his life would only get more exciting. He stored the rewards in the system. With his spirits lifted, he and his 2 fluffy lambs walked with a spring in their step. It felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Even the scenery along the mountain path seemed more beautiful. Dabai, Xiaobai, you are back? Come in quickly, your sister has prepared delicious cucumbers for you. As Zhang Feng stepped through the door with his fluffy companions, his mother came out, beaming with joy. Xiaoqin, hurry and get something for Dabai and Xiaobai to eat. Look how hard they have worked today, she said dotingly, stroking their little heads. Mom? I have not even eaten yet, Zhang Feng said with a grin. You silly child, it is not like the family lacks food for you, his mother chided him affectionately. Seeing that his mother was smiling more and more lately made Zhang Feng truly happy. All he wanted was for his family to live with ease and joy. Hey! Xiaofeng caught another wild pheasant. His older sister came out with the cucumbers and exclaimed in delight upon seeing the bird in his hands. Yes, I set a trap today. Never thought the pheasant would be so dumb, it rushed right in for food, Zhang Feng chuckled, feeling a little proud. He thought to himself that the system's basic hunting skill was indeed effective. Xiaofeng, let us sell this pheasant. We have already eaten 2 in the past few days, his mother Wang Guilan said. Yes, wild game is best enjoyed fresh, and we have had enough lately. Better to sell this one, his sister agreed. After all, a wild pheasant could sell for 200 to 300 yuan, and eating it all in one go seemed a bit extravagant for their household. Alright, mom, sis. I was planning to sell it anyway. I already promised someone, Zhang Feng smiled and explained. He understood their frugal ways. He recalled how last time, when he caught a pheasant, a tourist had wanted to buy it, but Zhang Feng had refused, promising instead that he would sell it the next time he caught one. He still had that man's business card. After lunch, Zhang Feng took out the card and looked at it. It read, Zhang Hong, chairman of Qingshan Real Estate, member of the Provincial Photography Association. The number was written beneath. Following the number, Zhang Feng gave him a call. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Hong? This is Zhang Hong speaking. Who is this? The man answered. You wanted to buy a pheasant from me last time, remember? Zhang Feng reminded him. Oh, it is you, my friend. Did you catch another one? The man suddenly remembered and asked excitedly. It was clear he was a passionate foodie. Yes, caught another today, about 1.5 kilograms in weight. Great. Please save it for me, I will send someone over right away. All right. There is a big cypress tree in my yard, easy to spot. Tell him to come straight over. After the call, just over 10 minutes passed before Zhang Feng's special visitor arrived and paid 300 yuan for the bird. Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Some people really do have money. Although Zhang Feng had made around 1 to 200,000 yuan recently, compared to the truly wealthy, he was still just a poor and ordinary fellow. If he had to spend 300 yuan on a pheasant, he would definitely hesitate unless he had caught it himself, of course. After sending off the special agent, Zhang Feng brewed a pot of tea and leisurely lay down on a deck chair in the courtyard. He gazed off into the distance at the lush green mountains and the moonlight lake with its surface smooth as a mirror. Such breathtaking scenery reminded Zhang Feng of a beautiful little poem. Gazing afar at Daunting's verdant shore, a green snail rests upon a silver plate. At that moment, the words felt vivid and real. The distant mountains reflected in the crystal clear water, and under the sunlight, the moonlight lake shone like polished silver. As he admired the humble beauty of the mountain village and breathed in the fresh air, Zhang Feng thought that even if someone offered him a rich bride or the title of CEO, he would not want to leave this place, nor its picturesque mountains and rivers. Sigh, just lying here with nothing to do feels pretty boring, does it not? After lying down for about half an hour, Zhang Feng suddenly sat up, deciding to find something to do. Suddenly, he thought of the eels in the backyard that were almost overflowing in numbers. So he decided to catch dozens of kilograms to sell. Otherwise, with how crowded they were, many of them would probably die of starvation. One had to admit, the effect of the Rihua growth enhancer was incredibly powerful. In just half a month, the number of eels in the drainage ditch had tripled or even quintupled. These extra eels were not only newly bred ones, but also others that had been drawn in by the Rihua enhancer. So in just half a month, the ditch was on the verge of being overrun. If Zhang Feng had not noticed in time and installed an insect-attracting lamp, quite a few would likely have died of hunger. Zhang Feng was already quite experienced in catching eels. With a net and a bucket in hand, he went to the ditch. He scattered some bait, and before long, there was movement in the water. One eel, two eels, countless eels came squirming out in a dark mass, scrambling madly toward the bait. The entire ditch was packed with writhing eels. The scene was downright terrifying. Enlarged, it could have been mistaken for a scene from a horror film like Anaconda. Even though Zhang Feng did not suffer from trypophobia, the sight made his scalp tingle. But then Zhang Feng thought, these are all stacks of yuan. With that thought, he immediately grew excited and began scooping them up rapidly. In just 5 or 6 minutes, he had filled a large bucket, at least 15 to 20 kilograms. Xiaofeng caught so many eels again? Seeing her son walk in from the backyard with a heavy bucket, Wang Guilan asked in surprise. Yes, just a few days of neglect, and the eels nearly overran the backyard. I had nothing else to do, so I thought I would catch some to sell, Zhang Feng explained with a slight smile. His mother quickly went into the house and brought out the large vegetable basin. Zhang Feng poured the eels into it, and the mother and son carried it out into the courtyard to sell to tourists passing by. Hearing that her younger brother was selling eels, the elder sister also came out, bringing a small stool, plastic bags, and a balance scale. She sat in the shade by the courtyard gate, and the family began selling eels. Xiaofeng, will we really be able to sell all these eels? The elder sister asked with concern. After all, they were selling at 50 yuan per half a kilogram, not exactly cheap. Absolutely. Last time we had even more, and it all sold out in less than half an hour. Do not worry, sister, Zhang Feng replied with a calm smile. Really, she said, still somewhat skeptical. Of course. Rest assured. If they do not sell, I will just sell them to Brother Niu. His restaurant needs eels anyway, Zhang Feng replied with another reassuring smile. The reason Zhang Feng did not directly sell them to Fat Niu was that he had his own plan in mind. He was preparing to open a rural inn and wanted to build popularity by selling local specialties first. Since everything was not yet ready, today he was only selling eels. In the future, he would prepare more mountain goods and aquatic products to sell to city tourists, gradually building a brand for his rural business. Fresh eels for sale. Wild eels, just caught. 50 yuan per half a kilogram. Soon, Zhang Feng's voice echoed along the shores of Moonlight Lake. Hearing the calls, many tourists wandered over to check out the commotion, and several began pulling out money to buy. Ha ha, young man, it is you again. Give me another 2.5 kilograms. After I bought some last time, my picky grandson actually ate 3 whole bowls. The old man who had bought 2.5 kilograms last time returned and immediately placed another order, dispelling everyone's hesitation. Young man, give me 1 kilogram, an older woman called out. She too had a picky eater at home who gave her headaches during meals. Hearing the elderly man's praise, she decided to try 1 kilogram, despite the price. With the 2 elders leading the way, the rest of the crowd rushed in. 1.5 kilograms here, 1 kilogram there, the basin of eels was emptied in no time. Watching the frenzy of customers, Zhang Feng's elder sister was momentarily dumbfounded. She never expected their eels to be this popular. It seemed people really were living more prosperous lives now. Let us go, sister. Zhang Feng smiled and reminded her after he and his mother finished packing up. Oh right. She snapped out of her daze and, walking beside him, sighed. I never thought we would sell out so quickly. There really are a lot of wealthy people these days. Evening. After completing another round of health-boosting exercises, Zhang Feng lay on his bed, gazing out the window at the bright starlit sky. Occasionally, a shooting star streaked across the heavens. The crystal-clear moonlight bathed the earth, casting the mountains and trees outside his window in a shimmering veil, a soft and beautiful haze. Ding dong! Side quest activated. As a promising farmer of the new era, how can you not have a business of your own? Host is required to establish a rural inn within 1 month. Reward, 1,000 points. Penalty for failure, deduction of 2,000 points. Does purchasing mushrooms not count as my business? Zhang Feng asked in confusion upon seeing the new task. It does not. The host must have a long-term and stable venture, the system replied mechanically. Oh. Zhang Feng suddenly understood. Buying mushrooms was seasonal. The system did not see it as a sustainable business. Once the rainy season ended, mushrooms would stop growing in the mountains, and his reselling trade would come to a halt. Zhang Feng gladly accepted the new quest. Even without it, he had already planned to open a rural inn. This way, his mother could stop doing hard labor, and the family would have a stable source of income. Then, Zhang Feng opened his attribute panel. All physical attributes remained unchanged, it was still the same as before. Gaining even a single point was not easy. Skills: basic hunting, basic cooking. Points: 10,450. Note: points can be used in the system store to purchase various items. 100 points are required per lucky draw. Draw chances: 4. Incomplete quests. Side quest: become a millionaire within 1 year. Reward upon completion: 500 points, 1 lucky draw chance. Penalty for failure: deduction of 1,000 points. Side quest: establish your own rural inn. Reward upon completion: 1,000 points. Penalty for failure: deduction of 2,000 points. System evaluation: host's combat power is low. Laziness has been successfully cured. It is hoped that the host will continue working hard and become a strong, diligent, and progressive farmer of the new era. Seeing that he already had over 10,000 points, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of sudden wealth. And with 4 lucky draws remaining in the system, he could not help but marvel main quest rewards really were generous. He was now filled with anticipation for the arrival of the second stage main quest. After nightfall, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside the window. Just as the revered poet Du Fu once described, a timely good rain knows its season. When spring arrives, it brings life. It follows the wind, slipping into the night, and moistens everything silently. The fine mist of spring rain silently nourished the mountains and the earth. Mushrooms in the forests, like bamboo shoots after the rain, began to emerge one after another, densely carpeting the woodland. It seemed tomorrow would be another day of abundant harvest. Although the spring rain came quietly, it did not go unnoticed by the farmers. Listening to the rhythmic dripping of water under the eaves, everyone naturally understood it was a rain-filled night to look forward to. Even though the night was already deep, everyone was still too excited to sleep. Some elderly people, who barely slept anyway, simply got up, prepared their baskets, and got ready to head out, eager to seize the first opportunity. It seemed even the rain understood their urgency and began to taper off in the second half of the night. As summer approached, the sky brightened earlier and earlier. Shortly after 5 in the morning, daylight had already begun to break. The village gradually came alive, with lights flickering on in every home. The mountain paths grew increasingly crowded, as people strapped on their gear and rushed eagerly into the forests. Everyone was hoping to get a head start and bring in a better harvest, because earning money in the countryside was unimaginably difficult. Every cent represented a drop of sweat. However, picking mushrooms was not as laborious as farming. Though one had to enter the mountains before dawn, as long as it rained, it was possible to earn 300 to 500 yuan per day. Over the course of a rainy season, one could easily make 10 to 20,000 yuan. That was equivalent to what most families earned in 2 years of farming. So, without hesitation, everyone rushed into the mountains before dawn. Zhang Feng's family also got up early, waiting for the others to return fully loaded. Uncle Dashin, red mushrooms, 19 kilograms, that will be 570 yuan. Just after 7 o'clock, Uncle Dashin was the first to return. Second uncle, 17.5 kilograms, that comes to 525 yuan. Please count it. Zhang Feng reminded him. No need. Do you think I do not trust you, Xiaofeng? Second uncle grinned broadly as he took the money, waved it off, and carried his basket home. It seemed Zhang Feng had truly changed everyone's opinion and gained their trust. By purchasing mushrooms and creating a new source of income, he had also built a strong reputation for himself in the village. Since daylight came so early and most people had entered the mountains around 5, by 9 in the morning, everyone had already returned. The day's mushroom purchasing was essentially complete. After tallying the total, today was another bumper harvest. Over 750 kilograms of mushrooms had been collected, mostly red mushrooms and porcini. Zhang Feng made a rough calculation. Today's income would be no less than 20,000 yuan. In just over half a month, mushroom purchasing alone had brought him more than 200,000 yuan. His family had finally escaped the difficult situation they once faced. After seeing off the truck that transported vegetables and mushrooms to the restaurant, Zhang Feng wandered along the path by the lake. As he reached the riverbank, he spotted Little Duck and Big Mao with a few other kids catching fish using small nets. Zhang Feng walked closer. Wow, quite a haul. These little rascals had already caught more than half a bucket of small fish, each only about the size of a finger. Ahem. Little duck, what are you all doing here? Zhang Feng asked deliberately. Oh, crazy brother, we are catching fish. Little duck turned around and replied. Yes, look, we have filled a whole bucket. Big Mao pointed proudly at the nearby bucket, tilting his head up. Really? You are quite something. Zhang Feng patted Big Mao's head. He. Hearing the compliment, the kids laughed joyfully. By the way, what are you catching all these little fish for? These fish were of no real value, only children caught them for fun. Catching so many at once was rare. We are taking them home to feed Little Duck, Big Mao said, looking at Little Duck with a cheeky grin. Pa. Not me, it is for the little yellow duck I keep at home. Little Duck quickly retorted. Is a little yellow duck not just a little duck? No, it is not. And so, the two little troublemakers began arguing loudly. Hearing their innocent chatter, Zhang Feng could not help but smile. All right, stop arguing. Little duck, how about selling these small fish to me? Seeing so many fish, Zhang Feng thought it would be a waste to feed them to ducks. He planned to make crispy fried fish for his younger sister and bring it to school for lunch. How much will you give us? The children's eyes lit up. They never expected these unwanted little fish could be sold. They were immediately intrigued by the idea of making money. How about 5 yuan? Zhang Feng proposed. After a bit of haggling, Zhang Feng bought over half a bucket of small fish for 6 yuan. He drained the water. The fish weighed about 500 to 700 grams. With the deal done, the children carried the bucket and followed Zhang Feng, skipping happily, chatting and laughing the whole way. Crazy brother, do you want more small fish tomorrow? They soon arrived at Zhang Feng's yard, and the children poured the fish out of the bucket. Little Duck asked hopefully. Are you not herding cattle tomorrow? I am, but I can catch fish while herding, right? Do you want them or not? Little Duck asked anxiously, clearly already enjoying the thrill of earning money. Sure, bring whatever small fish you catch tomorrow. I will give you 6 yuan per bucket, but be careful, and stay away from deep water. Dried small fish were a local specialty. Zhang Feng planned to buy more, dry them, and later serve them as crispy fried fish in his countryside guesthouse. He was confident guests would love it. Really? Little Duck asked with excitement. Of course. Do you want to pinky swear? Zhang Feng smiled. Pinky swear and stamp, it must never change for 100 years. After sending off the delighted little rascals, Zhang Feng began preparing the crispy fried fish. He cleaned the small fish, coated them in flour, and dropped them into a pan of sizzling oil. The crackling sound of frying and the rich aroma filled the house, making Zhang Feng swallow involuntarily. Once the crispy fried fish was done, Zhang Feng immediately called his sister. Hello? Are your classes over? Yes. Are you bringing us something delicious? Oh, and do not forget to bring more cucumbers and lettuce from home. Everyone really enjoys them. All right, you little brat, always so many requests. Zhang Feng chuckled indulgently. After hanging up, he picked about 5 to 3 kilograms of cucumbers, gathered washed lettuce, and packed the freshly made crispy fried fish. He told his mother and elder sister he was heading to the town. Make sure they study in peace and do not stress too much. As he left, his mother and sister reminded him, since his little sister and her classmates had a grueling exam coming up next month and would not be coming home for a while. I know. Zhang Feng called back from a distance. After about 15 minutes, Zhang Feng arrived at the gate of the county's top high school. His little sister and Zhang Lin were already waiting there. Brother, we are over here. Seeing him from afar, the little girl ran over and happily hugged her favorite crispy fried fish. You little rascal, I thought you were this happy to see me, but it turns out it is all for the fish I made. Zhang Feng shook his head, smiling. He. The girl stuck out her tongue and picked up the vegetables from the car. Brother, you came. At that moment, the quiet Zhang Lin also walked over. Yes, although the exam is coming up, you should not be too nervous. Just take it as it comes. Zhang Feng gave the two girls a few words of encouragement. Got it, brother. All right then, go back inside now. Do not miss your lunch break. Zhang Feng waved at them. Goodbye, brother, goodbye. At noon, Zhang Feng was once again lying under the shade of a tree, taking a nap. 2 adorable and clumsy sheep lay by his feet, slowly chewing the weeds from the ground. The cicadas on the large cypress tree chirped nonstop, and under the scorching sun, the wildflowers in the courtyard drooped listlessly. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's phone rang. Beep beep, beep beep. Hello? Who is this? He looked at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Annoyed that his pleasant dream had been disturbed, Zhang Feng answered with a hint of irritation. Is this Zhang Feng? I am from XX Express. Your package has arrived. Could you come to the village entrance to collect it? The person on the other end seemed momentarily surprised, but still spoke politely. A delivery? I will be right there. Saying this, Zhang Feng jumped onto his three-wheeled electric scooter and rushed to the village entrance. It must be the mounting tools and materials he ordered online a few days ago. When he arrived and saw the packages, Zhang Feng gave himself a mental thumbs up. Good thing he had brought the tricycle, otherwise, he would have had a hard time carrying the two large parcels home by himself. Are these your packages? Yes, I am Zhang Feng. Thanks, brother. No problem. Zhang Feng and the courier loaded the parcels onto the electric tricycle. Zhang Feng thanked him with a smile, then drove off toward home. Xiaofeng, what are all these things? His elder sister saw Zhang Feng carry in two large bags and asked curiously. Oh, just some stuff I bought online. You will see in a moment. Zhang Feng smiled and set the parcels down. Then he carefully unpacked the packages, taking out various materials and tools for mounting paintings and calligraphy. Though these items looked unimpressive, they had cost Zhang Feng several hundred yuan. As the saying goes, 3 parts painting, 7 parts mounting. Mounting is like dressing a painting. When done well, it enhances the artwork's visual impact significantly. That is why most of the calligraphy and paintings you see on the market are mounted. It makes them more aesthetically pleasing, artistic, and marketable. Zhang Feng then cleared off the long table at home, laid out a smooth cloth, and began unpacking the tools and materials for mounting. Relying on what he remembered, he cautiously began to experiment with mounting calligraphy and paintings. Wow, Xiaofeng, are these your paintings? They are stunning. His elder sister was astonished when she saw him take out a few sheets of painting paper. When she opened one titled Lotus Blossoms, she was even more shocked upon seeing the signature. Yes, I painted them a few days ago. The walls at home looked a bit bare, so I casually painted a few pieces. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. They are truly beautiful. By the way, when did you learn to paint? Looking at the vibrant lotus flowers, his sister could not help but sigh in admiration. I learned in college. I joined the school's calligraphy and painting club in my freshman year and studied under the instructors for a while, Zhang Feng said casually, making it up on the spot. In truth, although he had joined the university's calligraphy club, he had barely attended any workshops and could not even remember what the instructor looked like. Everything he knew had been acquired through the basic knowledge provided by the system. Xiaofeng, whenever you have time, you must paint a piece like this lotus blossoms for me. I want to hang it in my room. Holding the imitation of Master Zhang Daqian's lotus blossoms, she was reluctant to let it go. No problem. You can take this one once I finish mounting it. I can always paint another when I have time, Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly, seeing how much his sister liked it. Really? Then I will not be shy about it. His sister was overjoyed by Zhang Feng's response. With everything ready, Zhang Feng carefully began the mounting process, while his sister watched intently from the side. Every time he made a slight mistake, she grew nervous, fearing he might damage the beautiful painting. In the end, Zhang Feng successfully mounted the first piece without incident. With that experience under his belt, the remaining mounts were completed with fewer mistakes and much greater speed. In just over an hour, he managed to mount 4 paintings. The last was an artwork based on a poem by Yuan Mei, titled Boy Herding a Buffalo. Hey! Why does the boy in this painting look like Little Duck? His sister suddenly found the herd boy familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized he looked exactly like Little Duck from Uncle Ernio's family. Heh, good eye, sister. The herd boy was indeed modeled after Little Duck. Zhang Feng smiled. By the way, Xiaofeng, I think you should paint our courtyard too. His sister suggested. Oh, that is a great idea. I will paint it shortly. Thinking of their lovely rural courtyard, Zhang Feng agreed. It could also serve as a bit of self-promotion. Having practiced with these pieces, Zhang Feng's mounting skills had become much more refined. He carefully placed the mounted paintings in the cabinet, then took out fresh xian paper and brushes to paint another lotus blossoms and a countryside landscape. Sometimes his brush flew across the page with vigor, other times he painted with careful precision. He alternated between soft pastels and bold ink lines. Soon, a fresh and beautiful lotus blossoms painting was complete. If the lotus blossoms was like a peony vivid and eye-catching, then the countryside landscape was like a wildflower by the roadside, modest but elegant, evoking the pure charm of rural life. All done at last. With the final brushstroke, Zhang Feng exhaled deeply. Painting did not demand physical strength like farm work, but it consumed just as much mental energy. After mounting several pieces and painting 2 new ones without pause, Zhang Feng was feeling a bit exhausted. However, looking at the beautifully mounted artworks, he was filled with satisfaction, a contented smile appearing on his face. By the time Zhang Feng finished cleaning his brushes and ink, the sun was setting. His mother returned home from the orchard with the two adorable sheep. Ba, ba. Fluffy Dabai and Xiaobai ran joyfully toward Zhang Feng as soon as they saw him, rubbing their soft heads against his legs. "Oh, you two heartless fluffballs. After all the good food I give you every day, the moment you see Xiaofeng, you forget all about me," their mother, Wang Guilan, scolded jokingly. "Ha!" Zhang Feng scratched his head in embarrassment, then patted Dabai and Xiaobai to calm them down before letting them run off and play. "You went to the school today. How are Xiaoye and the others doing?" his mother then asked seriously. "They are doing well. They do not seem nervous at all. I am sure the exams will go fine," Zhang Feng reassured her. "That is good to hear, very good." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Wang Guilan's face broke into a smile once again. With the college entrance exam and the high school entrance exam fast approaching, Wang Guilan had been constantly worried about her two precious daughters, afraid they were under too much pressure. In truth, Zhang Feng and his elder sister were also concerned, but neither of them showed it. After all, worrying would not help, they could only silently pray for their younger sister's success. The evening sky was illuminated by fiery red clouds. The calm moon lake, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, sparkled like a radiant golden jade. It was dazzlingly beautiful. As the sun gradually sank in the west, birds returned to their nests. It was like a vivid painting, where the setting sun and the solitary wild goose fly together. The autumn waters share the same hue as the sky. Truly unforgettable. The scenery was so captivating that countless tourists stopped involuntarily, taking out their phones to capture the rare and breathtaking view of the sunset. After dinner, Zhang Feng, bored and restless, decided to take a walk by the lake. As he arrived, he saw pairs of young couples walking hand in hand or sitting close together. As a single man, Zhang Feng could only cover his face and turn away. "Sigh, couples hand in hand enough to kill a single dog with envy," he muttered with a bitter smile. "There is a saying, brothers are like limbs, wives are like clothes. If that is the case, then has he not been running around naked for over 20 years? The thought made Zhang Feng shake his head again with a wry grin. "Big brother, I was just about to come find you. What a coincidence running into you here." As Zhang Feng walked back toward home, he ran into Zhang Yi at his doorstep. "What do you need me for?" Zhang Feng asked curiously. "Ha ha, how about we go burn a hornet's nest tonight?" Zhang Yi whispered as he leaned closer. "Where did you find it?" "Ha ha, I found a big one in the beech forest while picking mushrooms earlier today. It must weigh around 15 kilograms, Zhang Yi said with pride. "That big? Such large hornet nests are rare." Zhang Feng was thrilled. "Let us go grab Uncle Ernio and head out." Although excited, Zhang Feng knew proper preparation was key. Burning out a hornet's nest is no small task, it is downright dangerous. All three of them suited up carefully, fully protected from head to toe, as even a single sting could be excruciating or even life-threatening. Wearing their custom-made one-piece suits and helmets, they eagerly made their way into the forest. What a huge hornet's nest! Zhang Feng had mentally prepared himself, but even so, he was shocked when he saw the nest on the beech tree. It was shaped like a giant egg, about 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter. He estimated the nest weighed at least 15 kilograms, a rare find indeed. "Ha ha! Looks like luck is on our side tonight," Uncle Ernio exclaimed with delight. "Well, what now? Do you want to go up, or should I?" Uncle Ernio asked Zhang Feng. "That tree is too tall, you better go. I will keep watch from below." Among the three, Uncle Ernio was the most skilled climber, so it was natural for him to take the lead. "All right, you two stand back, I am going up now." Uncle Ernio gave a reminder, spat into his palms, rubbed them together, and swiftly climbed up toward the hornet's nest. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi immediately backed away from the tree. Burning a hornet's nest causes hornets to drop en masse, and even the fallen ones can be dangerous. As the saying goes, dead hornets still sting. Following the rule that a wise man does not stand beneath a dangerous wall, the two kept their distance about 20 to 30 meters away. They kept their eyes fixed on Uncle Ernio as he climbed higher and higher. Zhang Feng grew nervous watching from below, but Ernio did not slow down in the slightest. His skill matched his courage. What others saw as vicious hornets, he saw as a delicacy. At last, when he was about a meter from the nest, he paused to assess his surroundings and the area below. Satisfied that Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi were far enough away, he gave them an okay hand signal. The two nodded, understanding he was about to begin. Uncle Ernio pulled a kerosene-soaked torch from behind his waist and lit it with a lighter. With a whoosh, the torch ignited in a burst of flame, casting light across the treetop. At that moment, the hornets finally sensed something was wrong. They buzzed loudly and began flying out, but it was too late. The torch was already under the nest, and the emerging hornets were instantly scorched, crackling and falling like raindrops. The hornets inside desperately tried to escape the blaze, but it was all over. Those that did break free were immediately consumed, and any stragglers had no chance against the fully armored Uncle Ernie. After 2 or 3 minutes, the nest fell silent. Thousands upon thousands of hornets had perished and were now destined for the dinner table. Seeing that the hornets had been wiped out, Uncle Ernie pulled out a snakeskin bag, swiftly placed it over the nest, cinched it tight, then snapped off the branch. The hornet nest was now secured in the bag. He tossed it down, and Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi rushed over to retrieve it. They began gathering the dead hornets from the ground, though scorched, they were a rare delicacy. Uncle Ernie, your hornet roasting skills are truly impressive. Zhang Yi gave a thumbs up when he came down from the tree. That is right. Not to brag, but there is no one in all of Qing County who can burn hornets better than I can. Uncle Ernie said smugly. Uncle Ernie, your act earns 99 points. 1 point off for being too arrogant, Zhang Feng said, patting him on the shoulder. Oh please. Ernie, never brag. My greatest strength is honesty, Uncle Ernie replied with deadpan seriousness. Heh, Zhang Yi, do you know why he is called Ernie? Why? Because his skin is thick as a bull's. Zhang Feng shouted as he bolted away. You little bastard. You just wait. Realizing what he meant, Uncle Ernie immediately gave chase. Zhang Yi, seeing them run off into the pitch-black woods, hurried after them. Hey, wait for me. The three of them laughed and joked, chasing and teasing each other all the way out of the forest, back to Zhang Feng's home. About 2 hours later, a large bowl of golden, crispy, fragrant fried hornets was served on the table. Ah! Smells amazing, Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, completely captivated. Delicious. These hornets are perfectly fried, crispy on the outside, bursting with flavor, and with a texture like crunchy chicken. Everyone, dig in, Uncle Ernie could not wait and grabbed the first bite. Not bad at all. The hornet larvae are excellent too, chewy and rich with umami, Zhang Feng exclaimed with delight. Wait here, I still have beer in the fridge. Zhang Feng added after taking another bite. Beer and fried hornets? Say no more, bring it out. Fried hornets are the ultimate beer snack. The combination of fragrant, crispy hornets with ice-cold beer was simply irresistible. Come, let us toast. Zhang Feng raised his glass after pouring the drinks. To us. To us. The three of them drank happily, munching on the delicious hornets and reminiscing about childhood mischief, climbing trees to catch birds, fishing in the river, skipping school to play in the water, herding cattle, and stealing melons. They had done just about every mischievous thing a country boy could do. Remembering those days made them burst into hearty laughter. Life in the countryside was so simple, and its ways passed down through generations. Whenever Zhang Feng saw Little Duck and Big Mao, it was like seeing his younger self again. The mark of rural life was etched deeply, it had become part of his very blood. Zhang Feng's mother and elder sister only had a taste of the hornets, just a few bites, before they went off to watch television. The remaining three continued clinking their glasses, reminiscing about childhood memories with excitement, and chatted late into the night before finally parting ways. After seeing the two guests off, Zhang Feng took a shower, climbed the stairs, lay on his bed, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Cock-a-doodle-doo. He slept soundly until full daylight. The early rising roosters had already crowed countless times. His mother and sister had already harvested vegetables and sent off the delivery truck. Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and saw that it was already 7:30. I did not expect it to be that late. Since receiving the system, Zhang Feng had been waking up around 6 every morning. Perhaps because he had some wine last night, he slept exceptionally well, waking naturally for the first time in a while. Zhang Feng stretched, his joints cracking as he moved, feeling full of energy. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed, invigorated, and alert. After washing up, Zhang Feng, as usual, practiced the first set of the physical strengthening exercise. He clearly felt himself making progress day by day. The first stage was becoming more familiar, and the effectiveness of his training was steadily improving. After finishing the exercise, Zhang Feng began jogging along the path by the lake, enjoying the beautiful scenery as he ran. Hey! Young man, wait a moment, young man, wait a moment. As he ran, someone called out to him. Zhang Feng turned around and saw it was the elderly man who had first bought eels from him. Oh, it is you, sir. What can I do for you? Yes, it is me. I wanted to ask, do you still have any eels at your place? The old man asked as he approached. Eels? The ones I caught yesterday were already sold, Zhang Feng explained. Are you planning to catch more today? The old man asked hopefully. I will go check shortly and see if I can catch some more. If I do, I will let you know. How does that sound? Seeing the anticipation in the old man's eyes, Zhang Feng agreed without hesitation. After all, catching eels in the backyard was easy and took little effort. That would be wonderful, young man. The elderly man replied gratefully, giving Zhang Feng his name and phone number, and asking him to call once he had some eels. After saying goodbye to the old gentleman, Zhang Feng finished his jog around Moon Lake. The exercise left him feeling invigorated, as though his whole body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. Back at home, Zhang Feng grabbed a bucket and a net and headed to the backyard. Upon arriving, he scattered some bait. Just like moths to a flame, the eels in the water canal surged toward the food, instantly disturbing the calm surface with splashing and swirling, creating a lively commotion. Zhang Feng acted quickly, locking onto his targets and striking decisively. Each sweep of the net brought in large eels. After about 10 tries, the large bucket, able to hold around 20 to 25 kilograms, was full of wriggling eels. He then returned the smaller eels to the water and cast his net twice more, refilling the bucket before finally stopping. Xiaoqin, bring out the big basin. Xiao Feng has caught more eels, Zhang Feng's mother, Wang Guilan, shouted to her elder daughter, who was watching TV. Coming. I will bring it right away. His sister put down the remote and quickly brought out the basin. Oh my, you caught so many again, she said with delight. Heh, it is probably because the soil and water in the backyard are clean, free from chemical fertilizers and pesticides, that is why there are so many eels, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Yes, yes. Quick, pour them out, I will take them to sell right away. His sister could hardly wait. These dozens of kilograms of eels would easily bring in over 1,000 yuan. While his mother and sister were busy preparing, Zhang Feng quickly called the old man to share the good news. The old gentleman was overjoyed and rushed over immediately, buying 8 kilograms at once, saying he would store some in the freezer. Before Zhang Feng could even start calling out to advertise, the large basin of eels was snatched up by returning customers who had already heard the news. Onlookers were stunned, some thought the eels might even be free. Hey, brother, are their eels cheap? Why is everyone rushing to buy them? A tourist, unable to hold back his curiosity, asked someone who had just bought some. Cheap, they cost 50 yuan per kilogram, the customer replied, rolling his eyes. How much? The tourist asked in disbelief. 50. But their eels are truly wild, better even than most other wild-caught ones. Unfortunately, I came late today and only got a little over a kilogram, the customer said regretfully. This scene repeated itself over and over. Many curious tourists asked those who had bought eels, and word spread rapidly. Soon, Zhang Feng's wild eels had a strong reputation. Many tourists became eager to buy them. Meanwhile, loyal customers also left their phone numbers, hoping Zhang Feng would notify them when more eels were available. Such delicious eels were rare, a true delicacy. After packing up and returning home, Zhang Feng grabbed a hoe and headed to the backyard. What is Xiao Feng going to the backyard for? His mother asked curiously. There was not much work to be done back there. There are too many eels in the canal. I plan to dig another trench to give them more room to move around, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Do you need my help? His mother asked. No need, Mom. You go rest and watch some television. I can dig the trench in no time. Zhang Feng waved her off and headed to the backyard. Watching her son's back, Wang Guilan felt a wave of warmth. Her son had truly grown up, he now cared for her and took responsibility for the family. In that moment, she felt the weight on her shoulders lift, her whole body relaxing. The canal in the backyard was not small, but after housing hundreds of kilograms of eels, it had become overcrowded. So Zhang Feng planned to dig a few more trenches in the open space to relieve the pressure and provide more room for the eels. Once he found the right spot, he got to work. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he had finished digging a trench over 10 meters long and about 20 centimeters deep. Then, he installed several insect-attracting lamps along the trench. Once night fell, the bright lights would draw many insects, some of which would inevitably fall into the water and drown, providing the eels with a natural food source. After setting up the lights, Zhang Feng threw a handful of feed soaked in plant growth solution into the new trench. Soon, large numbers of eels surged in, fighting fiercely over the food. It was a chaotic battle, lasting more than 10 minutes before finally calming down. In the end, most of the eels returned to their original dens, but quite a few stayed behind, as though they had taken a liking to this new piece of paradise. In this way, Zhang Feng successfully diverted the population in the main canal, cleverly relocating the eels. It significantly reduced the overcrowding problem. By digging that one trench, he decreased the eel density in the canal, increased their living space, and improved conditions for healthy growth. When the cicadas hum, the forest seems even quieter. When birds sing, the mountains grow more serene. After lunch, Zhang Feng lay leisurely in the courtyard under the shade of the large cypress tree, gazing up at the clear blue sky, without a single cloud in sight. At that moment, the sky seemed ethereal and vast, and yet so near and visible it felt within reach. This was the countryside sky, pure and beautiful, a sight one could never tire of. ZZ. Suddenly, the cicadas in the tree fell silent, breaking Zhang Feng's thoughts. Just then, Zhang Feng remembered he still had 2 system tasks pending. The first was to become a millionaire, but there was still a year to accomplish that. The second task was to open his own farmhouse and this one had a deadline of just 1 month. Completing it would earn him 1,000 points, but failure would deduct 2,000. Zhang Feng realized he needed to get moving and finalize the preparations. Looking around his courtyard, where wildflowers were blooming and their fragrance filled the air, he nodded with satisfaction. The next step would be to renovate the interior, especially the toilet, which was still a traditional rural-style pit latrine. That definitely had to be rebuilt. Suddenly, Zhang Feng remembered, wasn't Uncle Dashin a construction expert? Building a proper toilet and bathroom should be no problem for him. So, Zhang Feng immediately called him. Hello, Uncle Dashin? Yes, this is he. Xiaofeng, what is the matter? Uncle Dashin was a bit surprised to get Zhang Feng's call. Here's the thing, I am planning to renovate the toilet at home. Zhang Feng explained his requirements. That is easy. Just remodeling a bathroom, right? Wait for me, I will come take a look now. Uncle Dashin patted his chest in assurance. He happened to be free these days. As soon as he hung up, he rushed over to Zhang Feng's place to do an on-site assessment and discuss the project face-to-face. Uncle Dashin is here. Soon, he arrived in a hurry. Come, show me where you plan to build the bathroom, he said, getting straight to the point. Zhang Feng led him to the backyard and said, Uncle Dashin, I plan to build it here in the backyard. What do you think? This spot is fine. No issues. Uncle Dashin nodded in approval. When do you want to start? The sooner the better, ideally, tomorrow. Zhang Feng and Uncle Dashin quickly agreed on the price. Zhang Feng gave him a 2,000 yuan advance for materials, and Uncle Dashin rushed off again to buy supplies in town, ready to start construction on time the next day. Having resolved the bathroom issue, Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Opening a farmhouse was clearly no simple task. Then he suddenly remembered something important. Ah, the guys. It dawned on him that some high school classmates and friends were planning to visit that weekend. Food was not a concern, but there definitely were not enough beds. Zhang Feng decided to head into town immediately to buy a few more beds and replace the old wooden ones. After all, they would be useful once the inn opened. He planned to recruit Zhang Yi in his small truck to help transport everything. Spring is not for study, summer is made for sleep. Autumn brings the bugs, and winter snow runs deep. So pack away your books and wait for New Year's feast. Zhang Yi, what are you mumbling about? Zhang Feng had just entered the yard, planning to ask Zhang Yi to drive into town, and overheard him muttering a rhymed folk verse. Nothing, nothing. What do you need, big brother? Zhang Yi scratched his head and grinned awkwardly. Come on, get your truck. We are heading to the county to buy some stuff. Okay, let me grab the keys. The two drove straight to a home furnishings mall and began a massive shopping spree. After considering his needs, Zhang Feng bought 2 double beds and 3 single beds, 2 more than he had initially planned. He had 2 spare rooms at home and intended to set one up as a double room and the other as a triple, allowing for 5 guests. The extra double bed was to replace the one his mother used. Her old wooden bed was not good for her back. They continued by buying bedding. Fortunately, the shop agreed to deliver, as Zhang Yi's small truck could not hold it all. With their purchases complete, they drove home. Zhang Yi and Zhang Feng led the way, followed closely by the delivery truck. In less than half an hour, they arrived. Hey, Uncle Ernie, give us a hand. Zhang Feng called out when he saw Uncle Ernie chatting with people by the lake. Whoa, Xiaofeng bought so many beds? Uncle Ernie rushed over and asked. Yes, some high school classmates are coming to visit. I figured it was time to replace the old wooden beds, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. The 3 of them, along with the delivery man, carried the new beds into the rooms. After about half an hour of work, everything was in place. They saw the delivery man off and sat in the courtyard to rest. Xiaofeng, your courtyard is so beautiful. Why not open a farmhouse in here? Uncle Ernie looked around, admiring the wildflowers and fluttering butterflies. Yes. With your cooking skills, it would be a big hit. Zhang Yi added. Ha, great minds think alike. I am already preparing for it, Zhang Feng said sheepishly. You sneaky brat. No wonder your house has been freshly painted, new beds bought, even the courtyard looks fancy. You had it all planned. Uncle Ernie shook his head, pointing at Zhang Feng with a mock scolding. Well, you never asked. Ha! Zhang Feng chuckled. After resting for a bit, they each went their separate ways. Uncle Ernio had left his cattle up in the mountains. If they wandered off, it would be a disaster. One cow was worth at least 7 to 8,000 yuan. Wait, your share of the hornets is still at my house. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered. Leave mine there for now. I will pick it up later. I need to head up the mountain. Uncle Ernio waved. Zhang Yi, take yours back and let your uncle and aunt try some. Got it, big brother. The hornet haul from yesterday had been impressive. They had collected about 15 kilograms of hornet larvae, with each person receiving roughly 3 kilograms. The rest had already been devoured the previous night. After seeing them off, Zhang Feng tidied up the rooms, setting the beds in place to welcome his friends. By the time he finished, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Feng sighed. Busy days passed so quickly. At the moment, he was home alone. His mother and elder sister had taken the 2 silly goats to the orchard for weeding. After resting a bit and having some tea, Zhang Feng began preparing dinner. Since his mother preferred lighter food, the dishes he planned included stir-fried baby bok choy, smashed cucumber salad, and shredded potatoes with green peppers. For himself and his sister, he made black fungus with pork slices and minced pork with eggplant. The sun had set. His mother and sister returned from the pasture with the goats. As Zhang Feng finished preparing the meal, he heard the distant bleating of their furry companions. In the golden afterglow of dusk, his mother and sister came home. In the warm glow of the lights, the family sat down to enjoy a simple meal together. Though ordinary, this kind of life was full of quiet happiness. At the entrance of Zhangjiawan village stood an enormous banyan tree. It was said to be over 500 to 600 years old. Its thick trunk required 2 or 3 adults to encircle it fully. The giant banyan had become one of the village's most iconic sights. In summer, its dense branches and lush foliage formed a vast canopy, shading the entire square at the village entrance, covering an area of several hundred square meters. Every evening, villagers gathered under the tree to rest and cool off, chatting and exercising. The place was always bustling with life. Today was Friday, the day Zhang Feng had agreed upon with his classmates. After work, they would head out from the city or the county, meet up in the county seat, and then go together to Zhang Feng's home. Evening. The entire sky was bathed in golden hues, as though a massive treasure trove of glowing light had just been unlocked. Sitting beneath the banyan tree, Zhang Feng gazed down the smooth asphalt road stretching into the distance. Watching the splendid sky, he quietly awaited his classmates' arrival. As the sun sank behind the mountains and its afterglow faded, a brown Changan Ford appeared on the distant road. It had to be the new car that Monkey had just purchased. Indeed, the vehicle drew closer and finally stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Several incredibly familiar faces stepped out, his best high school classmates and friends. Ha ha! Monkey, you finally made it. Madman. It has been 3 years, I missed you like hell. I missed you too, the 2 old friends embraced with joy. Fatty, Bear, Louie, sure too welcome. Zhang Feng hugged each of them. Though they had not seen each other in years, everyone had changed, a steadier, more mature demeanor all around. Fatty, forever cheerful and carefree, remained round as ever. Bear was actually named Xiong He was honest and dependable. Though he did not exactly have the frame of a bear, the nickname had stuck. Sure too, whose name was Sure Lei meaning Stone Thunder, carried 4 stone characters in his full name, so everyone called him Stone. He had a quirky sense of humor and often wore a mischievous grin. As for the only girl, Louie, despite her soft and elegant name, she was a wild child, a tomboy at heart, loud and spirited, always rushing around like a whirlwind. Monkey, just park the car in the lot. Got it. Zhang Feng offered to carry the luggage for their only female friend, and then led the group toward his home. Come on, let us head back. I cooked a big table full of dishes just for you. Really? That's amazing. Fatty exclaimed, thrilled. You glutton. All you ever think about is food, Bear teased with a laugh. I am proud to love food. What are you going to do about it? Fatty said, tilting his chin defiantly. You rascal. Everyone laughed and chatted as they walked into the village. The stunning scenery along the way captivated them all. They kept stopping to gasp in admiration. Wow, this is just too beautiful. Madman, is this Moon Lake? It is absolutely gorgeous. When they reached the lake's edge, Louie let out a delighted cry, completely taken in by the view. The evening breeze rustled the willows, the shimmering lake sparkled faintly, and a waning moon hung high in the quiet night sky. Its reflection on the lake created an illusion. One could not tell which was the lake and which was the moon. It was mysterious and dreamlike. Yes, this is the beautiful Moon Lake. Willows on the shore, morning breeze, and a waning moon. Zhang Feng was mesmerized too. Though he often saw this view, it never failed to enchant him. Is this the fabled peach blossom spring? This is my own peach blossom spring, Zhang Feng chuckled, half joking but half sincere. Though night had fallen quickly, the bright moonlight lit up the entire mountain village. Bathed in silvery light, the six friends reluctantly left the breathtaking scenery behind. What should have been a short walk of a few hundred meters took them 5 or 6 minutes. They simply could not stop admiring everything. This is my mother, and this is my elder sister, Zhang Feng introduced as his family stood waiting at the door. Hello, auntie. Hello, sister. Hello, hello. Come, let us get inside, they said, warmly ushering the guests into the house. The sleeping arrangements were quickly sorted, 4 boys in one room, and the remaining double room reserved for Louis. Once their things were put away, it was time for dinner. Wow, this looks amazing. Madman, you really went all out, so much meat just for me, Fatty said with a grin. Get over yourself, Fatty. This is for all of us, not just you. Go munch on cucumbers and lettuce instead, Bear mocked. Yeah, Fatty, stick to the veggies. Might help you lose some weight. The others chimed in, teasing him. That won't work, I gain weight even from drinking water. So I came up with a new method, a meat-based weight loss plan, Fatty said with a straight face, squinting his eyes in mock seriousness. Alright, everyone, let us start with a bowl of chicken soup, Zhang Feng's sister said, serving it out. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister, everyone echoed in gratitude. This soup is so rich and tasty. Free-range chicken just tastes better. None of that gamey smell like factory-farmed meat. The pot of mushroom chicken soup was soon half gone. Everyone loved it. Even Louis, who usually watched her figure, could not resist having a small bowl. They had not eaten since lunch and had been traveling all afternoon. Though the meal was a simple rural feast, without any exotic delicacies, everyone thoroughly enjoyed it. After dinner, they moved to the courtyard. Bathed in moonlight, they gathered around a stone table, chatting about everything and reminiscing about their high school days. They recalled those youthful years filled with shared dreams to get into a prestigious university. They encouraged and competed with each other, driving one another forward, ultimately stepping through the gates of top-tier colleges. They remembered how confident and driven they had been, longing for the world beyond the mountains, admiring the lights and prosperity of the big cities. A man sets out from the deep mountains, vowing not to return without success. Let his bones lie wherever, they will find green hills just the same. Zhang Feng had once stepped boldly into the city, but after college, he returned home with his tail between his legs to the village by Moon Lake he had long left behind. Had it not been for the system, he might still be that lowly, idle dreamer, the so-called lazy scholar known across the area. Thinking back, Zhang Feng felt a wave of emotion. Time flies. 7 or 8 years had passed, and the person he once was now belonged to the past. Here, at beautiful Moon Lake, he was finally beginning to live the life he had always dreamed of. The group sat in the courtyard late into the night, still talking, unwilling to go inside and sleep. Yawn, you must all be tired. Let us get some rest, tomorrow we have a full day of sightseeing ahead. Seeing Fatty yawning non-stop, Zhang Feng suggested they turn in. All right, see you tomorrow. Good night. After settling his guests, Zhang Feng climbed upstairs and lay quietly in bed, staring out at the moonlit world outside his window. The full moon hung high in the sky. Its gentle, silvery light bathed the entire land, as if draping the whole village in a translucent white veil, crystal clear and radiant with purity. The small mountain village felt like a world out of a fairy tale, like a city of light, enchanting and beautiful, filled with starlight that inspired longing and wonder. Under the starry sky, Zhang Feng closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. Dawn. The eastern sky gradually brightened. A red sun slowly rose above the mountains, finally revealing its shy face. The intense sunlight fell upon Zhang Feng, causing his eyes to flutter open. He got up at once, dressed, and walked to the window to quietly gaze at the beautiful mountain village outside. In the distance, the clouds flowed like a vast serpent, writhing in the wind with open jaws and flaring claws. Its massive body was awe-inspiring. Sometimes it curled tightly around mountain peaks, other times it soared into the sky, never straying too far, as if the distant green mountains were its sacred territory. Closer to home, the village seemed to awaken with the morning light. People and livestock moved along the quiet mountain paths, breaking the tranquil silence of the village. The scene reminded Zhang Feng of that idyllic rural imagery, roosters crowing atop mulberry trees, dogs barking deep in the alleys. Taking a deep breath, he felt instantly refreshed. Seeing the time was no longer early, he headed downstairs and out into the courtyard to wash up. But upon entering the courtyard, he was stunned by the breathtaking sight before him. The yard was alive with fluttering butterflies and the sweet fragrance of flowers. Vibrant butterflies danced among the blooming blossoms, flitting lightly from flower to flower in search of nectar. At this moment, The courtyard seemed like an ocean of butterflies, a playground for these winged sprites. They swarmed in waves, soaring freely through the flowers in a mesmerizing, back-and-forth ballet. Just as the ancient poet once wrote, lingering butterflies dance constantly, flying into 100 flowers, vanishing from sight. These colorful butterflies were like spirits of nature, embellishing the countryside with beauty, composing a vivid and natural rural painting, a living image of butterflies in love with blossoms. Ah! This is so beautiful. So many butterflies. Louis had just stepped out of the main hall when she, like Zhang Feng, was stunned speechless by the scene. After a moment, she shrieked in amazement. No way! I have to capture this. Louis dashed back to her room, quickly returned with her gear, and began photographing the enchanting spectacle, determined to preserve this fleeting natural wonder. This is incredible. It feels like a fairyland. Oh wow! That butterfly is stunning. The tomboyish Louis chased after the butterflies with her phone, snapping photos constantly. But with so many butterflies dancing and flowers blooming, the scene changed with every second. It was overwhelming. Hearing her exclamations, the four boys hurried out, and they too were utterly shocked by the extraordinary display. You two are so unfair. How could you enjoy this alone without calling us? Brothers? Louis? Are we still friends after this? The boys feigned outrage, jokingly accusing Zhang Feng and Louis, who apologized profusely, though neither paused their photo-taking. I cannot resist anymore. Monkey, inspired by their enthusiasm, ran inside to grab his phone and join the photography frenzy. The others, catching on at last, scrambled for their gear, all eager to record this miraculous display of butterflies and flowers. Everyone was shouting and cheering with joy, thrilled to have come to Moon Lake. It was truly worth the trip. Such a magnificent butterfly display naturally attracted many tourists as well. They too entered the courtyard, photographing the beautiful scene, a gift from nature in its purest form. But as always, beauty is fleeting. As time passed, the sea of butterflies slowly dispersed, until only a few playful stragglers remained, still hiding among the blossoms, reluctant to leave. Ha ha! Quick, post this to the group chat, make the ones who didn't come green with regret. Wait for me. I want to post it too. Although the dispersal of the butterflies brought some regret, everyone quickly recovered. Such marvels of nature could not be forced. It was a blessing just to witness them in person. One after another, they uploaded their butterfly photos to their social media feeds, triggering an explosion of exclamations in their group chat. Those who had not come were filled with regret, gnashing their teeth with envy. Heh, you guys did not want to come before. Now look at you finally realizing what you missed. Sigh. Such a spectacular sea of butterflies, and some people missed it. Seeing everyone's shock, envy, and jealousy, Louis felt utterly delighted, poking fun at them in the chat, reveling in their regret. Oh heavens, I truly regret not going. Oh God, I regret it so much I could die. Is it still too late if I rush over now? There's still time. We saved videos for you. The others replied with sneaky grins. After goofing around for a while, they sat down for breakfast. How about we go for a picnic on the mountain across from here? The view is great, you can see the whole of Moon Lake from up there, Zhang Feng suggested while eating. Yes. I love picnics. Fatty immediately raised both hands and feet in excitement, fully revealing his foodie nature. Grilling on the mountain sounds perfect. From that height, Moon Lake must look amazing. Everyone agreed. Fatty was ecstatic. The group began discussing the plan enthusiastically, chattering like middle schoolers before a field trip. So, what do you all want to barbecue? Zhang Feng asked, smiling at their excitement. I want grilled chicken wings. I want grilled potatoes. I want grilled chicken. Will there be grilled fish? I want grilled fish. Yes, and luckily, I already prepared everything. Beef, lamb, whatever you want, we have it. Zhang Feng had stocked up the day before in anticipation of their visit. Really? That is perfect. Madman's vegetables are amazing too. Let us pick some cucumbers, tomatoes, and lettuce, how about that? Louis was especially fond of the vegetables from Zhang Feng's farm and had been thinking about them ever since yesterday. Great. E and Fatty, come with me to the backyard to pick vegetables. Monkey, you guys take the meat out of the fridge, wash and prep it. The group split into two teams, one for vegetables, the other for meat. Everyone was full of energy, and in less than an hour, all the preparations for the barbecue were complete. Hello? Xiaoyi, are you home right now? Yes, I am. What is up, brother? We are going on a picnic. Come quickly, we are about to leave. Alright, I will be right there. As soon as he heard his cousin mention a picnic, the fun-loving Zhang Yi immediately rushed over. This is my cousin, Zhang Yi. And these are my classmates, Monkey, Louis. Zhang Feng introduced Zheng Yi to the group. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Moon Lake. Hello. Everyone exchanged greetings. Being young and close in age, they quickly found common topics and grew familiar in no time. With Zhang Yi along, Zhang Feng felt more at ease. After all, none of them had much experience with outdoor activities, and having someone to help would lighten his own load. Everyone carried the picnic supplies and set out in high spirits. Leaving the house, they followed the shaded lakeside path, enjoying the stunning scenery of Moon Lake as they made their way toward the hillside on the opposite shore. They were in high spirits, walking briskly and joyfully, just like Tao Yuanming returning to his pastoral life after resigning from office. By day I sing and drink at will, with youth as my companion I return home still. Crossing Moon Lake and reaching the base of the hill, Shirley once again revealed his playful nature by loudly singing a mountain patrol song, acting like a mischievous sprite. The king sent me to patrol the mountains. I patrolled the southern hills and now the northern slopes. Damn, sure too, when did you become a little mountain demon? Ahem. What, can't a guy sing for fun? Sure, why not? Sure too the goblin. You damned black bear demon, how dare you insult me? Take this. Then Sure too and Deshion leaped about on the trail, playfully scuffling. Ha ha, you two are real clowns. Everyone laughed as they watched the antics, warmed by the sight. Only among true friends could one so freely shed the masks of daily life, relax completely, and be utterly at ease. Walking along the winding mountain path, joking and playing, they soon reached halfway up the mountain. There was a meadow several hundred square meters wide. The terrain was gentle and relatively flat, often used by villagers to graze cattle. Due to the grazing and trampling of livestock, the grass remained low and resembled a manicured lawn. Scattered wildflowers added color, catching everyone's eyes. Wow, Zhang Feng, what are these little yellow flowers? Louis asked excitedly, pointing at the ground. These? They are dandelions, something everyone knows well, Zhang Feng explained with a smile. Ha, they look like wild chrysanthemums to me. Monkey came over in surprise. Heh, here, this is a wild chrysanthemum. Zhang Feng picked one and handed it over. Smell it, does it not have the fragrance of a chrysanthemum? It really does smell like chrysanthemum. Monkey sniffed it and nodded. But, they look so similar. Louis also smelled both, still puzzled. Well, besides the scent, look at the petals. Wild chrysanthemums have curved petals, while dandelions do not. Zhang Feng smiled and continued his explanation. Oh, that really is true. With his clarification, everyone finally understood the difference between dandelions and wild chrysanthemums. Alright, it is getting late. Time to get to work. Zhang Yi, take your two and Deshiong to find some large stones, we need them to build the stove. Yi and Monkey, start skewering the vegetables and meat with bamboo sticks. Zhang Feng clapped his hands and gave out the tasks. Madman, what about you? Monkey blinked at him, teasing as if to say, are you trying to slack off? If I do not build the stove, what are you going to barbecue on thin air? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and snapped back. Ha! Monkey scratched his head sheepishly and got to work with Louis. Soon Zhang Yi and the others returned with 4 or 5 large stones. Madman, are these enough? Shirley asked lazily. Not quite, we need 5 or 6 more at least. Sigh. I must have been born to collect stones. Ha, what do you expect? Your name is Shirley, Stone Thunder, after all. Deshiong joked. How is that my fault? Blame my dad for naming me. Sure too grumbled and went off with the others to collect more stones. This guy. Zhang Feng shook his head with a laugh. Shirley had a humorous personality and was easy to get along with, though a bit crafty at times. Zhang Feng scouted the area and quickly chose a spot to build the stove. Once the stones were in place, he set up a simple earthen stove in no time. He lit a fire inside and added the charcoal he brought from home. Soon, the charcoal caught flame and burned steadily, growing hotter by the minute. With the fire going strong, Zhang Feng placed the grill on top. Everything was ready. Monkey, how are the skewers coming along? Zhang Feng looked back to see them still hard at work. Feng Ji, there is too much food. Can someone help us out? Monkey pleaded, exasperated. Alright, we have enough now. Whoever wants to eat more can make their own. Zhang Feng placed the completed skewers next to the stove. Finally, I, Monkey, am free at last. He bounced around the grass like he had just escaped from the Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Amit Ba. Liu Kang, your master told you not to jump around so recklessly. What if you trample the flowers and grass? Shirley clasped his hands together, mimicking a pious monk. Damn monk. I will poke you to death with my staff. Monkey laughed as he ran over and poked at Shirley with his imaginary sword. Spare me, brother Monkey. I swear I will never offend you again. Ha, this monkey show is truly entertaining, Louis giggled. Hearing her words, both froze like they had been hit by a pressure point. Then Monkey walked over with a pained look and asked, Can we still have fun together after this? While the others were goofing off, Zhang Feng, his cousin, Deshiong, and Fatty, who had been standing guard by the grill, had already started eating. The grilled beef and lamb were golden brown, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, bursting with meaty flavor. Hey, you guys already started eating? Damn it, those are our skewers. Smelling the delicious aroma in the air, Louis and Monkey snapped out of their antics, sprinting toward the grill like Olympic sprinters. Each grabbed a skewer and began to eat with delight. This is so good. Monkey looked blissfully satisfied. I nearly bit off my tongue. Shirley licked his lips, full of praise. Sigh, what if I get fat and no one wants to marry me? Louis could not stop after just one skewer and muttered with resignation. Haha, then just marry our madman. Shirley grinned mischievously. Are you fucking kidding me, sure too? Louis shot him a glare, but her heart fluttered strangely. She sneaked a glance at Zhang Feng, who looked calm and unbothered. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, look at this scenery. It is like a hidden paradise. If you married Madman, would that not be perfect? Monkey chimed in, teasing her. Piss off. How did this conversation suddenly become about me? Zhang Feng laughed and cursed, not taking it to heart. In his eyes, Louis was a tomboy and a good buddy, nothing more. Everyone continued eating and joking, the atmosphere warm and lively. It felt as if they had returned to their carefree youth. Here, there were no pressures of life, only the joy of delicious food, stunning scenery, and the boundless freedom of nature. The sky was cloudless, as blue and clear as if freshly washed. Though the sun blazed down on the meadow, a steady, cool breeze kept blowing, making everyone feel clear-headed and refreshed. They all sat in the shade of the trees, enjoying the breeze while savoring the barbecued food. Only Zhang Feng and Monkey remained by the grill, still busy cooking. Self-reliance brings abundance. We grill our own food and enjoy it ourselves. Zhang Feng laughed as he grabbed a skewer of grilled meat, slowly walking over to the shade to eat. Exactly. You all are not masters sitting on thrones, Monkey added with a grin. But I am a beginner. I have never grilled before, what am I supposed to do? Fatty asked anxiously. A beginner? What, did your hands just grow out today? Shirley joked. Screw you, you damn expert. I cannot outtalk you anyway. In the end, Fatty could not resist the temptation of the food and climbed up, awkwardly joining the grilling effort by the fire. Soon everyone followed suit, pitching in and joining the barbecue themselves. The area around the fire quickly became a bustling hub. Though it was hot, the hard-earned food tasted even better. Everyone ate with unrestrained joy. Bathed in a refreshing breeze, surrounded by beautiful mountains and lakes, under the blue sky and white clouds, and enjoying authentic countryside delicacies, they felt incredibly relaxed, more at peace than they had in a long time. They all agreed that this barbecue trip had truly been worth it. The idyllic scenery and rustic cuisine were so captivating that no one wanted to leave even at midday. However, just as the saying goes, the weather in the mountains changes faster than one can prepare. Suddenly, a mass of dark clouds appeared on the horizon. The wind began to howl, the trees on the mountains rustled violently. The clouds rolled in with the wind. The dark clouds crossed over the mountains like an army of warriors clad in black iron. The pressure in the air thickened, the atmosphere grew stifling. Though reluctant, no one wanted to become a drenched mess. Moreover, being caught in a thunderstorm in the mountains was truly dangerous. So everyone hurriedly packed up and dashed down the slope. Just as they reached the foot of the hill, raindrops the size of beans began to fall from the sky, hitting the ground with sharp slaps. A torrential downpour was imminent. Everyone, get on the boat. Hurry! By sheer luck, Uncle Little Seven's boat was moored by the shore. Zhang Feng grabbed Louis and jumped on board, calling back to the others. They had all thought they would be soaked to the bone, but to their surprise, they were saved by the sudden appearance of a small boat. Like grabbing a lifeline, everyone leapt aboard with joy. Uncle Little Seven, we really owe you one. If not for you, we would all be drowned rats right now. Zhang Feng said gratefully. What are neighbors for? No need for thanks, Uncle Little Seven replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Once everyone was safely on board, he started the small motor and slowly guided the boat toward the opposite shore of the lake. At that moment, the rain poured down like a barrage of arrows. The surface of the lake, smooth as a mirror moments before, erupted into ripples and splashes. The sky was cloaked in dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down. Visibility was reduced to almost nothing, everything blurred as if the world had returned to primordial chaos. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, its blinding light tearing a rift through the chaos, but the crack quickly vanished, and the world returned to its formless haze. Thunder and lightning roared overhead, wind and rain lashed from all sides. Waves surged on the lake, and the small boat rocked back and forth. Uncle Little Seven stared ahead with focus, constantly adjusting their course. Everyone held their breath, praying for a safe passage. The storm raged for about 15 minutes before the thick clouds in the sky began to disperse, leaving behind only a few wisps floating on the wind. The sky brightened, the rain thinned, and visibility improved. Seeing the storm begin to clear, everyone finally exhaled in relief, their expressions relaxing. Ah, we made it to shore at last. As soon as the boat docked, everyone sighed with joy. Though it was still raining lightly, they stayed aboard for now, enjoying the rainy landscape. The atmosphere on the boat gradually became lively again. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, the waters calmed, and the lotus flowers by the shore, washed clean by the storm, looked even more delicate and radiant. Soon, the clouds above began to break. Beams of sunlight pierced through like blades, cutting through the sky. The sun emerged once more, bathing the land in light, and the skies cleared. Ah, a rainbow, look, everyone, a rainbow. Louise suddenly cried out in excitement, pointing toward the horizon. Wow, it really is a rainbow. Following her gaze, everyone saw a stunning arc spanning the heavens like a heavenly bridge connecting both shores of Moon Lake. The beauty of the rainbow left them all stunned. With worsening pollution and constant smog in the cities, even a clear sky had become a luxury, let alone such a breathtaking rainbow. Now, to see one this close and in person filled them with joy. They shouted in excitement, whipped out their phones, and eagerly took photos, knowing their friends and co-workers in the city would be green with envy. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, who holds this colorful ribbon to dance in the sky? Looking at the rainbow stretching across heaven and earth, Zhang Feng was struck with awe. He recalled a line from Chairman Mao's poetry, which captured the grandeur and imagination of this natural wonder so vividly. The seven-colored arc looked like a ribbon, swaying in the air with the grace of a celestial dancer. It was as though the world had turned to fairyland. Everyone stared in rapture, lost in this rain-kissed spectacle. But beauty is always fleeting. The rainbow slowly faded with time, like a fairy waving her sleeve and disappearing after a dance. Sigh. As the sky emptied, a hint of regret passed through everyone's heart. But excitement soon returned. Just to witness such a rainbow was a stroke of rare luck. One should not ask for too much more. As the sun returned and the rainbow vanished, they thanked Uncle Little Seven and followed Zhang Feng home. Quack, quack, quack. It rained, but I did not go home. I got soaked and turned into a drenched duck. Ha ha ha. At the entrance to the house, two scruffy children surrounded a little duck dripping wet and laughed heartily. It is not my fault. It was all de Mao's idea. He dragged me under the big tree to hide from the rain. Little Duck puffed his cheeks in indignation. The two kids had thought the tree would provide cover, but the rain had been too heavy, and they got soaked. Heh, this kid is so cute. Louis said with a smile, watching the little one pout. Little Duck, you had better go home and change. If you catch a cold, your dad will deal with you. Ah. Brother Feng, please do not tell my dad, okay? Relax. I will not tell him. But next time, do not hide under a tree in the rain, got it? Zhang Feng shook his head with a gentle smile. Why not? Little Duck asked, puzzled. Because Thunder God loves to strike little kids hiding under trees. Oh, okay. Scratching his head, Little Duck still looked confused but headed home nonetheless. After warning the two little rascals, Zhang Feng led the others back into the house. Back home, Zhang Feng used the leftover ingredients from the barbecue to prepare a few side dishes. Everyone, come eat, he called out as he brought the dishes to the table. Ah, the food things he makes is just too good. The fragrant aroma of the food lured Fatty over without anyone needing to call him. Fengzi's cooking skills are impressive, not inferior to those of a 5-star chef, Monkey said admiringly. Everyone immediately praised Zhang Feng's cooking, showering him with compliments. Even though they had already eaten a lot of barbecue, the sight and smell of Zhang Feng's delicious food made it hard to resist. Even Louis, who had been trying to watch her figure, could not help but eat more than half a bowl. After lunch, no one felt like going out again. They lounged lazily under the big cypress tree in the courtyard, chatting and relaxing. Fengzi, do you have fishing rods? What do you say we go fishing? Monkey suggested after a short rest. Sure do. Who else wants to go fishing? Zhang Feng stood up and asked everyone. I'll go. Me too, and me. Soon, everyone had raised their hands. Luckily, Zhang Feng's father often fished in Moon Lake, so there were plenty of fishing rods at home, 4 or 5 of them. For the rest, Zhang Yi could go home and fetch a couple more. Everyone looked eager, full of energy. If you did not know better, you might think they were all seasoned anglers. In reality, most of them were complete novices. Get yourselves ready. I'll head to the backyard and dig up some worms, Zhang Feng said as he picked up a hoe and headed out. Wait, we're coming too. Louis, Monkey, and Dexiong quickly followed. The others, lazier by nature, stayed sprawled on the chairs, gazing at the blue sky and drifting clouds, their minds wandering. The soil in the backyard was fertile. With each swing of the hoe, large earthworms wriggled into view. Wow, look at all these worms. Tomboy Louis immediately crouched down to start collecting them. Zhang Feng continued digging, while the other three collected the worms behind him. In just 5 or 6 minutes, they had gathered over a kilogram, proof of just how rich the soil was and how potent the plant growth stimulant was. Alright, we've got plenty. Let's head out. Zhang Feng led the group back to the front yard. Each person grabbed a fishing rod and slung a bamboo-woven creel over their back. The fishing squad set off toward Moon Lake in high spirits, drawing curious glances from the tourists nearby. Let's go over there, under the big willow tree. It's quieter and fewer people fish there. Because it was the weekend, the lakeshore was crowded with people fishing or relaxing. Zhang Feng led them to a more secluded spot. Watch me. I'm definitely catching a big one today. As soon as they arrived, Louis eagerly baited her hook and cast her line. Fishing is about patience. If you rush it, you won't catch anything. Shirley offered a sincere reminder, despite his usually sly demeanor. You jerk. Then let's see who catches one first. Louis challenged him defiantly. Fine, but don't come crying if you lose. TCH. Do I look like a toddler to you? Enough, you two. Stop talking or you'll scare away the fish. Dexiong said with a chuckle, trying to keep the peace. The others smiled and cast their lines, settling into silence to wait for a bite. A gentle breeze stirred the lake's surface, creating ripples. The willows along the bank swayed, their green tendrils dipping into the water like a maiden's hair, casting a curtain against the blazing sun. Because they were using backyard worms infused with a hint of growth stimulant, the fish detected the scent immediately and were drawn in. Soon, Zhang Feng's float started to move. But he did not rush, he knew the fish might just be testing. Sure enough, the float bobbed, then stilled again. Moments later, it plunged underwater. Zhang Feng grabbed the rod and tightened the line so the fish could not escape. Fengzi, did you catch one? Monkey asked, jealous. Yeah. From experience, Zhang Feng judged it to be small. With a flick of the wrist, he reeled in a carp about 1 kilogram in weight. Wow, Fengzi already caught one. We need to step up our game. The rest suddenly felt the pressure and focused harder. Maybe the bait really was that good. Soon, everyone was reeling in fish, one after another. Within a couple of minutes, someone would have a new catch, much to the envy of nearby anglers, who wondered if this spot was some magical fishing ground. Fengzi, are you guys fishing here? A young voice rang out from behind them. It was Little Duck. Hey, Little Duck, where are you off to? Zhang Feng turned and smiled. Damao and I are going to the riverbank to catch crabs. Be careful, alright? Zhang Feng reminded him. We will, Fengzi. Little Duck darted off, waving as he disappeared. Fengzi, you can catch crabs around here too? Louis asked, curious. Yeah, over by the rocky riverbank. There are plenty over there, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Let's go crab hunting too. I've never done that before, Louis said excitedly. Our creels are almost full already. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Crab catching sounded like fun. It was decided they would move to the riverbank for their next adventure. They dropped off their gear at home and headed to the river with empty creels. The Dabang River was the mother river of Qingshan. Where it flowed through Zhangjiawan, it pooled into a low-lying area, forming Moon Lake. In essence, Moon Lake was part of the Dabang River. Their destination was the riverbank upstream, a flat area where the water was shallow, only 20 to 30 centimeters deep at most, and no more than half a meter at its deepest. With smooth pebbles and small caves, it was ideal for crabs. Children from the village often played there, and even city tourists came to experience crab catching. Because it was the weekend, the riverbank was lively. 4 or 5 groups were already there. Everyone, do not flip over rocks randomly. Crabs usually hide in small holes or beneath stones, Zhang Feng said with a wry smile as he watched his friends turn the riverbank upside down in excitement. You should have told us earlier, Fengzi. Zhang Feng thought, isn't that obvious? Following Zhang Feng's method, they gradually started finding crabs. Louis was especially lucky. She caught one that was 7 or 8 centimeters wide, a rare size considering most were just 4 or 5. Excitement surged. Everyone got pumped, searching for crabs like they were on a treasure hunt. It was like a childhood game come to life. Not every dig yielded a crab, but no one cared. Their spirits were high, lost in the joy of the moment. They had so much fun that they completely forgot the time. Only when dusk fell and their vision grew dim did they finally head home. bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The moon hangs atop the willow's tip, and people gather after dusk. At night, Moonlight Lake reveals a kind of hazy beauty. After dinner, everyone walked along the dim moonlight to the edge of the beautiful lake, admiring the tranquil night scenery. A gentle breeze stirred the air, rustling the willows and rippling the water's surface, bringing a sense of refreshing clarity. The crescent moon in the western sky cast a faint glow, draping the entire lake in a thin veil of gauze. The willows along the shore looked like princesses from a fairy tale, dressed in white gowns, their skirts swirling lightly in the breeze, stunningly beautiful. Under the hazy moonlight, the entire world seemed to transform into a fairy tale. Bathed in moonbeams, Moonlight Lake appeared like a celestial lake for fairies, flickering in and out of view in the misty night. The willows on the shore seemed like heavenly maidens, their white garments fluttering in the wind, each movement elegant, natural, and utterly enchanting. This misty evening, with willows swaying gently, what an exquisite scene! Someone exclaimed in awe at the stunning nightscape. With scenery like this, a boat ride by moonlight would be, Louis imagined aloud in excitement, then turned and asked, Fingzi, how about we go boating? No problem. I'll borrow one in a moment. On Moonlight Lake, there might not be many things, but there were certainly plenty of boats. In the past, nearly every household owned one. Though fewer now, borrowing a boat was still easy. Really? That would be amazing. Boating on Moonlight Lake at night, everyone lit up with joy. The lake was so lovely that they all wanted to immerse themselves in it and experience its serene beauty firsthand. Of course. Wait here, I'll be right back. With that, Zhang Feng headed to Uncle Yu's house. Uncle Yu, are you home? Who is it? So late. Uncle Yu was smoking by the door. When Zhang Feng approached, he realized, oh, it's Xiao Feng. What do you need? Uncle Yu, I wanted to ask if I could borrow your boat. It's moored just outside. If you need it, go ahead and take it. After a puff on his pipe, Uncle Yu asked, what do you need a boat for this late at night? A few classmates came to visit, and I thought I'd take them out to enjoy the lake. Zhang Feng handed him a cigarette and smiled. Oh, I see. Go ahead then, just bring it back afterward, said Uncle Yu, tucking the cigarette behind his ear and waving his hand casually. All right, Uncle Yu. I'll take the boat now. Take it, take it. Uncle Yu waved, muttering under his breath, city folks sure know how to have fun, even this late. He didn't understand anything about poetic beauty or misty charm. All he knew was that the darkness held nothing worth looking at. To Uncle Yu, a boat was simply a tool for fishing. 365 days a year, he practically lived on it. Taking a boat out onto the lake at night for fun seemed like something only someone with too much time on their hands would do. Zhang Feng, whose hearing was sharp, chuckled and shook his head at the old man's words. He quickly made his way to the dock, untied the boat, and rowed it with force toward his friends. The reason Zhang Feng chose Uncle Yu's boat was that it was an old-fashioned wooden rowboat, with no modern motor, simple and rustic, full of countryside charm. Ah! Fingzi, you're the best, it's actually a fishing boat, someone cried out in delight as they spotted him rowing from afar. Though primitive, the boat had a poetic charm that made it perfect for a moonlight ride. Ha, this boat is quite vintage, right? It has that a boat, an oar, and a fisherman kind of poetry. Thanks to the system's upgrades and constant training, Zhang Feng was now much stronger and could easily row the boat quickly. Soon, he arrived before them. Not quite fisherman's poetry, but more like a child paddling a boat, sneaking back with white lotuses, joked Hosey mischievously. Screw off. What, do your eyes see through time? Turning me, a grown man, back into a child? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes with a groan. Ha. All right everyone, get on the boat, Zhang Feng called as he stopped the boat. Let's go. Set sail. Everyone climbed aboard excitedly. Once they were steady, Zhang Feng took up the oars, and the wooden boat began to glide, parting the floating duckweed as it made its way toward the center of the lake. This night is so beautiful, I feel poetic. Listen up, I'm going to recite a poem. Night Voyage on Moonlight Lake. Ah, the gentle moonlight, the hazy mountains, the lovely lake, the little boat. I love your misty grace. And your ethereal charm. Bullshit, Lei Ji, that's a poem? Seriously, Lei, did your PE teacher teach you literature? Jesus, that poem is garbage. My ears are bleeding. Everyone laughed and jeered at Lei's poetic attempt. Lei Ji, that was awful. Listen to mine, Moonlight Lake, you're full of water. Crescent Moon, you're an open mouth. This time, Fatty was the one struck with inspiration, but his poem was stopped halfway for everyone's safety. Stop. Do not desecrate this beautiful scenery. Louis finally snapped at the group of uncouth guys, clearly having had enough of their butchery of art. Exactly. If you can't compose a poem, then just do what I do, quietly be a handsome man, said Hosey, shamelessly praising himself. Everyone booed at his thick skin. After that, everyone quieted down. They sat in the boat, gazing at the bright moon above and the vast stars. It was just like that song, "Look up at the moon in the sky, it is always rounder back home." The moon is rounder in my hometown, and the water tastes sweeter there. One breeze, one sip of homesickness, and the ends of the earth do not feel cold, for dreams bring me back home. Looking at the familiar mountains at night, Zhang Feng felt his hometown was truly beautiful, so much that it captivated his heart. Just as the old saying goes, no water is more beautiful than your hometowns, no people more dear than those from home. Gazing at the moon, at the distant mountains, Zhang Feng suddenly realized how deeply he loved and longed for his home. The little boat kept drifting forward. Sitting at the bow, watching the hazy reflections in the water, it felt like poetry itself. Just as the old poet wrote, sailing atop clear waves, as if journeying through a painting. The boat, and those aboard, had become part of the scenery, essential elements of this moonlight lake by night. On the boat, it felt like everyone had returned to something pure and original, merging with the universe itself, drifting as if riding the wind, floating as though stepping beyond the world, ascending like immortals. Together, they cruised on Moonlight Lake, basking in the stunning beauty of its nighttime mountain and water charm. Due to a torrential downpour at noon, mushrooms in the forest began to sprout rapidly, as if spring bamboo shoots after the rain. The next morning, before dawn, the villagers of Zhangjiawan had already gotten up early. After gathering their gear, they hurried into the mountains. For them, mushroom picking had become a major source of income aside from farming. Although it had only been about 20 days, almost every household had already made between 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, which was equivalent to half of their farming income. So, everyone was highly enthusiastic about picking mushrooms. As usual, Zhang Feng got up early and finished a round of physical exercises. His mother and sister had also finished washing up, and the three of them headed to the backyard to harvest vegetables for the day. The vegetables from Zhang's family sold extremely well. If it were not for Niu Pengzi's limited supply policy, demand would certainly outstrip supply. To maximize profits, Niu Zhong designated Zhang's vegetables exclusively for high-end private dining. Because it was high-end private dining, a single table would cost over 1,000 yuan. Even though they only served 4 tables per day, it remained highly sought after. While it had not yet become a county-wide sensation, it had successfully broken into the upscale markets of Qingshan and the county. Therefore, Zhang Feng's family had to prepare about 10 to 15 kilograms of vegetables each day, earning 600 to 700 yuan each time. At that rate, they were making close to 20,000 yuan per month just from selling vegetables. This was unimaginable in the past. Back then, people would toil from dawn to dusk, facing the earth with their backs to the sky, yet the annual gross income rarely exceeded 10,000 yuan. Even in the best years, it only reached 20 or 30,000. Unlike now, where simply selling a modest amount of vegetables each day could bring in over 10,000 per month. Because of this, Zhang Feng's mother and sister felt somewhat uneasy. But after Zhang Feng explained, they finally understood why their vegetables tasted so good. It was thanks to new technology their son, or brother, had introduced. Zhang Feng also told them that in Niu Pengzi's restaurant, a single meal cost over 1,000 yuan, and even a simple stir-fried bok choy was priced at 88 yuan. Hearing this, the two women were stunned. They thought Niu Pengzi looked honest, but his business tactics were like those of a crafty merchant. However, since their vegetables sold well and fetched a high price, they finally felt reassured. Once they finished picking vegetables, Xiao Wang, the delivery guy, arrived with his vehicle. He weighed the day's produce, settled the payment, and left quickly with the goods. "Take care, Xiao Wang." After sending him off, they had earned over 600 yuan again, a good start to the day. You are already up? Why not sleep a little longer?" Wang Guolan gently asked the only girl present, thinking that if her son had such a sweet girlfriend, it would be wonderful. "Thank you, Auntie. I slept really well last night. Any more sleep and my head would have gone flat," Lu Yi replied gracefully with a gentle smile. "Crazy one, who was that just now?" Lu Yi asked curiously. "That was a restaurant's buyer, here to pick up vegetables," Zhang Feng answered directly. "Your vegetables are really top-notch, the best produce I have ever seen. By the way, crazy one, could you send me some vegetables when I leave today?" "No problem, they're all homegrown. Take whatever you want," Zhang Feng said with a dismissive wave, not thinking much of it. "Really? That is great. My grandfather loves high-quality vegetables like these. He will definitely be thrilled this time," Louis exclaimed in delight. "No worries. If your grandfather likes them, you can come pick them often. After all, your place is not far from here." The city center was only 50 to 60 kilometers from Zhangjiawan, just a 30-minute drive. Soon, the mushroom pickers began returning from the mountains one after another. Because it had rained at noon the day before, there were not too many mushrooms today. Uncle Ernio, how are the mushrooms in the mountains today? Zhang Feng asked upon seeing him. Sigh, the rain came too late. Most of the mushrooms have already sprouted, and there are not many suitable ones left to pick. You see, it only took about an hour for everyone to finish picking. I started early, so I got about 10 kilograms, but the others only got 5 or 6 kilograms each. But this was within Zhang Feng's expectations. After harvesting mushrooms for several days, he had already gained a preliminary understanding of their growth patterns, so he was not disappointed. 10 kilograms earning over 300 yuan is not bad at all. What more could you want? Zhang Feng laughed as he handed a few red banknotes to Uncle Ernie. True enough, this is much easier than farming. At that thought, Uncle Ernie smiled with relief. Soon after, the other villagers also trickled back from the mountains. After some busy sorting, by around 8 a.m., all the collected mushrooms were gathered. With help from several classmates, Zhang Feng's family spent about half an hour thoroughly washing over 150 kilograms of mushrooms. Shortly after, Xiao Wang from No's restaurant came and picked up 50 kilograms. Zhang Feng planned to dry the remaining 100 plus kilograms into mushroom jerky, since Niu Pingzi's restaurant could not consume that much. The mushroom drying oven had been assigned to Uncle Dashin during the recent bathroom renovation. The oven's structure was simple, so it had been completed in one morning. Zhang Feng envied the red mushrooms online that sold for several hundred or even over 1,000 yuan per kilogram. He did not expect his dried mushrooms to fetch such a high price. Even if they could sell for 300 to 500 per kilogram, it would be good enough. If it took about 5 kilograms of fresh mushrooms to make 1 kilogram of dried ones, that meant the fresh mushrooms were essentially selling for 60 to 70 yuan per kilogram, far more profitable than selling them directly to Lu Pingzi. Of course, that kind of business was harder to run. Selling to Lu Pingzi was more stable and secure, and involved bulk transactions. It was not easy to find large buyers for dried mushrooms right away. Let's go. I'll take you to catch eels. After about half an hour of rest, Zhang Feng remembered that the eels in the backyard needed to be caught. If he did not sell off a batch every 2 or 3 days, the ditch would become overcrowded. You can catch eels here? Monkey asked in surprise. Of course. Anyone who wants to fish, follow me. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously, picked up a bucket, and walked toward the backyard. Let's go. We want to see too. Everyone eagerly followed. Monkey, go dig up some earthworms first. All right. Monkey was excited by the novelty of eel fishing and soon dug up plenty of earthworms. That's enough, that's enough. Zhang Feng quickly stopped him, then handed each person a fishing hook and a thin string. Just attach the earthworm to the hook and drop it into the water channel. That's all you need to catch eels. Crazy one, are you messing with us? Everyone looked at Zhang Feng skeptically, thinking this all seemed like child's play. Heh, you do not believe me? But it really is that simple. Without further explanation, Zhang Feng dropped his own hook into the ditch. Sure enough, even the earthworms faintly infused with the Rihua growth enhancer had an irresistible appeal to the eels. As soon as Zhang Feng dropped his line, within 5 or 6 seconds, an eel took the bait. He gave a slight tug, and a thick, thumb-sized eel was pulled out, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What the hell? Are these eels brain dead or something? Why are they so easy to catch? Everyone exclaimed in amazement and hurried to put their own lines into the water. Soon, eels were being pulled out one after another. Using such simple gear and still catching eels excited everyone to no end. They fished enthusiastically and tirelessly. Alright, if we keep fishing at this rate, we'll wipe them all out. After about half an hour, both buckets were full. Seeing how excited everyone still was, Zhang Feng quickly called it off. What? We already caught this much? Looking at the 2 big buckets filled with eels, no one could believe their eyes. Did we really catch all of these? No way. I have to take pictures of this. Those who didn't come will be dying of envy. Me too, I want pictures. One by one, everyone put down their fishing lines and posed for various staged photos. The eels were handled in all kinds of ways, probably unable to rest in peace even after death. Zhang Feng picked out 2 kilograms of eels to prepare a stir-fried eel dish for everyone. He then called several regular customers, including Elder Wang, to let them know. Orders came in quickly, and half of the catch was sold almost immediately. The remaining 30-some kilograms were just brought outside by his mother and sister when, within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they were snapped up by nearby tourists who had heard the news. It was clear that the reputation of Zhang Feng's eels was beginning to spread, earning a solid word of mouth among visitors. For lunch, Zhang Feng cooked spicy crab, stir-fried eel, pickled fish, and stir-fried mushrooms with green peppers using the fresh mushrooms picked that morning. He also prepared several light vegetable dishes. Thus, a full table of visually appealing and delicious food was ready. Come on, everyone, time to eat. It smells so good. Just seeing the food makes me hungry. Come on, let's raise a glass, here's to a great time. Cheers! Soon everyone was joyfully feasting. Zhang Feng's cooking had completely won them over. Though it had only been a day and a half, they had already become desensitized to how amazing his culinary skills were. They just did not know how they would manage after going back to their regular meals. Another unbelievably good meal. Fengzi, how are we supposed to survive back home after this? Xiaopeng sighed and smiled wryly. Exactly. If only we could eat like this every day. Lu Yi added wistfully. Fengzi, after tasting your food, I do not know how I can ever eat at the work cafeteria again. Yeah, Fengzi, you have totally ruined us. You owe us compensation. That is right. You should pay us back. Better yet, let us come here every week and eat you poor. Ah, you make me sound like some terrible villain. My door is always open. If you want to come every day, go ahead. Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Alas, it is a shame we have to leave this afternoon. Yeah, it feels like we barely got to enjoy anything. Why not just buy a house here and move in permanently? Monkey joked. Though they were reluctant, it was time to leave. After lunch and a short rest, Zhang Feng saw his friends off. Come visit anytime, he waved and called out. Do not worry, we will be back next week. Haha, do you all really plan to eat Fengzi into bankruptcy? Hey, he is the landlord now. Who else would we sponge off? Their banter faded as the car drove off. Zhang Feng turned and walked back home. The house felt empty. His mother and sister had already gone up the hill to harvest honeysuckle flowers, which were in full bloom during this season. Honeysuckle flowers bloom for only a short period, just a day or two. If they were not harvested in time, they would wilt and wither. So they had to be picked promptly. Honeysuckle is a common traditional Chinese medicinal herb, known for clearing heat and detoxifying, treating colds and coughs, and boosting immunity. Years ago, almost every household in the village grew it. Unfortunately, some damned organization later reclassified all honeysuckle in the southwest as mountain honeysuckle, drastically reducing its value. Farmers who had planted it suffered a huge blow. What once sold for 20 to 30 yuan per kilogram fresh could now barely fetch the same price when dried, a 5 to 6-fold drop in price. After sighing for a while, Zhang Feng slung a snakeskin bag over his shoulder, brought traps for catching wild chickens, and locked the door behind him, heading up the slope to join his mother in harvesting honeysuckle. Meh. As soon as Zhang Feng reached the field, the goofy Dabai and Xiaobai bounced toward him. Xiaofeng, your friends all left? His mother asked, hearing the noise and turning to see her son. Yeah, they just left. He patted the two fluffy creatures and waved them away. Mom, this honeysuckle is not even worth much. Why bother picking it? It is such a hassle for so little. Zhang Feng grumbled, thinking how tedious it was to pick such small flowers, barely managing 10 to 20 kilograms in a day, which after drying would not even sell for 100 yuan. You child, just because you made a little money now, you forget the value of frugality? Sitting at home does nothing. Picking even a little bit helps. There will be plenty of places we need money for later. His mother scolded, frowning. I know, Mom. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly, just hoping his mother would not overwork herself. Then Zhang Feng set a trap in a place where wild chickens might frequent and joined his mother and sister to harvest honeysuckle. The Zhang family only had 1 or 2 acres of hillside planted with honeysuckle. Originally there were around 100 plants, but after the price crash, they stopped maintaining them and many died. Now only 20 to 30 plants remained, which could probably be picked clean in one afternoon. He opened the bag, and his fingers moved like butterflies dancing among flowers, quickly plucking the honeysuckle blossoms. His speed stunned his mother and sister. They had not expected that even flower picking could look this graceful and artistic when done by Zhang Feng. Xiaofeng, how are you picking so fast? It is like you have mastered some ancient martial art technique, his sister exclaimed, comparing his agile fingers to the embroidery skills of a wuxia master. Big sis, do you really have to describe me like that? Zhang Feng said, laughing and crying at the same time. Haha, my bad. Let us keep picking so we can finish early and go home, she chuckled. With Zhang Feng's help, the three of them finished harvesting all the honeysuckle in just 1 hour. He checked the trap he had set, nothing but an empty chicken cage. He reset the trap and packed up their things. Zhang Feng walked ahead carrying the honeysuckle. His mother and sister followed behind, leading Dabai and Xiaobai, who nibbled weeds along the path. The family made their way home at a leisurely pace. Once back, his mother and sister spread the honeysuckle out to dry. Zhang Feng took a sip of water, grabbed a hoe, and headed to the backyard. That morning he had cleared a small patch of bok choy, so he needed to replant quickly to keep the garden productive and continue supplying vegetables to Niu Zhong's restaurant. Their backyard had become a veritable treasure trove. Based on Zhang Feng's rough calculations, they were making about 2,000 yuan a day just from selling eels and vegetables, around 50 to 60,000 a month. That was an enormous sum, earned with minimal effort. The backyard had truly become a never-ending goldmine. It looks like I will not make it into the top 10. Everyone, just do your best. Thank you all for your support. If you enjoy the book, please recommend it to others and add it to your favorites. Special thanks to the readers Thunder Shakes the Sky, Lienshin, Reign of the Lost Knight, Master of Perfection, and My Precious Baby for your generous donations. Crazy brother, what are you doing? Little Duck appeared in the backyard at some point without Zhang Feng noticing. I am planting vegetables. Why are you not properly herding the cattle? If your father finds out, he will beat you, Zhang Feng said with a smile when he saw Little Duck. He won't. My dad is not even home. How would he know? The little guy was clever, he could not be easily fooled. Crazy brother, let me help you dig the soil. No need, Zhang Feng said, waving his hand. Then how about I water the plants? Little Duck moved closer again. You little rascal, I bet you just want to eat some of our cucumbers, Zhang Feng said knowingly. He could easily tell what the kid was up to. No one offers help for no reason. Hee hee, crazy brother, how did you know? Little Duck asked with a guilty smile. You always come here to pick cucumbers, don't you? If you want some, just pick them yourself. Do not distract me while I am working, Zhang Feng said, shaking his head with a smile. Hee hee, crazy brother, you are the best. The little guy happily bounced over to the cucumber vines. Crazy brother, these cucumbers are clearly green. Why are they called yellow cucumbers? A few minutes later, the boy came back with 2 fresh, juicy cucumbers and asked curiously, these are a new variety, alright? The local heirloom cucumbers, the ones grown by the old lady on top of East Mountain, turn yellow when they are ripe, Zhang Feng explained with a smile. Many city folk might not know that detail. Oh, no wonder they looked different. Crazy brother, I am leaving now, okay? The boy could not sit still. Very soon, he was off again, running with 2 cucumbers in his arms. After dinner, Zhang Feng sat with his mother and watched a bit of television, then returned to his room. He practiced his bodybuilding technique once and then lay down to review his stats on the system panel. Host, Zhang Feng. Strength, 22, base 16 plus 2 from training and 4 from items. Speed, 19, base 13 plus 6 from enhancement. Reflexes, 19, base 10 plus 9 from bonuses. Endurance, 18, base 14 plus 4. Flexibility, 16, base 10 plus 6. Mental strength, 18, base 11 plus 7. Note, the average adult has a value of 10 in each category. Skills, basic hunting, basic cooking, basic calligraphy, and painting. Points available, 10,450. Note, points can be used to buy items in the system's online shop. One lottery draw costs 100 points. Remaining lottery draws, 4. Unfinished tasks. Side quest, become a millionaire. Time limit, 1 year. Reward, 500 points and 1 lottery chance. Failure will result in a penalty of 1,000 points. Side quest, open your own farmhouse in. Reward, 1,000 points. Failure will result in a penalty of 2,000 points. System evaluation. The host's combat power is currently weak. However, the chronic laziness has been successfully cured. Please continue to work hard and strive to become a strong, diligent, and forward-thinking modern farmer. Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised to see that his strength, reflexes, and flexibility had each increased over the past 2 days. It confirmed that practicing the bodybuilding technique daily had significantly improved his body. He could feel himself getting stronger with every passing day. Seeing that he still had 4 chances left to draw prizes, Zhang Feng decided to use them. After all, he still had plenty of points. System, start the lottery draw. Please wait a moment. When he opened the prize draw page, the wheel showed 6 options: 50 points, 100 points, 300 points, 1 bottle of solar growth serum, 100 milliliters, 1 bottle of lunar growth serum, 100 milliliters, and 1 skill transfer card. This lets you teach one of your skills to someone else. That skill transfer card looks pretty useful, Zhang Feng thought. His older sister had been trying to learn cooking from him, but the results were not great. If he got the card, her learning speed would increase 10 times. She would be guaranteed to learn at least 50% of the skill, and with effort and talent, she could even surpass him. Start drawing, Zhang Feng pressed the button. The needle spun rapidly across the wheel. There was no way to predict where it would stop. Stop, he shouted a few seconds later. A bottle of solar growth serum? That is a bad draw, Zhang Feng muttered. In the system shop, 1 bottle only costs 50 points. He continued drawing. The second time, the prize options changed: 10 bags of super fertilizer, 100 points, 300 points, 1 bottle of lunar growth serum, basic brewing skill, and 1 portion of enlightenment liquid. This makes animals as intelligent as a 3 to 5-year-old child. The prizes looked much better this time. Zhang Feng pressed the draw button with excitement. A few seconds later, he called stop, again, and the pointer landed on the lunar growth serum. Zhang Feng shook his head, still not satisfied. The lunar growth serum cost just 100 points in the shop. Then he used his third and fourth draw chances. The third was a disappointment, only 50 points. But he was lucky on the fourth. He won a portion of enlightenment liquid. Too bad I did not get the skill transfer card, Zhang Feng frowned. He opened the system shop, and just as he expected, any new items from the lottery appeared in the store too. In the shop, 1 portion of enlightenment liquid costs 150 points. 1 skill transfer card costs 1000 points. Basic brewing skill costs 1000 points. System, buy 1 skill transfer card, Zhang Feng ordered. He wanted to improve his sister's cooking skills quickly. That way, when they opened the farmhouse inn, he would not be overwhelmed. Then Zhang Feng checked his remaining points and items. Remaining points, 9,500. Lottery draws, none. Items owned: 2 bottles of solar growth serum, 1 already used. 1 bottle of lunar growth serum. 1 portion of enlightenment liquid. 1 skill transfer card. After closing the system, Zhang Feng sat down at his computer and uploaded some beautiful photos he had taken recently. He wanted to advertise his upcoming farmhouse inn and also show off the stunning scenery of Moon Lake. He uploaded themed pictures titled Phoenix Wonderland, Butterfly Flower Fields, Rainbow Bridge, and Moon Lake at Night to local forums and message boards, adding short descriptions to each one. After waiting a few minutes and not seeing many comments, Zhang Feng went offline and quietly gazed out his window at the moonlit mountain village. What he did not realize was that his photos were already being discovered by countless internet users. They were blown away and began sharing them rapidly. In just one night, the photos had spread all over the country. Famous bloggers and major websites reposted them. Moon Lake became nationally famous overnight. This is the most beautiful mountain village I have ever seen. How can such a stunning place exist? I was almost brought to tears by the beauty. So this is where those Phoenix Wonderland pictures were taken. I thought they were photoshopped. Oh wow, those butterfly flower fields and Rainbow Bridge. I must go there during the Dragon Boat Festival. So jealous of the people who live in Guizhou province. What about those of us thousands of miles away? Too bad for those far away. I live nearby, being close has its advantages. I will go check it out tomorrow. Thousands of people left comments. With such breathtaking scenery, many tourists from all over the country expressed their desire to visit Moon Lake, just as Zhang Feng had hoped. Morning. Outside the window, birds chirped noisily as they flew back and forth among the trees, searching for food. Due to his internal biological clock, Zhang Feng woke up quickly. Opening his eyes, he saw the bright sunshine and smelled the fragrance of flowers from outside the window, immediately feeling refreshed and clear-minded. Zhang Feng did not stay in bed any longer. He got up at once, washed up, and began his daily exercise. As soon as he finished a round of the bodybuilding routine, his mother and older sister were also awake. So, Zhang Feng joined them in the backyard to harvest vegetables for the day. Looking at the lush greenery of the vegetable garden, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was all the result of his recent hard work. Thanks to the regular use of solar growth serum, the Chinese cabbages in the garden were growing vibrantly green and full of life, like pieces of bright green jade, shining and dazzling. The fiery red tomatoes and vivid green peppers glistened like gemstones. Someone unaware might even mistake them for finely crafted artworks. Even the purple eggplants emitted a seductive sheen, exuding a strange charm that was hard to resist. It could be said that the backyard resembled a massive natural art gallery, filled with various masterfully crafted works of art, lifelike and dazzling, a true treasure trove. Soon, the three of them finished picking the vegetables they needed for the day. They washed the dirt off simply, placed them into plastic baskets, and waited for the buyer to arrive. At exactly 7:30, Xiao Wang, as punctual as ever, arrived. He weighed the vegetables, settled the bill, and left in a hurry with the produce. In just one morning, they earned another 600 to 700 yuan. Zhang Feng's mother collected the money with a big smile on her face. As the family's situation improved, her smiles became more frequent, and it seemed she even looked younger than before. Big brother, big brother. Zhang Yi came running in just as Zhang Feng lay down on a chair to rest for a while. What is it? Zhang Feng asked curiously, seeing the excited look on Zhang Yi's face. Good news. Grandpa Runner from the mountain is selling his wolf dogs. Zhang Yi said excitedly. What? Zhang Feng was shocked. How could he bear to sell them? You see, Grandpa Runner's wolf dogs were no ordinary dogs. His dogs carried wild wolf blood. 3 years ago, he brought back a wolf cub from the mountains. After it grew up, it mated with his hunting dog and produced 3 wolf dogs. Grandpa Runner cherished them like treasures, more than he loved his own sons. He would even argue with his family over them. So Zhang Feng was naturally shocked to hear that he was selling them. It is not the 3 big wolf dogs, it is the pups born last month, Zhang Yi explained, and Zhang Feng understood. That made sense, otherwise, Grandpa Runner would never agree to sell them. Then let us go quickly. Because there were many people eyeing the wolf dog pups, Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi ran as fast as they could to Grandpa Runner's home, hoping they were not too late and that the pups had not all been sold. When they arrived, there was already a crowd gathered in the yard. Some were there just to watch, but many were genuinely interested in buying. Strangely, Grandpa Runner was not present. Instead, it was his wife managing the sale. You are all here for the pups, right? There are 6 in total this time. Take a look first, and we can discuss prices afterward. Auntie, Grandpa Runner is not here, will that be a problem? Some worried aloud. After all, the dogs were his most beloved possessions. What if he got angry when he found out they were sold? It is fine. The old man is inside. We have already discussed it. Do not worry. Clearly, the elderly couple had agreed in advance. Grandpa Runner was probably too reluctant to come out and face the sale. All right, as long as it is settled. Let us take a look. Everyone knew these wolf dogs would not be cheap, so each person wanted to pick the best one. Unfortunately, more and more people arrived, including some from the city who rushed over after hearing the news. These urban collectors loved rare and exotic dogs. There was no way they would pass on genuine wolf dogs. All right, now that everyone has looked, we will sell them one by one. Anyone interested in this one? Although Grandma Runner was just a farmer, she was shrewd. She picked up a shiny black pup with bright, sharp eyes, clearly trying to spark competition. Yes. Yes. How could I not want it? 5 or 6 hands shot up immediately. Everyone wants it. It would not be fair to choose randomly, so we will sell to the highest bidder. Now, please make your offers, she said with a smile. The potential buyers looked at each other cautiously, no one wanting to speak first. After a few seconds, someone finally called out a bid. 500. I will pay 800. 1,000. 3,000. 3,000. This gentleman offers 3,000. Anyone else? No? Then the pup goes to him, Grandma Runner announced naturally, like a seasoned auctioneer. Seeing the first pup sold for 3,000 yuan, the crowd buzzed. Most people shook their heads and gave up, the price was too high for the average person. Damn, one dog sold for 3,000 yuan, Zheng Yi said in disbelief. I did not expect the competition to be this fierce, Zhang Feng muttered, shaking his head. Although he could afford 3,000, if he brought such an expensive dog home, his mother might disown him. With their desire to buy gone, Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi stood back and watched the drama unfold, arms crossed, amused by the bidding wars among the wealthy city folks. Soon, all 6 pups were sold. The cheapest went for 1,500 yuan, while the best one fetched an incredible 5,000 yuan. Word was that the buyer was a coal tycoon. Zhang Feng did some quick mental math. 6 pups brought in a total of 18,000 yuan. Grandma Runner could not stop smiling. It was obvious she was thrilled. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi had never seen dogs sell for such high prices. After the auction ended, the crowd slowly began to disperse. Just as they were about to leave with the others, Grandma Runner called out to them. Xiaofeng, are you two looking to buy a pup too? No, we were just watching. We cannot afford dogs that expensive, Zhang Feng said quickly, waving his hand. Ha, who does not know that Xiaofeng is doing well now? Actually, we still have 2 pups left. If you are interested, come in and take a look. The two exchanged glances, then followed her curiously into the house. These 2 here, you can take one for 1,000 yuan. We are all neighbors, after all, Grandma Runner said, pointing at 2 frail-looking pups. These look like they are about to die, Zhang Yi muttered, clearly dissatisfied. No, no. They are just a little weak. A few days ago, during feeding, they got trampled by the other pups, Grandma Runner explained awkwardly. Zhang Feng frowned at the half-dead pups. Grandma Runner was being really shameless. Did she take them for fools who would pay for sickly animals? So, it is Xiaofeng and Zhang Yi. Grandpa Runner appeared, frowning. You old woman, stop messing around and go feed the pigs. If it were not for me insisting on selling the pups, would we have made this much money? Grandma Runner snorted, gave the 2 young men a guilty look, and left. If you like those 2, just take them. I checked, they have minor internal injuries. Take care of them, and they will recover. Grandpa Runner sighed. He had wanted to keep them, but the rest of the family disagreed, so he had no choice. That would not be right. How much should we pay? Zhang Feng did not want to take advantage of them. Given how stingy the old lady was, it could cause trouble if they took the dogs for free. Do not worry about the money. Just take them. In the end, Zhang Feng insisted on leaving 1,000 yuan and went home with Zhang Yi, each carrying a pup.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.